Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together the top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every weekend. And now you can enjoy the live stream coverage of Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. Brian Belansky here. Greg Ginsburg is in an absolutely glorious sunny Virginia International Raceway, Danville, Virginia. 37 degrees. It is brisk, but guess what, folks? Guess what, Greg? Well, you know this. It is not raining.
It is not raining, Brian. It is actually a beautiful looking day here at Virginia International Raceway. You know, again, hashtag blame Greg. It is 37 degrees out here. But as you see our production car and B-Spec drivers out on their pace lap here this morning, you can see there's still, the track is still quite damp. It was raining rather late into the night, and as you can imagine with the temperatures just above freezing, none of that the precipitation really could burn off. And so it's going to take a little while for some dry lines to pop up here today. But I would suspect that with 9 feature races today, Brian, 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first, hopefully by the end of the day, somebody's going to get a dry race lap.
There you go. There you go. All right, well, we got 2 pace laps this morning for this group, which will give us plenty of time for the starting order. And Greg, that is your call.
All right, sounds good. Let's do this, Brian. Much like we did yesterday, we are going to have a split start. We're going to have all of our production and the GT Light drivers behind the pace car within the first group taking the green, and then the B-Spec cars, and it was an amazing B-Spec race yesterday. They'll be starting a little bit further back in the pack. Let's take a look. We'll run down the top 20 in our first group. Our pole sitter driving the number 2 BMW Z3 E-Production car from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Your pole sitter with a fast time of 2:04.689 is Greg Ira. Peter Norton will start on the outside of the front row in the number 50 E-Production Caterham 7. He is out of Pelham, North Carolina. Greg Ira, who took the win yesterday in F production, he will start third. He's driving the number 36 Honda Civic Del Sol, and he hails from Kansas City, Missouri. Doug Piner will start fourth in his E-Production BMW Z3, the number 06 car. Can't miss it. It's bright green. There it is, just running by us on the back straight. Mason Workman in the number 52 Mazda Miata F production car. He'll start fifth with Charlie Campbell in the number 89 F production Mazda Miata. If he can get that car up and running, he had some issues with it yesterday. He's scheduled to start in 6th. Starting 7th, David Spillman in the number 136 E-Production BMW 325M, with Jonathan Newdorf starting 7th in the number 55 E-Production Mazda Miata. Michael Kamalian scheduled to start 9th in the number 99 F production Mazda Miata. He's out of Marietta, Georgia. And rounding out the top 10 in our first group, Doug Weaver. He's driving the number 03 Mazda Miata. He's from Chatham, Ontario, Canada. Big drive down here for Doug. Don Tucker, will start 11th. He's driving the number 8 E-Production Mazda Miata, with Ethan Tyler starting 11th in the number 80 MX-5. That's an E-Production car as well. Matt Ruppert in his E30 BMW, the number 88 F production car, starting in 13th position. He's out of Monroe, Georgia. And Graham Fuller, Summit Point, West Virginia's GT Light winner from yesterday, will start 14th in the number 22 Honda CRX. Starting 15th, the number 33 Acura Integra of Les Cheney. He's out of Edom, North Carolina, with Mike Ogren, our winner in H production yesterday. He is scheduled to start 16th in the number 199 Volkswagen Scirocco's. Steven Simons will start 17th. He's driving the number 163 F production Mazda Miata. And Will Perry, who finished, had a great fight, actually led a bit of the H production race yesterday. He is scheduled to start 18th in the number 86 Honda CRX. Then we've got, starting 19th, Ron Earp. He's in the number 38 E-Production Ford Mustang, and rounding out the top 20 in our production car and GT Light classes will be Michael Cook. He is scheduled to start 20th. He's driving the number 17 E-Production Mazda RX-7. Now let's move over to B-Spec, where we had 7 drivers set times over the course of the week, and starting 7th today in the number 107 B-Spec Nissan Versa Note. I think this is the very first Versa that I've seen run in B-Spec. It's Richard Osborne. He's out of Graham, North Carolina. Stephanie Anderson will start 6th. She's driving the number 138 Mazda 2. She's out of Racine, Wisconsin, although I believe she spends most of her time out near Dallas, Texas. JB Swan, scheduled to start 5th today. He is driving the number 3 Chevy Sonic. He's from Braintree, Massachusetts, with Gail Corley in the number 111 machine. That is a Ford Fiesta. He's scheduled to start 4th. Starting 3rd, driving the number 134 Mazda 2 from Fort Myers, Florida, it's Luke Russell. Starting on the outside of the front row, yesterday's winner, and what a race it was yesterday between Blair Deffenbaugh and Luke Russell. Deffenbaugh taking the win. He's out of Silva, North Carolina in his Honda Fit. And your pole sitter, looking for a little redemption. He had some issues right out of the gate yesterday with a car with a motor that just did not want to go yesterday. Driving the number 12 B-Spec Mini Cooper from Wyndham, New Hampshire, your reigning national champion, it's Steve Ventrone.
Yeah, it was a great day of racing yesterday, except for the wet.
Yes.
But you know what? Sometimes there are some really cool storylines come out of that. Lots of first-time winners. I don't think that necessarily you can attribute that to the wet. But weird things were happening yesterday, and some really cool things came out of it. And Blair Diffenbaugh's first win is one of those things. So congrats to him. And I think from what I hear, the Intron car probably has its problems dealt with this morning and sorted. So we will wait to see how that plays out here in the end. But we've got some good racing coming at you this morning. What is it today, Greg? 35-minute races or 14 laps is where we're going.
14 laps or 35 minutes, exactly. So a lot of time here for our drivers to think about strategy. We had at the end of the day yesterday where races were only scheduled for 20 minutes, and some of them didn't go that long because of some of the on-track happenings with cars sliding.
Shenanigans.
Yes, exactly. I thought you were going to say something else. I wasn't waiting for the Anigans part. Yeah. So I think it's going to be a very different day. And the drivers are going to have a very different mindset today than they did yesterday.
When we first came on broadcast this morning, we showed a shot pointing towards turn 1, and one of the photographers was out in a four-wheeler and in the grassy areas, and basically drove it to a pond. So still some real big concerns early this morning, and probably throughout the whole day, because it's not going to get terribly warm, about going off track. And once you leave the pavement, it will be a very much of a kind of a crapshoot as to what you're going to find. But I think it's going to be you're going to find yourself a lot of wet, mud, slippery grass. So keeping it between the white lines is going to be really, really critical, especially this morning. But I think probably for the whole day, Greg.
No, I completely agree, Brian. It's still, I think, with and you can see now coming down the roller coaster where the track really is starting to dry out a little bit there at the top of 14, but it is still going to take quite a bit more concentration when drivers move offline to try and attempt passes and what have you. So we'll see here now as the pace car is making his way. You can see through Hog Pen and now onto the pit lane. That's going to turn things over to Mr. Greg Ira, your pole sitter for today's first race.
That's right. Here they come now down towards that start stand, that iconic red painted start stand, and they're going to get hopefully the green flag. One little slower car coming off the back. Maybe that car is just being smart and waiting to see what happens in turn 1. But cranking up the volume here, the green flag is out, and here we go with 30 or so cars heading right down here towards turn 1 for the first sunny race lap this weekend. And there is our lead pack. They're heading towards turn 1, trying to get it woed down there to get through there for the first time. And it looks as though at this point that most of these cars are negotiating that first turn, except for there's one car spinning and another car avoiding. Spoketh too sooneth but they are now off in an area where it is really wet. So the question is, can they keep themselves going and can they get themselves out of that position? We'll look back at that in just a second. Here are those cars going through the left hook. They are trying to... Oh, there's contact and a spin there right in front of us. And that wasn't too terribly hard contact, but both those cars will be able to get through, I'm sure. We should be getting our B-Spec field starting here very shortly if they haven't already. We'll keep an eye on that as well.
And Brian, I think they actually did go by me, but they were so quiet I didn't even notice going down the front straight. We did have Spike Benning, driver of the number 32 F Production Mazda Miata, come very slowly down the pit lane, and I'll have to see. I'm not sure if he actually made his way back out on track or if he was just late to the grid. But I don't see him on. He rolled down to the end of the pit lane. I was not able to tell whether he moved back. And you can see here now, Brian, going up through the S's. There is your B-Spec fight, and indeed they did go right by me. They are right at the back of the production car field.
Yeah. Greg, I don't believe this was a split start. Those cars are halfway up through this field already, and some of them. So I don't know what the situation was, but I don't really think we got a split start here. And there were a lot of cars coming down towards turn 1 the first time. So I think the idea of the split start was a bit erroneous. But nonetheless, we are racing right now. Here they are coming through roller coaster here for the first time under racing in sunny skies. And it's a beautiful racetrack when it's not raining, Greg.
It certainly is, Brian. And I'm already as we're watching this view, and as our leaders now coming out of Hog Pen, very tight battle right now for the overall lead, and that's also for E-Production there. You can see Peter Norton right on the back of Greg Ira going down in the 1.
Yes, those two cars, Ira and Norton, starting to pull away a little bit from their competition. Doug Piner was 3 seconds back at the line. So a similar situation has happened in E-Production, in these production classes, for a couple of races where Peter Norton and somebody else, it's usually fill in the blank, but Peter Norton's been one of the two cars that's pulled away in most of these races and has had a partner to do so, and then left it for the cars behind them to be able to try to figure out how to catch back up again. And it seems as though that situation has played out or is playing out early on in this race as well.
All right, and getting a little information on the spin that we saw over, not at turn 1, but over at turn 4. It was Will Perry and Don Tucker getting together. And the spin at turn 1 were the 8.8 and the 5.2. So that was up towards the front of the field, the 5.2 machine. Mason Workman in the F-Production Mazda Miata, and the 88 machine, Matt Reppert in his F-Production BMW 325. So they have fallen back a little bit further from the back of the pack.
And as you can see here, you've got Ira and Norton with, what is that, Greg? A 35-40 car length lead at this point. It won't be long before it's, almost a full straightaway here. And Doug Piner, though, is starting to put the hustle into that BMW Z3 and try to make up some time here. But he's going to need some help from Cliff Ira to be able to get caught up there. And I don't know that Cliff Ira in the Civic Del Sol has enough horses to stick to the back bumper of that BMW Z3 of Doug Piner. So this is going to be a very interesting situation here to see how things play out. Taking a look back into our B-Spec field, Blair Deffenbaugh has taken the early lead there. He's got a 2.6 second lead over Gail Corley. Steve Introne's dropped back to 4th place here early in this race, so he may or may not be having some residual problems with that car. Apparently the car was having a hard time staying ignited, so it kept on dying on him, and I hope they figured that out, but we'll keep a look at that as we go a little further into this thing. Early on in H production, your leader is Mike Ogren with lead over Vesa Silgren here in 2nd place in the CRX, and then Ed Wary, who is our challenging for the lead yesterday in the Toyota MR2, Those cars, that's your top three right now in H production.
Yeah, and right now, Ogren has opened up almost a 15-second advantage over Silgren for the lead in H production, Brian. And a lot of that is because Will Perry had that early turn 4 spin. Speaking of H production, we've got, I believe it's the 169 machine off in the grass currently. Right now, that is John Fine, who went off over at Hogpen and is trying to rejoin. So big gap there between Ogren and Silgren for the lead in H production. Wary has started to close things down a little bit on our 2019 national champion Silgren in that battle for third. We had that great fight yesterday, though, between Weary and Stephanie Funk, but right now they have really been separated out by traffic. It was interesting to note Ogren, the H production leader, he has been, and there's Silgren right now coming out of Snake. Ogren has been sitting right with Graham Fuller, who is our GT Light leader for the last 2 laps, and I think he's been getting a nice pull down the back straight to separate himself out from the rest of that H production field.
Yeah, definitely some really fast and furious action, some good pack racing here back deeper into the field. Lots of 3 and 4 car packs working together or not, trying to make their way up here through the field, and it is early on, but you can already see in areas that didn't have a dry line 3 or 4 laps ago, Greg. You can start to see some of that lighter gray coming out again,
yes.
Which is really good news for our next race group. It's not going to help these guys terribly much, although we do have, we still have 10 laps to go. It'll get a little better every lap, so.
Yeah, indeed, and I think given the conditions that our next group had to endure before they even made it onto the track surface yesterday, right. They're going to be incredibly happy here. All right, so in F production, Cliff Ira has that number 36 Del Sol. He has managed to stay clear of Chameleon, but it has been a really neat fight here, Brian, with the open top Miata starting to close things down just a little bit on Cliff Ira's Honda Del Sol. That Del Sol, one of the few of that chassis that I know of in SCCA road racing, and Ira was one of the favorites to win last year or last fall here at VIR for the national championship runoffs, and then of course the rain happened, and oddly enough, the front wheel drive favorite did not do so well in the wet with I think an early off over by turn 4 over by left hook, but it left the race to a couple of rear wheel drive Miatas. So we'll see if Cliff can run the double here in F production today.
Right. I do think, Greg, those early lap spins were less a product of the damp racetrack and
Agreed.
more a product of ice cold tires. 37 degrees this morning, I would venture to say is not the optimal track temperature to make these tires warm up fast. So I think that was more of what we're seeing there. Now, obviously 5 laps into this race, tires are heated up. Drivers have been able to assess the grip level on the racetrack.
Brian, real quick, we are going to be going to a full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. We had a car that went off at South Bend. That very fast sweeping left-hander car went off, hooked the wheel, came back driver's left, and impacted the tire wall. I think just out of our view. Probably just to the left of the camera view that we're watching right now. I'm still trying to get the car number, but we are going to be going to full course caution. Apparently he does have a broken front end, and the corner workers there want that car removed immediately. So full course caution it is. And so again, that is going to where Greg Ira had just started to pull away from Peter Norton here at the front of the pack for the lead in E production. That is going to certainly close things back down.
Yeah.
And it'll give Norton another attempt at it. It is, yeah.
As I say, and nobody's happier about that situation than Doug Piner, who is 17 seconds back.
Yeah, exactly.
In third place. So this now will bring him into the discussion here, into the conversation about what's going to happen here as we get deeper into this race. So.
Yeah. Indeed. In H production, Mike Ogren, who's our leader, he's still relatively safe. There are right now 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 E production cars between Mike Ogren, our leader, and Vesa Silgren, who's running second in H production. So he's got a good chance here to hold things up. And in B-Spec right now, Blair Deffenbaugh, yesterday's winner, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 machines between he and our new second place runner, which is Steve Introne. Introne has managed to get around the 134 machine of Luke Russell, as well as Gail Corley is currently running 21st overall. But again, he's got a lot of machinery to work past in order to get to Deffenbaugh. In talking to Deffenbaugh last night, he was a little concerned that if Introne could keep his car running and didn't have whatever issues were afflicting it yesterday, he might have some challenges today. As Deffenbaugh noted that Introne was running almost a second per lap faster than yesterday's winner. So
right.
Again, a lot of time here, and to Deffenbaugh's advantage right now, a lot of higher horsepower machinery between he and
Sure.
our reigning national champion.
Sure. All right, Greg. Let's do this. Let's take advantage of our full course caution here. And is it too early to make a call to grid?
We're now about 11 minutes in. 12 minutes in. Yeah, let's make a call to the grid, and then we'll take a break.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. If you could please start heading to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Brian, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors that are bringing you coverage from a sunny Virginia International Raceway here today for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. You know, Greg, there might be people tuning in who might not recognize this racetrack because all through the runoffs it was gray. All through yesterday and Friday, it was gray.
Yes.
And there's this big yellow orb in the sky this morning, and I didn't even know that they had the sun in Virginia.
Well, you know, Paul Newman called Virginia International Raceway heaven on earth, and I guarantee you it wasn't when the place was flooded out.
I lived in Virginia for 6 years, and the sun does shine on a fairly regular basis, just not when I'm at VIR or
Yes.
involved, apparently. Anyway, you've got some info on the car that went off and that caused our full course yellow here?
Yeah, I do. As he was coming up through the S's and apparently got loose before he got to South Bend. Matt Reppert, driver of the number 88 E30 BMW, that is an F production car. He finished 9th yesterday, and representing Hoffman Auto Machine. He is the driver that they are going to retrieve. So we talked about obviously where we stand right now in E production. We talked about in H production and F production. Michael Kamalian, prior to the full course caution coming out, Brian, did manage to get past our pole sitter in F, and our winner from yesterday, Cliff Ira. So Kamalian now running 4th overall, with Ira directly behind him. And Steven Simons in his F production Mazda Miata, the 163 machine, running 3rd in class. He's got just one car sitting between him and Cliff Ira for the second step on the podium, and that is the E production BMW of David Spillman. So real close running there in F production, and if Steven Simons can get a good jump when the green flag comes back out, it is definitely a 3-car battle for the lead in F production. Once again in GT Light, I want to see if Ken Burdine came out. He did. At this point, not much of a challenge in GT Light for Graham Fuller. He's currently running 8th overall. He did manage to work himself clear of that pesky H production Mike Ogren. But our second GT Light car, Burdine, running towards the tail end of the field currently, and he's got about 30 cars to make up if he's going to get to our GT Light leader.
So if the 88 car did tag the tire wall, like we heard, obviously we don't have a camera to look at it, that's going to take a little longer to repair. They do keep a really close eye on the tire walls here at VIR. The good news is we've got longer races today, so hopefully they can get this thing put back together quickly, and with 17 minutes to go or so, we can get some more green flag racing here before the end. But those tire walls are sometimes a little pesky, trying to get them made safe again. So, and of course, being safe is nothing we care more about here than drivers and going to work and staying safe. So.
Yep, and Brian, so we are now officially, I think, halfway. We are. We've just completed lap number 7. Working lap number. Actually, I guess. We're working lap number 7. So technically on laps, we're just under halfway here, and we are 18 minutes into that 35-minute clock. So right around dead center here, whether you look at it from a lap perspective or you look at it from a timing perspective. But again, the big difference here is as opposed to yesterday, this could have been enough to end our race and bring out an early checkered flag. Now, if all goes well, we'll still have at least a good 10 minutes of racing ahead of us here at VIR for this first group.
Well, and that's unfortunately the phrase cautions breed cautions sometimes works here, and with all of these cars and now itching for the last 6-7 minutes to get back to action here, and see the second place car in B-Spec there going by and looking ahead 3 or 4 cars in front of him with production cars between them. They're gonna want to get moving here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I do see the field slowing down a lot in the back anyway.
Yeah, a little bit of a compression there as they were coming out of Snake, and then we can see them kind of opening up here. But as you were looking at Steve Introne, who's running second, you may have also noticed Luke Russell in that orange and blue number 134 Mazda 2, and Gail Corley in the black 111 Nissan. They're both taking little peeks around Introne to see what was ahead, and maybe trying to plan their getaway as well.
Yeah. So our scoring pylon, you can see we have
and Brian, I just got word why we had that compression. We have got a car, and it was out of our camera view, going into coming out of Snake, going towards the entrance to the S's, that there is a car dead stick in the middle of the track right now. And actually, you can see him there up through the S's.
Oh, yeah.
And there may have been some contact that brought that on, but I'm not positive. Can't see it from here, but I'm wondering if that is not. And I'm going to try and get the number from the looks of it.
It's moving
might have been. It's one of our open top cars. I can't tell for sure if that's Peter Norton in the 50 machine or if it's just one of our open top Miatas. But we'll know momentarily, as he is now going to be at the very back of the pack.
Yeah, definitely. And what I was going to say was we have 14 minutes on the clock up at the top on our pylon. Just so you know, the races are supposed to be timed. Are supposed to be 14 laps. But we have the lap timer. So the lap timer is, if we go long, we'll keep you up to speed on the lap count here, Greg and I, so you know exactly where we are. Here comes that car for Wasu. That is looks like a... Is that a Miata?
Well, that is definitely not Peter Norton. That is one of our Mazda Miatas.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I didn't get the number there as it drove by our camera there.
Well, we'll know when it comes past the line next.
Yeah,
it'll be the
absolutely.
last one on the timing grid.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? That is not a Mazda Miata.
No, that looks like
that's the
Sprite?
Spitfire.
Yeah, Spitfire. Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Oh my! That's Andrew Wright, pardon me, in the 07 machine. He was running 31st. He's going to be running a little bit further back than 31st. And that is an H production car. He was running 7th in class, and that will likely move Taylor Hyatt and John Fine, who had that earlier, off at Hog Pen ahead. Interesting to note, as we're talking about H production, if you remember early on, there was that early contact at turn 4 on the first lap with Will Perry, that involved Will Perry, who finished 2nd in H production yesterday. He now finds himself all the way back in 6th position,
right,
in that number 86 Honda CRX, and there is a pretty big gap between he and the next H production car. Perry currently sitting 30th in the order. Kirk Nestis in that bronze Honda Fit, 5 cars ahead, and is currently 1 position up. All right, just got word, Brian, from Race Control that we are going to be going green flag racing this next time by.
All right, that sounds good. Looking back at 31st and 32nd position, we have Taylor Hyatt, followed by Stephen Hyatt. I don't know if they're going to work together, Greg. Do you?
I don't know. Well, it's funny. I was talking to Tracy Hyatt, Taylor's mom, Stephen's wife, last night, and she was telling me that Taylor is built from the same cloth that Stephen is, and maybe they're a little bit too competitive for their own good. So we may not see them actually working together. Of course, one is H production,
right,
one is F production. Hey, Brian, real quick, before we go back to green flag racing, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's F production, that's Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 drivers, if you could please make your way to the grid, your race is next.
You know, it's funny, Greg. I did a mystery guest podcast a couple of months back, and where I solicited a guest who gave me no information about who they were. But all I did was give them a link to the podcast, and they hopped up, and it was Taylor. And just had a blast talking with her. We should get her up on the broadcast sometime here. She's just really good people, long-time SCCA family, and I didn't realize who it was before I got them on, and then when Taylor popped up, I'm like, I know your dad. And it made me feel old again. But anyway, check out that podcast if you want to, Inside the SCCA, on the Racing Network and on the Racing Wire Podcast Network, both like YouTube and actually, I don't think that one's on YouTube yet, so gotta go listen to it the old-fashioned way. All right, 10 minutes to go, Greg. We're about to get the green flag here again, just like you said. We're going to get about 10 minutes of good green flag racing here, hopefully right to the finish. And that is going to be fast and furious, I suspect.
Yes, I would think that it will be here, as we do have, again, less than 10 minutes on the clock, and this is a race, obviously, that is going to be finishing based on time, not on laps. And we'll see here as the lights are now out on the safety car, Brian. And,
and the interesting thing here is there was a 17-second gap between second and third here, which is Norton and Piner, before the full course yellow. Now we're going to get the chance to see, with hot tires and the knowledge of the grip levels, whether Doug Piner has anything for Ira and Norton, who are walking away with this earlier. That's what I'm looking for here in the first lap or two of this restart.
Well, we'll have to see, and this is from experience, Brian, being in mixed class racing in SCCA, where I've gone and been out on and we are waiting now, and the green flag is in the air. I'll finish this thought in a second, but I'm interested to see how much heat Norton has in the rear tires in that 7.
Yep, there we go, and here they come, and right away Norton and Ira start to pull away at the start here. They've already got a 5-6 car length lead. Now you've got some side-by-side action going into turn 1, and that's in the field looking at 3rd, 4th, through maybe 10th place. And just like on the first race lap, Ira and Norton, Greg, start to pull away. Yeah,
indeed. And so I was concerned with the light weight of that Caterham, whether Peter Norton would be able to get some heat in the tires, but he has enough straight line speed over the 06 machine of Piner, who looks like he's had Michael Kamalian possibly sneak on by, that he probably had enough clearance, but you could also see where that Caterham is definitely challenged in a straight line from an aero standpoint, that Greg Ira was able to open up going into 1 about 4 car lengths, and it is really imperative that Norton gets good jumps out of these corners and carries speed past the apex in order to keep up with the number 2 BMW. As we watch a little bit further back in the pack here, the stream of cars coming through. Again, I think at this point the other race really under challenge right now is going to be that F production race with Kamalian, who had managed to get ahead of Cliff Ira before the double yellow comes out, and you can see now where Kamalian, that open top BMW, since he got around Doug Piner on the start, he's got a little bit of clearance and a little bit of breathing room now. Back to Cliff Ira's Del Sol.
And I also want to keep a real close eye on that race in B-Spec with Blair Diffenbaugh, Luke Russell, and Steve Introne. Looked like Introne was making a lot of moves in that first race lap, and I'll be really curious to see when we cross the line whether he was able to move up at all here and get past Russell and give Diffenbaugh some problems. Of course, he is our reigning national champion, winning that race here at BIR in October, and we'll catch those as they come across the line here.
Brian, I'm getting word that we've had an incident up at the top of the roller coaster over at 14, and that is the 111 machine, the 111 B-Spec car.
That's Gail Corley,
as well as the Toyota MR2, which is, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, Ed Wary. In the H production MR2, and it looks like he is still off in the grass there, looking, and don't know if he's stuck there or whether he's looking for a way, just waiting for time to pull out. But big issue there because we had a 3-car battle for second in B-Spec at the time, and Corley was a part of it.
And while all of that was happening, or probably before it happened, Steve Introne does take the lead in B-Spec. He is now in first with Diffenbaugh in second, Russell in third. So that is a big shakeup there in B-Spec. And here comes our field now up towards climbing S's, and they're going to probably have to slow it down here at some point in time. I don't imagine they're going to want to leave that car there, unfortunately. And with 5.5 minutes left, if they do get another full course yellow, that's going to pretty much spell the end of this race here.
And Brian, the corner workers over down the hill are asking for the Wary car, the MR2, to be moved soon. So we may be going to a full course caution once again. And indeed, there we are. There is the there's the command from race control. We're going back to full course caution now with a little bit less than 5 minutes remaining. And I think Brian, that may bring us back to the basically what we saw for almost every race yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and as you can see going through, here comes the car straight at them. There's unfortunately good reason to get this car moved. Yeah, it's just what it is, I guess. And it looked like he was trying to get moving right afterwards. I don't know if because of the wet grass he couldn't get moving. Because from the angle we're looking at, the car doesn't look like there's too much damage. Can't see that front left corner, so that could be the problem there. But from this angle, this car looks like it's not too bad.
No, but we don't see the driver's side of that car, unfortunately, right now. And Brian, the grass here at VIR is still quite damp.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Very well saturated after a day and a half of rain. So
now, real quick, Greg.
Yeah.
When the B-Spec field came through just now, it looked to me like Deffenbaugh was ahead of Intron. So I don't know if that pass came before or after the full course yellow came out. I may have.
Yeah, and Brian, as I just watched them go down the front straight, and I'm watching the field filter by, I believe Deffenbaugh indeed was ahead of Steve Intron here on the front straight, and he may have gotten around before the full course caution came out. They are showing his 19th and 20th overall as they just now completed their 10th lap, and we'll get to see here, Brian, as the safety car has picked up our leader, Greg Ira, that number two BMW Z3. But I suspect now that likely, as we are under 3 minutes remaining, that this race is probably going to end under caution.
Yeah,
so we'll go, Brian, quickly and recap the class battles here, the class field. So Greg, and there is the direction from race control when the safety car brings the field underneath the starter stand. This next time by, they will see the checkered flag, Brian. So that's going to wrap it up. So why don't we go and run down the finishing order here? Unless, of course, we want to wait to make sure that all the cars actually make it through the S's.
No, I think we can probably go through it, and we'll make any corrections as duly noted at the end. And you see right now, by the way, just before you do that, I just saw Intron pulling up side by side and going around Blair Diffenbaugh right there. So I don't know if that was a self-correcting thing, although I know the SCCA sometimes discourages that, and if there is a pass under the yellow, to let it get fixed afterwards. But there was definitely a change of position there, and Intron has come back around Blair Diffenbaugh. So I'm not sure if that was a wave by. But we'll certainly get some information as the day goes on.
All right, so we'll just say that it's either Blair Diffenbaugh or Steve Intron winning H production. But if we go and
B-Spec.
B-Spec, that's right. We'll run down the top 10. Greg Ira, he's going to be your winner and taking the win in E production, with Peter Norton finishing second, David Spillman finishing in third, then Doug Piner. We're showing Michael Kamalian, our F production winner, fifth overall, ahead of Cliff Ira, who should finish second in Class 6. Then Graham Fuller, who should be our GT Light winner, seventh overall. Steven Simons in F production, eighth. Les Cheney in F production, and then Michael Cook rounding out the top 10. But if we go and break these down by class, we'll look at when we have five, we'll look at the top five in each. Greg Ira in the Z3 taking the win in E production, then Peter Norton, David Spillman, Doug Piner, and then who we didn't mention earlier, Michael Cook in his Mazda RX-7, finishing fifth in E production. In F production, Michael Kamalian with the win, with Cliff Ira second, Steven Simons third, then Les Cheney and Stephen Layfield, who we didn't mention earlier. Layfield driving the number 71 Mazda Miata. He finishes in fifth. In H production, Mike Ogren will take the win over Vesa Silgren, with Will Perry working his way back up to third. And when we were coming out of that initial full course caution, Brian, we talked about how far back Will Perry was. He gets around Kirk Nestis, Stephanie Funk, and also John Fine to finish in third. So Nestis finishes fourth, Funk finishes fifth, and well, John Fine finishes in 6th. In GT Light, Graham Fuller takes the win. Ken Burdine will finish in 2nd, and then finally in B-Spec, as we again, we don't know for sure, but we're going to say Steve Introm takes the win here on Sunday in B-Spec in his Mini with Deffenbaugh's Honda Fit. Yesterday's winner finishing 2nd, Luke Russell finishing 3rd, Stephanie Anderson 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is JB Swan.
Well, I was hoping.
Yeah, go.
That was a moment of studious contemplation. I was hoping we would avoid some of these early finishes today with no rain, but it is sadly what it is, and we will get back out here with Formula V and Formula F and Formula 600 next. And by the way, Greg, that Formula V race yesterday was just bonkers.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was a great race. Six drivers fighting it out for the win, pretty much from the drop of the green flag and hoping for more of the same. But Brian, let's do this. Let me make a call to the grid for that group, and then we'll take a little bit of a break as we have our emergency services teams trying to get the 89 machine out of there. Looks like it's going to take a couple minutes, and when we come back, we'll have our next race. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 2. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. This is your last call to the grid. So, Brian, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be our second of 9 feature races here today from Virginia International Raceway, from heaven on earth. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Bolansky. We're going to actually have a guest in with us for our next race, and we'll be back in just a few moments. You're listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. All right, and welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Belansky. And Brian, we've got a special guest with us here for our Formula V, Formula 500, Formula 600, pardon me, and Formula F race. Somebody who knows quite a bit about these cars. That is Lauren Brailier.
That's right. Lauren was started 6th on the grid at the runoffs last year in Formula V. Had a little incident in the third lap, but so the finish wasn't quite what she wanted. But Lauren, you've got some laps here in these cars in some varying conditions. What are these drivers thinking right now as they get ready on this pace lap?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me.
Oh.
First of all,
Greg's got some buttons to press.
I got lots of buttons to press, and I'm pushing all the wrong ones.
are we good now?
You are
There
good
we
there.
go.
All right.
We're good.
First of all, thank you for having me. These drivers are we're making a kind of scrambled tire choice. I think that the track is probably pretty dry at this point. I bet they're all out on slicks. But these are the types of conditions where you're doing that toss-up coming up to your race. And I bet that the track's going to be a little bit slick for them. So they're going to be very focused on getting heat in their tires these first couple of laps. To make sure that they're all set for the rest of the race.
All right, we've got 14 laps or 35 minutes coming at us here. And let's get through our starting grid, Greg. And then I got to tell you, this Formula V race yesterday was off the hook. So
Yeah,
looking forward to another good one here.
It was, yeah, definitely looking forward to it. All right, so well, we'll see if we've got a split start today. I think somebody in our chat during the first group kind of explained why maybe we didn't have a split start on the first race. But typically the Formula Vs usually hang back a little bit from the rest of the field. They've been doing that for as long as I've been working the Super Tour now for 7 years or thereabouts. Let's run down the order in our first group, Formula F and Formula 600. We've got 5 drivers that have set times over the course of the weekend, starting 5th. Driving the number 47 Formula 600 QRE Invader, it's Russell Straight Jr. out of Alden, New York. Brian Graham is scheduled to start 4th in our first group. He's driving his Piper DL7 Formula F machine. He's out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada. David Adorno scheduled to start 3rd in the number 84 Formula F Mygale. He's out of Woodhaven, New York. And your front row in our lead group, driver of the number 08 Mygale, the Formula F machine. He's out of Atlantic Beach, Florida, multi-time champion in the class, Jonathan Kodak. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 07 Nova car from Novi, Michigan, it's Calvin Stewart. And now let's take a look at that Formula V field, where we had 11 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. Michael Hinkle scheduled to start 11th in the number 37 Protoform. He's out of Suncook, New Hampshire. Then we've got William Hannum starting 10th. He's driving the number 95 Caracol. He's out of West Grove, Pennsylvania. Nate Ryder starting 9th in the number 42 Mysterian. He's out of Williamsburg, Virginia. Then Ray Qualls driving the number 86 Protoform. And Ray is out of Reisterstown, Maryland. Danielsville, Virginia is where Stephen Davis, Danielsville, Georgia, pardon me, is where Stephen Davis calls home. He's driving the number 80 Vortec. Then we've got Jeff Felpkowski driving his Vorsha. Jeff's out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Then we have the number 61 JK Technologies XP1 of Jonathan Weishite, who hails from Baltimore, Maryland. Then we have Donnie Isley, who I believe was our winner yesterday. He is scheduled to start 4th in the number 30 machine. He's driving his Agitator, and he's out of Fletcher, North Carolina, and there's nothing you need more than an Agitator. Starting 3rd, Trevor Carmody driving the number 7 Protoform. He's from Horseheads, New York, with Jeff Vallejo, who was our pole sitter for yesterday's race in the green number 29 Mysterian. He's out of Brooklyn, New York, but today's pole sitter with a qualifying time of a 218.613 from Asbury, New Jersey, driving his Scalar Mark I. Nice to have a car named after you. It is
Well,
Alex
when you build it
Scalar.
yourself, you name it whatever you want. Right?
Exactly. And I guess Agitator was already taken.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Brian and Lauren. So we've got the first pack now coming down through Hog Pen right now with our pole sitter, Calvin Stewart, to driver's right. That white number 07 Formula 600 Nova car, Jonathan Kodak, in the Formula F Mygale, the yellow machine, the 08 car to his left, as they now come onto the front straight. Pace car on the pit road as we are waiting for the green flag. And very slow run down to the starter stand, and the green flag is now in the air as Calvin Stewart jumps out to an early start there. And I think Stewart's probably going to start to run away here as the tires get warmed up. It's going to be the battle between Kodak and Adorno to watch in our first group, as the second pack now making their way onto the front straight, and green flag is in the air, and the 29 machine of Vallejo really getting caught out on the start, Lauren, as it looked like both Scaler and Carmody started pushing each other down the front straight, as that left lane just hung back for almost 2 seconds after the green flag came out for him.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what might have happened to Vallejo there. That was a super slow start. I don't know if he missed a shift or something, but he was definitely holding up that left-hand lane.
All right, so Brian, as our leaders now in Formula V coming down through turn one, it looks as though we've got clear running now all the way through the S's in our first group, and as we expected, the Formula 600 of Calvin Stewart jumping out to an early start there. We will continue to watch that, but I think we're going to probably spend most of our focus here today on this Formula V battle, especially given what we saw yesterday. And they are now making their way through the S's and through Snake, pardon me, and making the run down to turn number 7. And there you go, jumping out to that early lead, that bright blue number 79 machine of Alex Scaler, who Scaler yesterday finished third in that battle. He was actually running 5th in the pack on that very last lap. We saw Stephen Davis go off, and I believe it was Trevor Carmody as well that had gone off drivers left, going up towards the top of the roller coaster, and that allowed Scaler to move up into a podium paying position.
Right, yeah, this is the same first 5 cars that we had up front yesterday in Formula V, and they ran all day, all race like this, traded some spots, and it was a ton of fun to watch. But it's the same suspects that we had yesterday, and here they are panning out in a beautiful little formation there as they come past our cameras, and that's what we saw all day yesterday.
Yeah, the great thing about these cars is the pack will stay more bunched up like that because the draft is so valuable. You come down the straightaway, a draft can be worth 2 seconds down one straightaway. So if you can hang on through the corners, then you're likely to be able to hang into that lead pack and have a chance at that win.
Right, and we were talking yesterday, Lauren, it's also real important to keep your momentum going in these cars. If you lose momentum, it's just like putting the nail in the coffin. And sometimes it's smarter just to let the pass happen so you can keep your momentum and then come back a corner or two later and go after it again.
Exactly. Yeah, these are low horsepower cars, for sure.
All right, so we saw there is we crossed the start-finish line to start lap number 2 in Formula F. Jonathan Kodak and David Adorno had managed to get around Calvin Stewart for the overall lead. But Stewart, of course, then leading in Formula 600 as Russell Straight almost 20 seconds in arrears. But in Formula V, as our leaders now coming out of left hook and starting to make their way over towards turn 5, you can see we've got of the 8 cars that made the green flag today. We've got the top 6 again all together. It's Scaler, your leader, Jonathan Weisheit in the blue number 61 machine. So we've got I think the 2 blue cars. Probably Weisheit's in the white. Pardon me. Let's try this again. Alex Scaler, your leader in the blue number 79. It was Trevor Carmody coming out of turn 1, but we just saw Weisheit make a move as they came out of Snake, and he has now moved back up into second position in the blue number 61. The white number 7 of Carmody falling back into third position. Then Donnie Isley, Jeff Filipkowski, and the green number 29 machine, again, our pole sitter from yesterday, he was on the outside pole this morning. He's now sitting at the rear of this 6-car field And then we've got Ray Qualls, Jeff Hinkle. You can see about, I'd say probably around 40 car lengths behind that lead pack at the moment. Is the lead pack now already fanning out once again, coming up towards the top of 14.
It's nice to see. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's nice to see that Vallejo has caught back up to this pack, because after the rough start that he had, they gained quite a gap to him. I'd say it was about 10 car lengths or more, and he's made that gap back up. I'm sure we'll see him working his way through this lead pack of 6 cars as the race progresses.
Taking a look at our front pack, Jonathan Kotek was able to, and Calvin Stewart, actually, and David Adorno were able to take the lead on the first lap. Calvin Stewart dropped back a little bit, but now Stewart has come back to take second place again. So now we've got a Formula 600 sandwich with Stewart between those 2 Formula Fs. And then you've got Brian Graham in 4th place, and F. Russell Straight is in 5th. So that's how our front pack is sorting out at the moment. But we're going to keep concentrating here on the Formula V field, because that's where the real race is at this moment.
And Brian, that's one heck of a sandwich as they came through turns 1 and 2 there, as they were going through turn 1 3 wide. And we have a bit of a breakaway now here at the front of the field, and I believe that this is the number 7 of Trevor Carmody, who now has opened up about a 2, for Formula V, a huge car lead of what, like 2.5 car lengths, with Weishite and Isley behind Jeff Olkowski. Scaler, who had been right at the front of the field here to start this race, he's fallen back towards the back of the pack, along with Jeffrey Vallejo, and we'll start to see them come up, and we want to make sure they get some camera time there. There's Michael Hinkle and Ray Qualls. Great fight going on between them for 7th position.
Yeah, and Jonathan Weishite wants to make sure he doesn't get too far ahead, because if those 5 cars behind him work together, they'll just freight train him and drive right past. So it's almost smarter to stay with the pack a little bit, unless you know you can really pull away, because if you get those 5 cars working together, and he loses the benefit of draft, they're just going to literally drive right on by.
For sure. I think the lead that Trevor has right now, I'm sure he hopes it'll last, but given the nature of these cars, I don't know how likely that is. These guys are going to stay pretty close.
The nature of the cars and the quality of the drivers in this field as well. They all know what they're doing.
For sure.
All right, and Brian and Lauren just got word that Brian Graham, driver of the number 2 Piper, who's running 3rd in Formula F, just had a little bit of a challenge navigating turn 1. He had fallen off the track over driver's left. He has managed to get that car back underway, but we do have a waving yellow down at turn number 1, and that actually might be, from the looks of it, that is saying I believe that may have been Russell Straight.
I saw quite a puff of smoke going into turn 1 there, so I don't know if there might have been a mechanical issue.
Yeah, so that little caution is down now, as we've got our Formula V drivers heading into that area. And actually, no, it was Brian Graham, the orange number 2 Formula F Piper, that had gone off and cleared the area just before our Formula Vs came through, as they are now heading into left hook, as we have Donnie Isley is your new leader, the number 30 machine, with Weishite, and he did get freight trained there, Brian. I think running in actually it's Jeff Olkowski now in the red number 20 machine, I believe. Yeah. That's moved up to 2nd.
We've got Isley 1st, we've got Filipkowski 2nd, and it looks like Weishite 3rd. It looks like Carmody has moved back to 4th. And beyond that, we have a hard time viewing.
There were times yesterday, Lauren, where they were changing positions 3 or 4 times every lap.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep up with that.
It's really hard to keep up with it, absolutely.
Yeah, even for Formula V racing, this is some of the closest that I've watched.
We had a really similar race at Atlanta, and a really good race with 4 cars at Buttonwillow. I was amazed at how fun a 4-car race at Buttonwillow could be, and but it was a lot of this type stuff as well, and it was just a really good time. Yeah, those two cars off the back, they're going to race themselves now, from 5th and 6th. I think unless there's a big problem up front or we get a, I won't even say it, they're going to do their own thing here. Look at this side-by-side action through the roller coaster. This is just some of the best Formula V racing you're going to see anywhere.
Yeah, and so that's good. I was just going to say that.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say through the coming through 14, we just saw Carmody, the number 7 machine, dropping back, or not dropping back, but getting back ahead of Jeff Filipkowski. But Brian, we are now 3 wide on the front straight as they came out of Hog Pen and go past the start-finish line. As we've got Carmody, we've got Filipkowski, and I believe that is also Alex Scaler fanning down wheel to wheel, heading down into turn 1.
Yeah, 3 wide can be scary in any car, but 3 wide in these Formula cars, it makes you a little nervous sometimes.
Yeah, but you have a fairly wide front straight here, so there's at least some room to navigate. The challenge, I think, is they all head down into turn 1. Lauren, certainly is obviously the grip levels if you're all the way on the outside, which are kind of low to begin with, and as the tabletop there kind of drops away and goes off camber, we've seen a lot of cars over the last couple days, both in the dry and the wet, have trouble navigating from the outside there.
Sure. Yeah, I was just going to mention, Greg, this is the 60th anniversary of Formula V this year. They're having a big celebration race in June at Pit Race.
Yeah, Formula V birthday party.
and I understand there's over 100 Formula Vs registered for the weekend. So
yeah, they seem to struggle to all show up in one place, but I think we might get them all at Pit. I'm hoping to race as well. I'm super excited for that.
That's so cool.
So Lauren, I was watching, looking at some posts, and your dad, he's modified the car slightly so that he can race. I think he was in it at Carolina Motorsports Park.
He sure was, yeah. He widened the Caracal D so he could fit in it. He's got the broad shoulders. He was like squeezed up in there, like his arms are completely locked. But yeah, he's widened to Formula V, so he and some other broader drivers can also drive it, which is great.
People of ample girth like me.
Don't give anything away, Brian. All right, our Formula V field now, the lead pack of 6 cars, and we have a car, I believe, that is off at the top of 14, Brian. And I only saw 5 cars come down the hill. And it is the 29 machine of Jeff Vallejo.
Oh, no.
Has gone off driver's right before the top of the roller coaster, under braking. There is that tire wall, driver's right, and the driver is out of the car. But what was a 6-car battle for the lead in Formula V is now a 5-car battle. And I thought I only saw 5 cars come down the hill.
I think you're right. I didn't catch what happened to him there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, where he went off is a little bit out of our view. I don't think we've got a camera on that position there, but looks like we will continue on. All right, real quick, Brian and Lauren, I've got a couple of quick announcements to make, a little bit of housekeeping. So I'm gonna ring the bell just because I like ringing and ringing bells. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We have found the membership card for Madden Joseph Workman of Ohio. Please head to the tech shed where you can pick that up. Again, we've got Madden Workman's membership card. It's over at the tech shed. And in addition, we'd like the following drivers to come by the tech shed at some point today and pick up your trophies from yesterday: Alistair McEwen, Nathan Pring, Lee Rackley, Robert Noel, and Michael Sperber. Again, Alistair McEwen, Nathan Pring, Lee Rackley, Robert Noel, and Michael Sperber. I guess probably the best way to pick them up is end up on the podium today as well. But they will be there waiting for you.
It looks like the Formula 600 field has caught and passed the Formula Vs as they're going up to turn 14. That looks like Cal Stewart and
it looks like David Adorno directly ahead of him in the number 84 Miguel, I believe.
Right.
Oh, actually, no. I think
I think it's Jonathan Kotek and Calvin Stewart who just went through on that real quick reset there. And then after I reset the front pack, Greg, we should do a call to grid and take our break because we are at the halfway point. But Formula F right now, your leader is Jonathan Kotek in first place overall. Second place overall is your F600 leader, Calvin Stewart. Then you've got David Adorno, Brian Graham in third and fourth, and then F. Russell Straight is in fifth in Formula 600. And Alex and Scaler just took the lead, although then Donnie Isley took it right back. So so we got that stuff going on. So, Greg, let's do our call to grid and take our break, and then we'll come back to the rest of the race.
Sounds good. And you realize by the time we come back from break, that lead is going to have changed another 14 times.
Probably.
All right. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. This is your first call to the grid. And so let's take that break, Brian. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag in Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Okay, working lap 9 of 14 here for our Formula F, Formula 600, Formula V race. Up front, we've got Cal Stewart in the 07 Nova car. He has taken back the lead after losing it on the first lap. He is our overall leader. Your Formula F field is second, third, and fourth on the track. Jonathan Kotek is first, followed by David Adorno, Brian Graham, and then your F. Russell Straight is in fifth. He is another Formula 600 car. And then we've got this group of cars that we're looking at right now. Now it's down to 4, Lauren.
Yeah, it seems like the table has kind of turned for Trevor Carmody. We were talking about how he had taken an early lead and might have a breakaway. However, it now looks like there's quite a gap that the rest of that lead pack has gained on him. I'd say he's, 400 feet back from them. And so I don't know, he might be out of the contention for this race here.
Yeah, he's going to need some help to get back caught up at this point in time, because my recollection from when I was driving V's is that's probably no longer in the draft at this point in time.
Yeah.
These cars work really well in a draft, but they don't punch a huge enough hole in the air to get back to Carmody there in fifth place.
Yep, you're certainly right, and I wonder if there might have been something that happened to him if he had some kind of incident with another driver or a mistake or something that caused him to be further back like that. Because considering his pace early in the race, it seems unlikely that it would have just fallen off.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he had to check up, and once you lose the momentum, it's not hard to start falling back. So,
For sure.
it could have been it could have been just a tiny hiccup with these cars, and and then that gap gets there, and then the 4 cars in front start working together again. So, but a similar hiccup could bring him back to the field as well. But it'll have to be something.
Hey, real quick, guys, got a big, maybe not a surprise, but a big change here for the overall lead. Jonathan Kotick, driver of the 78 Formula F machine out of Atlantic Beach, he is off in the dirt on the outside of turn 10, up by South Bend, and that car for the moment is not moving, and you can see him now if you look at this view, off in the grass to our left, and he's trying to work his way up. And that's a pretty big hill to climb if he wants to get to the back straight. But that is now going to change the lead in Formula F. Certainly, Calvin Stewart is now your overall leader. We should see David Adorno now take the lead in Formula F and run second overall. And we'll have to see if Graham, who was still on the lead lap in his Piper, even with that earlier off at turn 1, whether or not he can get past the 08 machine as well as Adorno, just now crossing the start-finish line, officially taking the lead in Formula F.
Yeah, I don't imagine he's trying to go up the hill to rejoin. I'm guessing he came off on drivers right there behind him. My guess is that he's probably got a problem, and he's trying to get as far off the track as possible so we don't have to go full course yellow right now, because you wouldn't be allowed to exit the track on the left there and then come back up here on the other side of Oak Tree. So my guess is that he's just trying to get as safe as possible, and good on him for that. But if he were really trying to get back into the action, he'd be trying to go behind him, not in front of him.
All right, so heading down now into turn 1 as Kotick tries to get through. We had side by side coming past the start-finish line. Both Donnie Isley and Jeff Filipkowski sitting back in the battle right now for third. Is again that 6-car battle that became 5, that is now 4. With Carmody falling even further off of that lead pack now. We have heading through left hook, it is Alex Scale, your leader, with Jonathan Weisheit, the light blue car, the dark blue car, and then it looks as though it is Donnie Isley and Jeff Filipkowski making up your top 4, and Scale is starting to open up a bit of a gap here that likely Weisheit's still within the draft, but he might be falling a little bit behind it as they come up here through the S's.
I was about to say the same. It looked like Scaler grabbed himself a little bit of a lead, but the uphill S's, that draft will still be pretty strong. So I'm sure by the time we see them coming through Oak Tree, as we see them now, they're right back bunched up again. Now it does look like Isley has a bit of a gap to Filipkowski, though. Again, I'm sure that might change by the time we reach the roller coaster up at turn 14.
All right, so Laura, now we've got 2.5, 3 laps to go here. Two laps to go. Start talking to us a little bit about strategy. What is Scaler thinking? What is Weisheit thinking right now?
If I was Scaler right now, I would be, I'd be happy to be Weisheit right now. I never want to be in the lead on the last lap because that puts the other person in complete control of the entire situation. Being in the lead, you're at the mercy of the person behind you. They can pass you whenever they want. That's something that I love to do, is just sit behind and follow. That's how I won at the majors last year. Just sit behind and follow and just wait your turn. And then go ahead and pass that lead car on the last lap because there's nothing they can do about it. And it looks like there has been a change of position. Weisheit's ahead of Scaler now. And so, I'd be happy to be to be in the second place car at this point.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened going up to the top of the roller coaster. Weishite got past Alex Scaler, and now we'll see here as we're 3 wide going down into turn number 1, and looks like a little bit of brake lockup from Jonathan Weishite, who entered from the centers. He was a little defensive with Alex Scaler and maybe did not expect the third place driver, Donnie Isley, to come down the inside as they come through the NASCAR bend over turn 3. It is still Philip Kowski in the lead, and you know, maybe that was the design from Weishite in the lead, not Alex Scaler, but maybe that was the design on Alex Scaler's part to let Weishite lead another lap through here.
For sure.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group as this race is winding down. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4, please head to the grid.
And as we come back, let's take a quick look. Calvin Stewart, still your race leader. In Formula F, you've got David Adorno, Brian Graham, and then F. Russell Straight. And let's get back to Formula V.
It's where all the action's happening, isn't it?
Exactly.
Looks like everyone on that last lap ran the fastest lap of the race, and I thought they might get to starting to slow down as they reach the end of this race. But no, the top 3 all just busted out into the 18s, 2 18s. So it looks like they're just getting faster as we move on.
Yeah,
things are getting real. It's go time.
Yeah, and that is actually quite a bit lower than they ran in qualifying on Friday when they actually had a dry qualifying session to begin the day here. As again, it is 3 cars now coming down through the roller coaster, all nose to tail, as they make their way onto the front straight, and as they come down here to start, and we only have, I believe, 3 laps remaining here. It is the 79 machine for the moment. He is your leader. That is Alex Scaler. He gets around Jonathan Weishite just before the start-finish line. Donnie Isley sitting in 3rd as they now make their way down to turns number 1 and 2. The horseshoe, they don't fan out this time, and Weishite deciding not to move in. Yeah, that is Carmody with that big lockup, I think, as he's trying to push that car as much as possible to get back up to the lead pack, as our overall leader, Calvin Stewart, is coming onto the front straight. And Stewart now getting the white flag. So we are on the last lap here at Virginia International Raceway, and I think the V's are far enough ahead that they should be able to get one more lap in.
Yeah.
They'll probably make it around again. And take a look at our screen now. Scaler's got quite a big lead to Weishite and Isley in 3rd. And it seems like over our break that Philip Kowski fell back a little bit. We have been noticing coming down the back straightaway that they had gained a little bit of a gap on him, but that gap just seems to be growing. So that might take him out of contention for the podium places for this Super Tour race.
Yeah, it does look like it's a 3-driver race now to the checkered flag in Formula V. And the big question is going to be, can Weishite and Isley catch the back of Scaler? And it's not out of the question, but you know, right now it's a 6-7 car length lead, and with a lap and a half to go, that could be the end of it here.
Yeah, and we saw there coming out of turn 12, and he's been doing this more or less since the beginning of the race. Scaler using every last bit of that exit curbing, opening up the corner, creating a little bit less drag, and he does appear to carry at least a little bit more speed out of Oak Tree. Of course, he loses a lot of that due to the cars being behind him in the draft, and we see now as Weishite and Isley do make up a little bit of ground here, but maybe not enough. We'll see. You know, the defining factor here at Virginia International Raceway is these 2 rather long straightaways that play into the hands of a Formula V driver with the draft. We'll see if that pair sitting right behind Jonathan Weishite and Donnie Isley, if they can work together to get back up to Alex Scaler here so that there is a battle for the lead on the last lap, as Calvin Stewart, our leader, is making his way down the roller coaster now. When he comes across the start-finish line, he should see the checkered flag we've been in a couple events so far this season, Brian, where we haven't seen the checkered flag after the white flag's up. So always want to measure that. But there you go, checkered flag in the air. Calvin Stewart is your winner in Formula 600.
All right, and our Formula V field's coming through left hook right now. Still a pretty decent lead for Isley, but
Scalar.
I'm sorry, for Scalar. Thank you. And unless Scalar does something wrong, Lauren, right now, it is his race to lose.
It's looking very good for him right now, as I think Weishite just pulled past Isley, so this might be a race for second, and Scalar might be able to pull away with the win in this one.
Yeah.
Though, as I said previously, the draft is worth a huge amount on the straightaway. I don't know if they're close enough to Scalar to be able to pull his draft enough to make this a 3-car race.
Well,
yeah, and I think the second and third place cars right now have decided that they can't catch them, and now they have to race for second place.
Yeah, that's a decision you have to make sometimes, is are you close enough to be able to race it for the win, or should you just kind of cut your losses and make it as far up as you can in the position that you're in at the moment?
Well, as they go down the back straight here for the very last time, in the gap between our leader, Alex Scalar, and our second and third place runners at the moment, Jonathan Weishite, and pardon me, and oh my gosh, all of a sudden my brain is flipping at Donnie Isley. Thank you. Good thing I've got Lauren here. But they are now side by side going up into turn 14 as Scalar now works his way down the hill. And it is Jonathan Weishite, I believe, sitting up in second position, coming down. Now, we know here from past races that it is possible to use that draft, the start-finish line, far enough down the front straight that you can use the draft to slingshot by at the end. I don't think Alex Scalar is going to have that worry as he comes across the line to take the win.
Super close race for Isley and Weishite. Looks like Weishite got second, Isley got third, and they crossed the line side by side. Let's see, what's the gap on that?
And we're taking a look at the gap, and it should be
less than a tenth of a second.
Yeah, 1300ths of a second separating Weishite and Isley at the checkered flag. So Alex Scalar is your winner. Jonathan Weishite will finish second. Donnie Isley will finish third, with Jeff Filipkowski finishing just off the podium in fourth, Trevor Carmody fifth, and then Michael Hinkle, Ray Qualls, and Jeff Vallejo, the 29 machine, unfortunately, will finish in eighth. In Formula 600, as we mentioned, Calvin Stewart takes the win. Russell Straight Jr. finishes one lap down in second. David Adorno will take the win in Formula F. And Brian Graham, a lap down, finishes second in Formula F, with Jonathan Kotek finishing in third.
So there were, I think, legitimately 4 passes for second place on that final lap, with that final pass coming right at the end. So, while that 6-car field split up a little bit, still a fantastic run to the finish here. And Formula V, in my heart, one of my favorite classes, but they've also been putting on some of the best shows this year, Greg, in all of the Supercars we've been at.
They have. Absolutely, they have. All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. And so, Brian, Lauren, while we've got some of our emergency services teams heading out to pick up Mr. Kotek, and actually I don't see Mr. Kotek there any longer.
I think they might need to pick up Jeffrey Vallejo.
Vallejo up at the top of the roller coaster as well. Lauren, want to thank you for coming in for the second day in a row. Are you going to be racing in Spec Miata, or can we maybe see you here a little bit later today as well?
You might see me here later today, unfortunately. Yeah, I had some issues yesterday. It doesn't seem like these are going to be solvable problems for the race today. Hopefully I'll be back at it at future race weekends. But yeah, looks like it's not my weekend this weekend. So you might see me up here if you'll let me.
Yeah, we would definitely
Yeah,
enjoy
love it.
having you. Yeah, I don't think you have any disagreement between Brian and I on that one. So
Sounds great.
So-
I'll see you guys again later today in that case.
there you go. So there you go, everybody. Lauren Brailier, Spec Miata and Formula V driver. And we will be back here in just a few moments for our third race of the morning. And those are going to be our touring cars, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. You're listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. And we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway with the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live on SCCA Official on YouTube. If you're watching from home, click the like button, subscribe, and the bell, and all that fun stuff so you can catch us for the next 5 race weekends as well. We're at the halfway point, Greg.
Yes, we are.
Oh,
Five more rounds to go.
Where does the time fly to?
Well, Brian, you have to remember, it's only the beginning of April.
I know. It's crazy.
Hasn't flown that far. It's a very compressed schedule that brings us all the way from Sebring in mid-January to the June sprints at the very end of June. And hey, by the summer solstice, we're all done.
I love it. I love it. Well, we're going to keep it going here with our next race group. This is our touring group, T2, T3, T4. And for our starting lineups, that would be you, Mr. Gray.
Yes, it would. All right, so we had 44 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. I'm going to run down the top 20 here because, well, otherwise we're not going to get to the green flag. Starting 20th, driving the number 30, T3 Volkswagen GTI. Jeremy Hoover's to start 19th. He's driving the number 144 T3 Spec BMW Spec E46. He's from Winchester, Virginia. Jonathan Newdorf from Scottsdale, Arizona will start 18th, driving the number 55 T3 Mazda Miata. And then we've got Colin Harrison. He starts 17th today, driving the number 20 T3 Toyota GR86. Simon Asselin, he's starting 16th. He's got the number 81 T3 BMW 330i. He's from Sammamish, Washington. And then we've got Todd Clark starting 15th, driving the number 14 T3 BMW 330 Ci. Greg Shermer will start 14th. He's got the 149 Touring 2 Porsche 911. While Gamal Aguilar Gomez will start 13th, driving the number 119 BMW 330i. He's from Renton, Washington. Simon Foulweather from Birmingham, Alabama will start 12th. He's driving the number 61 T3 BMW 330 Ci, while Sean Lovett will start 11th. He's driving the number 23 T3 BMW Spec E46. Ryan Spray will start 10th. He's driving the number 194 T3 Ford Mustang. He's from Little Elm, Texas, and we've got Angelica Spray in T4 in the field here as well. We'll talk about T4 in a few moments. Starting 9th in the number 19 T3 BMW M3, it's Francis Seldorf. Starting 8th, driving the number 8 T3 Nissan 350Z from Covington, Louisiana. It's Richard Baldwin. Then we've got Shane Jay from Washington, D.C., starting 7th in the number 89 T3 Toyota GR86. Alan Phillips will start 6th. He's in the 46 T2 Mustang, Ford Mustang. He's from Glassboro, New Jersey. And then we've got Joe Bowden starting 5th. He's in the number 45 T2 Porsche 911. On row number 2, on the outside, your winner in T3 yesterday, driving the number 4 Nissan 350Z from Arlington, Virginia, it's Rob Hines, with Aaron Kaplan starting 3rd. He's driving the number 18 T2 BMW M2 Club Sport. And your front row today, starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 0 T2 Dodge Viper from Auburn, Washington. He was your winner in T2 yesterday, Scotty B. White. And then Mark Bowden, driving the number 146 T2 Porsche 911 from Buffalo Grove, Illinois, with a qualifying time of 2:02.427. He should be leading the field down the roller coaster now.
There you go. There is your field through the roller coaster, heading now down towards turn 16. And it's pretty much, not even pretty much, we have a dry racetrack now, I would call it. And here they come down. The pace car is on pit lane. The whole field heading down towards that beautiful red starter stand. And we're going to get our green flag hopefully here pretty quickly as the field starts to line up. Hopefully the starter will like what they see, and the green flag is in the air. And look at that, 40 cars pretty much heading down towards turn 1. And you will see how this whole thing works out.
And we have somebody in the chat whose name is Weather Expert Gaming. Where was he on Friday and Saturday?
Well, we didn't need a weather expert on Friday and Saturday. I was pretty certain what was going on.
Yeah, that is definitely true. All right, so Brian, a lot of brake lock up towards the back half of the pack there, as big accordion action going on. Now, we didn't talk so much and didn't run down any of the T4 grid here. Our T4 pole sitter was starting just out of the top 20 was Angelica Spray. Of course, we see that bright green Ford Mustang of Ryan Spray coming through the field right now. But And spray
there's a car
head
off
vision.
and now hard into the tire wall and up in the air with the rear end there. There's another one spinning as well into the tire wall on the other side of the car. And is everyone going to be able to avoid that car? Hopefully no. Now the 134 car, I believe that's the spray car that you were just
the
talking
194 of Ryan Spray, the green Mustang. There was the third car through, but we do have 3 cars off in the snake, and we are going to be going. Brian here is our leaders coming out of Oak Tree right now. We will be going to a full course caution. I would suspect looks as though Brian, one of the cars coming out of Oak Tree towards the front end of the field, definitely off the pace there.
Yeah, I don't know if he's off the pace or if he heard his team call a full course yellow early or something. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that. But definitely slower, and it looked like Mark Bowden was made a pass for. That was Mark Bowden going past Scotty B. White, who was in a slower car. So I'm not quite sure if Scotty got a little note from his pit crew. They might be watching our feed.
That is possible too. Yeah, absolutely. That we are going to be going to a full course caution. Obviously, the full course caution is out now, as we have some emergency services workers responding to the incidents, and still trying to get the other 2 cars that were involved. And we can see at least one of the drivers out of the car and getting over the fence over there as we wait for the emergency service. Actually, that isn't the emergency services teams. I believe that was one of the drivers.
Yeah, it is.
Checking on the other driver, and we've got the third car, and actually the first one involved in the incident there. Drivers left in what is, Brian, a very tight portion of the race course.
Yeah, a tight portion of the race course, Greg, and there's a ton of debris on the ground there around those cars. When these cars drive through there, there's going to be very, very little that they can do to avoid everything that's there. We've got the course trucks checking on the car on driver's right there that's up on top of the tire wall. The good news is that they backed pretty much square into the tire wall, so hopefully that driver is okay. Probably just didn't carry a spot. The other 2, the green car there didn't hit the wall really hard, but did hit the wall. So I'm guessing those 2 drivers hopefully are just fine as well.
And Brian, I'm getting word that it is the 46th machine of Alan Phillips, the 2014 T2 Ford Mustang. That was the car up on the tire wall, and we're still trying to get a number on the third car.
Yeah, the good news is that car on the tire wall had scrubbed off a ton of speed before it got there, because it had spun maybe twice before even getting to the tire wall, so I'm hopeful for everyone involved here. I see one driver out of the car. I believe that's the driver of the black car. Haven't seen the driver out of the green car yet, but they're told not to get out of the car until the course crew gets there. So it's safer to be in the car than it is to be wandering around the racetrack.
Yes, absolutely.
And it looks like the drivers are trying to go around the debris on the right side. That's probably the best move. But there's a lot down there, so hopefully no one cuts down a tire here.
Well, and there's actually a big piece of debris there you can see.
Yeah.
Certainly right of the center line of the track. There is not a lot of room for the cars to move through.
All right.
So it's going to take a while for these drivers to filter through. Brian, I was going to say, would this be a good time to take a break?
That's exactly what I was thinking, Greg. Let's make it happen so we can get as much of the green racing action after we get this cleaned up.
All right, and Brian, before we go to break here, we are going to black flag all, and I think a lot of that is because they don't want to have that the amount of time it takes the field to make it through that debris field. So we're going to bring them down the pit lane for the time being. The clock will continue to run as it does under black flag conditions. But Brian, let's go. We'll take that break, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more information for our viewers when we come back here at the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, Visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
And we're back at Virginia International Raceway. Brian Polanski, Greg Ginsburg. We're getting ready to pull the cars off the track here for a black flag haul as they do a big cleanup in the Snake area of the racetrack. Greg, Danny Stain in our chat said that he thinks that they probably didn't get enough heat in the tires before on that outlap. It's warmed up to 47 degrees, but it's still not warm. So
No.
I think he's probably 100% correct.
Yeah, and not only that, but early on, Brian, in these races, there is the tendency and the desire to maybe go offline and try to make some early passes here. And there are still sections of the track, especially coming out of Turn 5 and going into Snake, that haven't received a lot of rubber yet today.
Sure.
That there just isn't a lot of grip to begin with. So talking to producer Zach, I think we might have a replay lined up there as we had that incident coming out of Turn 5 going in the Snake. Zach, can you cue that up for us?
All right, this is Ryan Harrison in the 47 car. You can see it happen right there. There's a little side-by-side action. Everybody trying to woe down with that car on the wall. Then you had the car go off on the left there as that was happening. A bit of I don't know if that was talent or luck for Harrison to get through all of that, but whatever it is, he'll take it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and we saw there as they were coming through that the 46 machine of Phillips was already up on the tire wall. So you could see where he tried to move over a little bit drivers right, and it was probably the right move as we saw the cars go into the grass drivers left and start to make that. Make the slides there, including the 194 and the other car that we haven't gotten the number on. Although I am starting to think, and this is unfortunate, that it may have been Angelica Spray in the 120 machine. That is the Subaru BRZ that is over by the green car. So it looks like we may have had both Ryan Spray and Angelica Spray taken out in that same incident there with the one car already up on the rollback, and that might also explain why we saw Ryan Spray get out of his car and move over to the other car there in the incident as well. But interesting is Angelica yesterday was our T4 pole sitter. She came home with the bronze medal in T4. But we had Brian, as this is going on and some cleanup going on here. We talked early when our first race rolled off in regards to Blair Deffenbaugh, of course, being a first-time race winner on the Super Tour.
Sure.
We had a number of first-time winners. Our T4 winner yesterday was Christian Braunlick out of the Central Carolina region of the SCCA, and it was his very first time racing not only a majors race but a Super Tour race, and came away with the win with Chris Windsor, who has been at this for very many years, finishing right behind Braunlick. running in a Mazda RX-8, which really hasn't been the chassis of choice in T4 for a couple of years now. Back in the 2017, 2018 time frame, it was the car to have in this class. But it's, you talk about wet weather racing, and it's the great equalizer, and Braunlich came away with that win.
Yeah, it was a good win for him, and like we said earlier, a couple of first-time winners yesterday, which was really cool to see. Always love to see that. So all fine there, and looking at the timing and scoring system here, I think you've probably hit the nail right on the head there as far as the cars involved. Alan Phillips was in the 46 car. We knew the 194 was there, and then I think the car on the rollback was the 120, because they're the three cars that did not complete the first lap. So
yeah, indeed.
Good call on that. While we've got the time, Greg, let's take a look at who's talking to us in our associate producer chat. Say hi to Mike Helm, SM Racer 91. Louis Salves is in from Brazil, and hi to Rick Ruckman. And let's see who else we got here. Skip Jr.
That's Skip Rock Jr., who we'll see a little bit later in the Spec Miata race.
Is it? I'm not sure if it's Gilles, the car guy, or Gil, the car guy, but I like the name nonetheless. Cliff White's here. Gabe Fehrbach, a lot of folks. Brian Straczynski, who I think, Greg, has been with us for every single Super Tour race.
And I think Gabe Fehrbach has as well. He is our resident Formula Enterprises 2 expert.
Yep.
Who helped us? I think helped us with sorting out the Rackleys yesterday.
And I don't know if you remember last race, Greg. I had mentioned that if we were to get over whatever the number of subscribers we were looking for, they were going to get an Inside the SCCA coffee mug. Brian Straczynski is the guy who won the mug.
Yeah. Oh, really?
He doesn't know this yet.
Oh, well,
now he does.
Does. On like a 5 or 6 second delay, but yeah, he'll know.
I've got it. I haven't placed the order yet, Brian, but when it does come in, you will be getting that mug, and for helping getting us over. I think it was over 6,000 subscribers. Was that the number we were shooting for?
I think.
Or was it 10,000?
I think it was 10,000, if I remember correctly.
Well, maybe we need to put another mug out there.
2,000, or maybe it was 2,000. I don't remember. It's so long ago. It's so long ago, Brian.
I love it. No, I think it was 6,000 subscribers that we're going.
Oh, that's right.
We're now at 6,500. So, maybe we can get up to 7,000 subscribers today, and I'll have to give away another mug.
It's a lot of coffee to be drinking, my friend.
Tell me about it. And I've already threw a pot today.
Oh my, oh my.
I know. It's
All
going to
right,
be a problem later.
So just to remind everybody, we are under black flag conditions here at Virginia International Raceway. You're watching some cleanup here coming out of the area called Snake, making the run towards the uphill S's lap 1 incident. We do have the entire field on the pit lane under black flag conditions. The clock continues to tick down as these are 14-lap or 35-minute races, whichever come first, and we are just about 14 minutes now into this race with technically 1 lap in the books.
Right. And it's been a tough weekend for our Green to Checkers initiative here. We've had a lot of full course yellows this weekend. And we can attribute it to the weather to some extent, but we've had a lot of races this year with gnarly weather that have not had big problems like we've had this weekend. So, not quite sure what's in the water or in the rainwater this weekend, but we have had a lot of full course yellows. So hopefully we can keep it green for most of the rest of the weekend. Hopefully we can get this cleanup out there so our cars here in this group can get back out for a couple more green flag laps.
All right, and Brian, the starter stand is now displaying the red flag. And so with now just about 20 minutes exactly on the clock has stopped. And
yep, that's good news for the racers. That means when we come back out, it'll probably be a lap of yellow and then back to green, and we might get a good 10, 12 minutes of racing left in before this is all said and done. So. If you want to get out on the track, but you're not quite ready to drive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend, check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day, low-pressure, fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. You can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com. And if you want to do a track night, Greg, right there at VIR, there's one scheduled for July 20th. Also, if you're closer to DC or Richmond, and there is a track night in America on June 8th at Dominion Speedway, which is just north of Richmond in Woodford, Virginia. And if you're a NASCAR fan, I believe Dominion is the track that a young Denny Hamlin learned to race on.
Well, not that Dominion. The original Dominion Raceway, which was in Manassas, Virginia, is where he was. Dominion Raceway moved quite a bit south out of the Washington, D.C. area, and again, much closer to Richmond area now, right off of I-95, and has been open. The current iteration of Dominion has been open now for about, I think, 7 or 8 years. And very, very popular facility, both for the circle track racing, and they've got a road course. I don't know of any organizations that race at that road course, but again, it has turned into be a very nice track day facility.
We saw 2 cars off the track now. I don't know if that's all if the third car has also made it back to pits, but that's a good sign. Yes, all the cars are gone. Now they're just getting the cleanup done and fixing the tire walls. So hopefully we can get back to racing action here pretty quickly. Andrew Aquilante, multiple national champion, is in the feed in the chat. Says that there's been lots of problems at VIR Super Tours. He thinks it's part of the grip on the track. He says it's inconsistent and worn out. There's a lot of things contributing to that, but I've heard that from several drivers.
I was just going to say now. So Virginia International Raceway was repaved back in 2017, and I raced here actually the following year, back in 2018 was the last time I raced here, and even then the grip levels were quite a bit lower than I had expected in many places around the track. And there are also portions of the track now where they've got sealer down to deal with some of the cracking in the pavement and what have you. And I think probably the one word that Andrew brings up in his comment there, inconsistent, is, I think that's the key word, that there are really varying levels of grip here, and that's both online and offline as well. It's sometimes very difficult here to determine where you should attempt to pass and where you shouldn't attempt to pass.
Tristan Smith suggests VIR fast and technical plus cold tires equals full course yellows. And I think that's definitely part of this. A lot of our incidents happening right on the first lap, and in addition, you gotta be smart on that first lap. You know, we keep saying it, and we over and over again. You can't win the race on the first lap. You can certainly lose it, as we have learned here today on several occasions and yesterday. But you just really got to be a little smarter on those first laps and get the tire temperatures up here. So. Very interesting what our situation here is. Clock locked at just under 15 minutes, 14 minutes and 59 seconds left in this race. We're under red flag conditions. Coming through that first lap, you can't tell much by this, but Mark Bowden, Scotty White, and Aaron Kaplan were your top 3 cars in T2. In T3, you had Sean Lovett and Rob Hines, and Rich Baldwin were your top 3 in T3. Rolling down to T4, you got Charles Habis-Rudiger. That's a great name. I probably screwed it up.
Thankfully, you said it better than I ever could. Like I said, I still have Steve Bertok from Panic Motorsports, his voice in the back of my head telling me 25 times how to pronounce that name.
Well, I hope I got it close. Aiden Rose is in. Christopher Windsor is your first place car in T4, followed by Charles Habis-Rudiger and Aiden Rose. I hope I got that right or close to it. That's where we sit right now as far as our top 3 in each class. You know, while we've got the time, the post-race interview yesterday with Scotty B. White. Did you see it, Greg?
I have not seen it. I've heard about it, however.
Scotty,
he thanked Mark Bowden, I heard.
yeah, clearly tongue-in-cheek, and I love the lighthearted trash talk. But Mark Bowden went off the track early in yesterday's race in the rain. And for those of you who haven't watched all of our races this year, on many races, Mark Bowden in that Porsche 997 1C2 has been just the absolute class of the field. And Scotty B. White has been the bridesmaid in a lot of these classes.
Yes.
But he said, but as Mark drove off the track or had an incident, Scotty went up to take the win. Afterwards, Scotty starts off by saying, "I'd like to start by thanking Mark Bowden for everything he's done for me." And it was a good chuckle for everybody. But these guys all like each other and have a good time out there. But he was just very funny how it sounded like an Oscars speech, and it was so much fun. But yeah, and as I like to say, Scotty B is a guy with opinions, and he's not afraid to share them. So it was a good take on that. But the Viper now back in second place here, and where he's been for a lot of the races this year.
All right,
still
Brian,
working on the cleanup.
That we are working on the cleanup, but race control has instructed the grid to let the drivers know that they're going to be rolling off in 5 minutes. So I think we're towards the end of this tire wall cleanup that we're looking at right here, and we've got the street sweeper there, both brushing and blowing a lot of the dirt off. I think there's still going to be quite a bit of debris over there, drivers left, as the drivers come out of Snake. That's typically not the racing line, but certainly if drivers are going to attempt to pass coming out of Snake, it's going to be pretty important that they know that. I think that they will likely be brought out off the pit lane behind the safety car, so they'll have an opportunity to see what that looks like. It should be noted also, Brian, that one lap that was completed behind the safety car, as again the incident happened rather early on in our opening lap.
Yeah, and they have a safety car placed at the exit of Oak Tree, which is a real smart thing to do in situations like this. So knowing and seeing what they were able to do, Race Control was able to pull the trigger on the full course yellow and get that safety car out, I think, before the pack even got there. But if they didn't, the safety car was out at the start of the race as well. So even the first time through the incident after the yellow, there was a safety car there. But all smart and good decisions in that regard. And I'm glad that we're going to get ourselves back to racing action here pretty quickly.
All right, we've got the pace car now, or safety car, pardon me, at the front end of the pit lane. And they were just a bit. I said oops, but it's because the starter stand was originally instructed to withdraw the red flag, and before it was pulled down, they thought better of it. Of course, pulling that red flag down also means that the clock will restart.
Yeah, you want to do that at the last possible moment,
right,
so that we get as many seconds of racing in on this group. So the problem is now, with as little racing as we had before, and being now on pit lane for a good 10 minutes or so, any heat that was in the tires no longer in those tires. So it's just basically like going out on a fresh racetrack for a fresh pace lap for these guys and gals. So hopefully the calmer minds will prevail, and we can avoid any more problems and get this thing in. And with 10 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go, probably take the green flag, Greg, with about 12 minutes left in the race, which means we should get maybe 7 race laps in.
That with 20 minutes remaining would probably be what I'd like. And Brian, the 1 minute warning is being given on the pit lane. Let me do this. Let me go and we're going to try and get word as to whether or not our next race will be starting on time, and we'll see about making a call to the grid. The red flag has now been withdrawn, and as the safety car rolls off, the clock should restart here in just a moment, and here we go. Clock is now rolling, Brian,
yes.
and so we're just now under 20 minutes.
And I want to apologize. I've been looking at the timing and scoring the wrong way for the last 15 minutes. You are right, Greg. Of course, you're always right. 20 minutes left, not 15. So we should get good 15 minutes of green flag action here if all goes well.
Yeah, so should be able to get a number of laps in here, of course. Well, Brian, by the time the safety car brings the field around, we'll probably be very close to 15 minutes remaining here in the race. So we'll see here. We're trying to get word on whether or not we're scheduled to have I believe actually we're scheduled to have 2 more races before we break for lunch. We're scheduled to run our Formula Car race as well as our Spec Miata race prior to lunch, just trying to get verification on that. But I think we are still going to be going with at least 1 more race. So let me do this, Brian, while the field is on the outlap here. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 4, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please start heading to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please start making your way to the grid.
All right, so Greg, the good news is when we restart, we will not be restarting 2 by 2. So that should help the field fan out a little bit. Hopefully that will help us get through the first half of this first lap as good as possible. And even in the few minutes that we've been racing here, the track temperature has gone up just a little bit, so that'll help a little bit. But it's still darn chilly. It's not even 50 degrees yet, as far as weather.com says.
No, it is still about 45 degrees here at the Raceway.
I see 48, 45, 48. Not much of a distance. Still pretty darn cold. We'll just, fingers crossed, we'll get through the first couple of laps, get some heat in the tires, and then these guys can have at it for the rest of this race.
And Brian, going back to our first race, we were talking about B-Spec, and we didn't know whether or not Steve Introne or Blair Deffenbaugh was the winner in the end. Yes. We saw a pass and a repass, and apparently just got a note from Blair Deffenbaugh that he had gotten by Introne under yellow and gave the position back. So that's the story there.
All right. Well, sometimes things take care of themselves. Goes the rest of the field through Oak Tree, and 3 fewer cars heading down to the green flag this time. And I think we're going to get, looks like about 16 minutes of racing action going here. And a lot can happen in 16 minutes, Greg.
That is right, it can. And the lights are out on the safety car, Brian. And I don't understand, it's not raining and we still have the WRX as the safety car. Probably a little too late to ask it to drift down the roller coaster today.
Well, there's still time. There's still time.
Oh, my.
Not a lot of tire warming going on in the back. Although you talk to a tire engineer, and that weaving back and forth, pretty much every single one of them will tell you it doesn't do a whole lot. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll need to we need to get either Dave Osborne or maybe Mike Ogren up in the booth here. And Brian, we are back to green flag racing as Mark Bowden leads the field down the front straight.
As they do, and the green flag is out. All these cars now, a couple side-by-sides as you go a little deeper into the pack, trying to make up some positions here on this opening lap of the restart. And all the cars now head down towards turn 1 for, I guess, the second time in green flag action. And watching, the telltale sign is that little flag station out there in the middle. If I see a flag waving, I know, even though I can't see it, something might be going on there. Now they head through left hook. You've got Bowden in front, Scotty B. White in second. I see Rob Hines in there as well, and Aaron Kaplan and Joe Bowden. So all of that's going through there. Here they come up through Snake for the second time under green flag conditions here for the day. And right now, everybody's doing what looks like they should be doing, thankfully, as we come through here for the second time. 3 wide there as they come out of our camera.
Yeah, one of our Nissans moving all the way to driver's left to try and make a pass there, and I think that was Ben Schlechter in the number 87 machine moving through all that dust and dirt, driver's left, trying to make a move on Aiden Rose, who is actually not a T3 car, but a T4 car.
Now, when Bowden and Scotty B. White have been together this year, the kind of plan, or not the plan, but how the races played out is those 2 cars kind of stepped away from the rest of the field and left everyone behind them to their own devices. And then Bowden has then kind of stepped away from Scotty B. White, and that is seemingly the scenario that's at the moment playing out. Obviously, we'll see what happens over the next 14 minutes. But those 2 cars seemingly the best cars in the T2 field this year, but that Porsche definitely seemingly, especially with Mark Bowden behind the wheel, has got the mark and the measure on the Viper these days.
All right, as our leaders come down the roller coaster, Brian, for the first time, starting to look like, starting to look like we might have one lap under green here at VIR.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, real quick, Brian, I've got a couple announcements to make, a little bit of housekeeping. Let me ring the bell. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Would the following drivers please come to see the stewards on the 2nd floor of the tower? Gail Corley, driver of the number 111 B-Spec car, and Ed Wary, driver of H Production number 189. Please come to see the stewards on the 2nd floor of the tower. Gail Corley, B-Spec driver number 111, Ed Wary, H Production driver 189. Please come to the 2nd floor of the tower to see the stewards.
All right, Bowden and White pulling away. Mark Bowden. I got to say it now because there's a Joe Bowden. Sorry, excuse me. Joe Bowden's right up there as well, so we've got to differentiate both of them driving Porsches, although different models of Porsches. But they are your top 3. Bowden, White, Bowden. Kaplan is in 4th, followed by Rob Hines, Rich Baldwin, Sean Stewart, and then Shay Che is in 8th place in that Toyota GR8. That's a cool car, Greg.
Oh yeah, I love the look of that thing. It is a beautiful, and it is a very well prepared car as well. And I'm not sure if that's the same car that he's been running in World Challenge or not.
Definitely. Rob Hines in T3 has got about a 2-second lead over Richard Baldwin. Both of those cars in the Nissan 350Zs, very cool race cars, and Rob has done really well with that car over the years. So if Richard Baldwin can keep up with Rob Hines, that's a good. That means Richard Baldwin knows what he's doing in that Nissan.
Yes, absolutely. And and talking with Rob over the years, there were always questions. The 350Z was classified and categorized a little bit heavier than the newer 370Zs, and Rob always thought that he was at a bit of a disadvantage with the 350. Matter of fact, for a time last year, he was running his World Challenge or SRO World Challenge 370Z. As a matter of fact, all last season, which was the Tech Sport car. But he's now back to the original 350Z, as I believe it's gotten a bit of a weight break, and certainly, as we're seeing this weekend, a little bit more competitive in the class. Yeah,
Sean Lovett, by the way, has gotten past Richard Baldwin to move into 2nd place in T3. He is in an E46 BMW, so he'll start trying to put the pressure on Rob Hines here as we get a little deeper into what we have left of this race, coming up now on the 10.5-minute mark. Probably a good time here, Greg, for another call to grid.
That sounds good. Let's do that, Brian. Attention in the paddock, 2nd call to the grid for race group number 4, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please start heading to the grid. Race Group 4, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X, please head to the grid.
As you can see there, Mark Vogt starting to pull away again, and from Scotty B. White. Last time by it was 1.3 seconds, and I'm pretty certain that this time by it's going to be probably closer to 2 or 2.5 seconds as they come through here. That I don't know. We talked a little bit about balance of power with Scotty on the podcast, and you know, he didn't complain too much about. Oh, big off there!
Yes, big off the top of 14.
Wow.
And we also have a car that is off on the outside of turn 11 coming into to Oak Tree, but that was a very hard hit, Brian.
Wow, that looked like a car that may have had a throttle stick up or something, because they went off that track, and there's another car off there on the outside of Oak Tree. But man, that car was just hauling when it left the racetrack, and oh, thankfully we're seeing the driver get out of the car. The good news is they backed it straight in.
And Brian, that is the 2-3 of Sean Levitt, I believe, as we were just talking about. Out of Petaluma, California, in the Spec E46. As we can see, the driver is out of the car and getting over the wall. We also had that car off over coming out of Oak Tree, and we'll see if that one continues. I did not get the number on that particular car.
Yeah, Greg, I don't know if you saw that, if you were looking at the monitor when that happened, but that car was going easily twice as fast as every other car coming through that section. Either lost the brakes maybe, or maybe the throttle got hung up. I don't know what it was, but that was really scary. Thankfully, to see him pop out of the car real fast. But I have a feeling, though, this is going to bring out another full course yellow here, and with the time on the track, the time on the clock, that this may be where we see the end of this race.
Yeah. And Brian, we just had Aiden Rose, driver of the number 6 T4 car, bring the Mazda Miata or Mazda MX-5 down the pit lane and head back to the paddock. So it looks like the number 6 machine, who Aiden finished rather well yesterday, finished 5th in Touring 4 in a very large Touring 4 field. Day is now done.
Looking at that car there, and there are your leaders coming through there as well. So I don't see the full course yellow flag out just yet.
No, Brian. I think as long as the driver is out of that car, I think that they are willing to let the race go on. It sounds like we may have another car off over by turn 11, and sounds like it's the number 20 machine. That is Cole Harrison, that has the issue between turns 11 and 12, the run up to Oak Tree and the Oak Tree turn. And now, Brian, things are starting to get a little crazy here, Brian. We had a few moments. We had a few moments of calm and maybe some bliss, but not any longer.
There you go, Mark Vogt, your race leader with a 1.4 second lead over Scotty B. White. Joe Vogt, second place in T2. T3 right now is your Rob Hines is your leader, with Aaron Kaplan is with Shay Che in second place now in that Toyota. Third place, Rich Baldwin in T4. Your race leader is Christopher Windsor, followed by Christian Braunlick, and then Jeremy Butt. So there's your top 3 in each class right now, as we're coming up on 6 minutes to go in this race. All right, we've got one car that went behind the wall at the exit of Oak Tree. There's actually another pit lane there for when they used the South Course. So they were able to get out of harm's way there. And so that was another nice assist to help us stay green here as we get to 5.5 to go. No real changes in any of the positions here. Your first 10 cars pretty much gapped out with several seconds between each of them. The first really kind of close battle on the racetrack right now is a battle for sixth place in T3. Simon Aslan and Travis Wachet are out there, and they just have about a tenth of a second between the two of them. But you've got to go back. You've got to go back to 10th place before you get a real close battle on the racetrack at this moment.
Yeah, so Brian, the driver that went back into the south paddock, that was Jeremy Hoover, driver number 144, Spec E46 machine, a T3 machine, and sounds like as we had a car that had momentarily gone off, of course, over turn 11. That area is now clear, and so we're back to green flag racing down at the south end of the track over by Oak Tree. Now here as Mark Bowden has, I think as these tires have come in, and well, a little bit of difference a day makes here, and I'm sure Scotty B. White, he's not going to be chewing on his tongue or anything, but Mark Bowden now opening up almost a 2.5 second advantage over the Viper of Scotty B. White, and Joe Bowden a bit off that pace as well. In T3, and Brian, well, got another car around on course. And this is over right by Oak Tree once again.
Yeah, I see the yellow flag waving. Is that a car off on driver's left there, right by the flag station?
Yeah, it's right by the flag station, I think. And driver is out of the car. Actually, I'm trying to see. I think it's actually, Brian, right before. If you look.
Right at the end of the straightaway there?
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, and driver's out of the car and has jumped over the tires there. So we'll see how long that caution is up there. But lots of challenges down at the south end of the track today.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes to go now.
And actually, that was the 2-0. The 2-0 driver is now back behind the wall.
All right, 3.5 to go, and fast lap so far. It's from that number 146 Porsche, Mark Bowden. He's turned to 2:03.887. That was his quick time. 148 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Wow.
So that is not slow.
No, it is definitely not. Now, Brian, I think we might want to try and pick up, and I'm going to see if I can get where these two drivers are on track to help producer or director Zach find them. But great battle right now going on for second in T3. We've got Che in his Toyota GR86, Richard Baldwin in one of the Nissan 350Zs, and Frank Seldorf in a BMW M3. They were all within about a half a car length of one another.
Ooh.
And wow, and we've got a car off pace, and that is one of our T4 machines there coming through left hook, and I believe that battle that we were talking about actually is coming up through the S's right now.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, right behind. Actually, it's just ahead. We see Travis Wachet in the Gulf. I think they're actually going up through the. They're coming up in the South Bend right now. They'll be coming down towards Oak Tree. It's ahead of that Volkswagen Golf with Che, Baldwin, Seldorf.
We have a minute 42 to go. No changes up front at the moment. Still both White and Bowden.
Yeah, and there's I think Che and Baldwin and Seldorf. And the white flag, Brian, is now out for our leader, Mark Bowden. So one lap remaining here for our touring cars. And I'm trying to track where that battle was that may have just opened up just a little bit now. And there it is, actually coming down the roller coaster, I believe. I think Zach found it for us.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. On the front straight, coming over towards the start-finish line is now Richard Baldwin and Frank Seldorf. And I think we saw Xiao Che have some issues coming out of Oak Tree earlier. He is now fallen off the pace. It moves Simon Foulweather up to 4th place. But the two-car battle for second in T3 coming down into turn 1 now.
Yeah, definitely. And Shea has dropped back now several positions to sixth place. So I'm not sure what the situation is there. But as you see coming right at us, that is Baldwin and Seldorf just leaving our screen and coming through here now, going towards left hook. It looks like Seldorf trying to make a pass, or at least setting himself up for a good run through left hook to give him the best exit speed to get the momentum to go up here through Snake, and then possibly set himself up for a pass going into Oak Tree. A little bit of a gap, though, now. Baldwin is pulled away by a couple of car lengths from Seldorf. We'll see if it's closed up here at all. Yeah, about 3 car lengths difference between Baldwin and Seldorf here as they come through the climbing S's and in towards Oak Tree for the final time. This is the closest battle on the racetrack. Everyone else is pretty much wide open here with 3 or 4 seconds between a lot of the positions up at the front of the field. Here they come through Oak Tree. Pressure still on from Seldorf. Baldwin able to get through there without any issues. Still a 3 or 4 car length lead here as they come up out of Oak Tree and along the back straight.
All right, Brian, real quick here, taking the checkered flag and the overall win is going to be Mark Bowden, following just a few seconds behind, about 4.5 seconds behind is Scotty B. White in his Dodge Viper. Joe Bowden now coming across the line in the number 45 machine and almost 12 seconds back from Scotty B. White. That is your top 3 in Touring 2. And now coming across the finish line, taking the win in Touring 3, it's going to be Robbie Hines.
And here is that battle, as we were talking about, coming onto the main straight here. And it looks like that Baldwin's going to be able to hold off Seldorf here in this final race lap. And that was a lot of fun to watch. We finally found a little battle there to talk about here in the closing moments.
Yeah, and here they come up over the crest and cross the line, and indeed it is Richard Baldwin holding off Frank Seldorf there at the line. Baldwin in the 350Z, so a 350Z takes gold, takes silver, and a BMW takes bronze in T3. In Touring 4, I believe our leader Chris Windsor crosses the line. He takes the win in Touring 4. He finished second yesterday. There he is crossing the stripe now. We'll see here Jeremy Butts 2.5 seconds behind, also out of the Windsor Customs camp. He will come home second. Both of those drivers in Mazda MX-5s, pardon me, and coming down and heading towards the checkered flag now, Brian. Owen Sheffer, who has been complaining all weekend about being down on power in his Mazda RX-8. He finished just off the podium at the runoffs here back in 2019. He was, when we went to our full course caution and then red flag, he was running 8th in T4, and he moves the black number 1 machine. He's out of Warrenton, Virginia, up to 3rd place, takes the bronze in T4. Great run for Owen, having made up 5 positions since the start of this race.
All right, so now the big question, Greg, is in the post-race interview, is Mark Bowden going to thank Scotty B. White for everything he's done for him? That's what I want to know.
or does he thank all his Fall Line Motorsports crew and teammates?
He should thank them too.
Yes, he probably should. Yeah, it's I think it's more a question of where in the order Scotty B. White finishes up. Oh my gosh, there you go. But after we went back to green, and that again a delayed race here is Mark Bowden being given the checkered flag now. Part of his crew jumping into the car for the victory lap. They're going to be rolling off here in just a moment. Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next race, and then we will catch a little view of Mark Bowden starting his victory lap. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please start heading to the grid. This is your final call to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And there you go. Looks like Brian Mark Bowden, if he has an issue, if he breaks down on his victory lap, he hopefully the guys just ahead of him will be watching the mirrors a little bit.
Yeah, I doubt that's gonna happen. That car's pretty well sorted, so.
Yeah, exactly.
But definitely,
Well,
it's.
we have seen drivers run out of fuel on the
That's true.
on the victory lap, so
That's true.
there's always the possibility. Robbie Hines now getting his checkered flag, and he's got it in the air, and he's going to be heading out for his victory lap here momentarily. And looks we should have. We'll see here. Chris Windsor should be coming down the pit lane momentarily, and he'll be starting his victory lap as well. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick little break, reset, and when we come back, it is going to be our second open wheel race of the day. Going to be Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental here from Virginia International Raceway, where you are listening to the 2022, let's try 2023, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is rounds 9 and 10 of 20, our fifth race weekend of the year. I'm Brian Belansky. Greg Ginsburg is in the house, literally. He's in that red house right there, right, Greg?
We have renamed it the announcer sauna, Brian.
Oh.
Because although it may only be now 49 degrees here outside the tower, it is about 110 in our announce booth right now. All right, so Brian, next up is going to be our second of three Formula groups. We've got our Formula Atlantics and we've got Formula Continentals. We had 11 drivers set times this weekend. We are going to have a split start for this race. We've got two pace cars out on the field. You can see now coming through the horseshoe at turn 2 and heading up to the NASCAR bend are our three Formula Atlantic drivers, and now behind pace car number 2, oh my gosh, it's like Inception. You can see the Formula Continentals heading down towards turn 1 behind a pace car. Let's run down the starting order. We'll start off, because it's going to go very quickly, we're going to start off with our first group, our Formula Atlantics, where we had 3 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. Starting third, driver of the number 14 Swift DB4. This is a pretty distinctive looking chassis, Brian, as it was built in 1991. He's out of Midlothian, Virginia. It's Carl Lennox Barbrew. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving his Swift 016. From Daniel Island, South Carolina, it's Jim Booth. That car is in the same livery as the Mercedes-AMG Formula One machine. Pretty easy to pick out there, light green and silver, beautiful looking car. And then your pole sitter in Formula Atlantic, also driving a Swift 016. It is Chip Romer out of Lake Havasu City, Florida, with a qualifying time of, and this is kind of difficult, Brian, to pick out the fastest lap, but because in first qualifying session he turned in a 142.807, and in qualifying 2 a 142.817. So 1/100th of a second difference between his 2 qualifying sessions. Mr. Consistency is Chip Romer. Let's move over now to Formula Continental, where we had 8 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. And we're going to have to see if this driver is able to make it out on course. He had some issues during yesterday's race and had not gone out for qualifying earlier in the week. Mike Pepitone from Falls Church, Virginia, driving a Van Diemen RF00. Then we've got Kevin Van Dozy scheduled to start 7th. He's from St. Joseph, Michigan, driving a Mygale. And then we've got Mario Faza, driver of the number 55 Van Diemen. He's from Manapon, New Jersey, and he had some mechanical issues with his car yesterday as well. We'll see if he makes the grid. Chuck Moran starting 5th today in the number 45 Crossley. Then we've got Chris Charno. He is scheduled to start 4th, driving the number 24 Van Diemen. He's out of St. Petersburg, Virginia, with St. Petersburg, Florida, Michael Verison scheduled to start 3rd in the number 65 Van Diemen F2000. He's out of Burlington, Wisconsin. And then our front row in Formula Continental, Robert Allaire, driving the number 52 Van Diemen RF02 from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, and your pole sitter in Continental, driving the number 81 Citation from Fredericksburg, Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1:51.574. It's Tim Miner. And Brian, lights are out on our first pace car as he brings that 3-car field down the hill, down the roller coaster, and through Hog Pen. Pace car now making the move to driver's right and is on the pit road. That leaves Chip Romer with the field. Romer and Booth coming down the front straight, and the starter is looking them over to make sure all 3 of them are nicely formed. For the second day in a row, Lennox Barbrew a couple car lengths back, but we are now under green flag racing for our Formula Atlantics as they race down into turn 1. Romer to drivers right in the 71 machine, Booth in the 63 to drivers left, as our larger Continental field now comes down the hill, comes down through the roller coaster, and is coming on to the front straight now and waiting. And our second pace car now peeling over, making a late move over towards the pit lane as our second field now with Tim Miner, your pole sitter, has the field. They are being looked over by the starter, and the green flag is now in the air for our second group. Robert Allaire jumping out to a very early start on Tim Miner as they make the run down towards turn number 1 now, and making it 3 wide. Michael Verisons in the white number 65 moves all the way to the inside. He gets held off, though, by Robert Allaire in the number 52 machine. He is going to take the point with Tim Miner. Actually, take that back. Tim Miner, your leader, the black Chandon car, the number 52 car, slotting in the second, Verisons in third, with a little bit of a gap, Brian, back to Moran, Fandozzi, and Pepitone.
Yeah, definitely. The start of this race pretty clean for both groups. Thankfully, in this particular situation, helped by the fact that there's not a lot of cars in either of those groups. Formula Atlantics took the green flag first. At one point in time, Formula Atlantics were the premier stepstone series to IndyCar. That's now changed a little bit now with the Road Indy, of course, but lots of history in Formula Atlantic. Some of the best drivers in the United States over the years got their step into IndyCar from there. But here they come now down through the front straight on their way to the green flag here, or the start stand. First time by, Chip Romer takes the early lead, 2.5 seconds over Jim Booth. Carl Lennox Barbrew is in third.
Yeah, and Barbrew had some issues with grip in the rain. I think that's probably the most polite way we can put it. Brian, I think, is very happy to see the dry weather here as we now jump back over to our Formula Continental battle for the lead with Tim Miner, your leader, Robert Allaire in the black number 52 machine, currently second as they roll down the roller coaster. Michael Verisons in the white number 65. He is currently your third place runner, but very close battle here so far to start our Formula Continental race. Chuck Moran I'd say about 35, maybe 40 car lengths back from there. You can see all by himself as he has now separated himself out from Kevin Fandozzi in the number 4 machine, and Mike Pepitone in the yellow number 58, who had some mechanical issues throughout the weekend here. He is sitting back right now, a distant 6th place.
Nice 3-car battle here in Formula Continental between Miner, Allaire, and Verisons. So that'll be, at least early on, it's the group to watch here. And as they come up now into climbing S's, you'll see them come into our view side by side. That's a pass for the lead. It looks like that would be Allaire trying to make the move on Miner.
Indeed, there is the 52 machine now takes the point going into the uphill S's. You know, typically in a tin top car, in a touring car, that is not a move you would necessarily want to make. A little bit more narrow on the Formula car side and with maybe a little bit more grip. Allaire made it look very easy. Of course, I say that, and I think back to the runoffs this past year, actually in the H production, where we had 2 drivers, including our eventual winner in H production, Chris Shaftsma, go up the S's side by side, except they didn't use just the pavement. They used a lot of the grass as well, something that you would never see.
Agricultural racing?
Yes, exactly there. Little farming here. Of course, VIR in the time that it was down from 74 to 2000 had reverted back to being farmland. Chris Shaftsma out of Missouri was Farmer Chris going agricultural on his way to a win of the national championship in H production here. As we continue to watch this great battle unfolding in Formula Continental, Robert Allaire, Tim Miner, Michael Verisons with about 0.8 of a second separating when they cross the start-finish line. It's a lot closer than that now as they come into the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2 and head now over towards the NASCAR bend. Maybe 2 car lengths separating each one of these 3 machines as they come through. Oh, and late turn in a little bit of trouble there for Verisons, getting the machine turned in over at left hook and getting the rear end to rotate around a little bit. Looks like he's got a little bit of push in the car, Brian.
Yeah, definitely. Could be push, could be also a little bit of brake bias issues as the track starts to heat up, trying to figure out where to put the brake bias bars. in the car. That's also something that could be the deal here. As we get in, and it's a veritable heat wave, Greg. We've topped the 50-degree mark now here at VIR. So good news for the future races here. They'll be able to get those tires heated up just ever so slightly quicker.
Maybe just a little bit, yeah, because it is so much warmer than we had this morning. Actually, it's about 15 degrees warmer. Yeah. So yeah, certainly quite a bit better. And so we've got. Here in this neat little battle going on in Formula Continental, sitting third right now is Michael Verisons, the driver of the 65 machine. He is a 7-time national champion in Formula V, right. Taking the wins in 2009, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 17, and 18. So he had a long run there of 6 in a row, and he seems to be pretty content. Whereas Tim Minor, he was runner. He was I think finished third at the national championship runoffs back in 2017. At Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but he's also a 7-time F2000 Masters champion. So he's been running these chassis for an incredibly long time.
Verisons hails from Burlington, Wisconsin, about 10 miles from where I grew up. And so Road America and Blackhawk Farms would be his home track. Road America probably closest to what you're seeing here, but he's got a lot of miles and a lot of racetracks over the years. And I think he could be just saying, 27 minutes left in this race. There's no reason to race right now. Sit back there, let those guys up front go crazy, let them maybe use up their tires, and then wait till the last 5 minutes, and then, hello, I'm here, let me through.
Exactly. And Brian, I should mention also, as long as we're talking about racing pedigrees, Robert Allaire, I'm so caught up on his son Nolan's win this past year at the runoffs here at Virginia International Raceway, but we shouldn't forget our current leader, Robert Allaire. He's your 2020 national champion in this class, so certainly he knows how to race from the lead. He took the win at Road America, where drafting, much like here on this back straight, can be incredibly important, and he did manage to hold off the likes of Simon Sykes. In that same year, Michael Verisons, much like he is now, finished third.
So is that the car where Dad gave the car to his son for the runoffs?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That's what was going on there. I remember that story.
Yes.
And just the nicest family too. I got a chance to talk to them in Victory Lane after that championship win, and just a really typical SCCA multi-generational racing family. You see so much of that.
Yeah, I was going to say we've seen so much of it. We talked to Morgan Burkhardt yesterday, who is 3rd generation SCCA member, and we'll see him out a little bit later today when he runs with the Spec Racer Ford 3s as well. And there's so many of them. We joke about the Whitstons, and all 500 of them that race in Formula V together. And we had one of the Whitstons in our chat yesterday, I believe. Actually, I think it was Steve Whitston, that was here during the Formula V race earlier today, if I remember correctly. And
I don't think he raced Formula V. I think he's racing FE2 this weekend.
FE2 this year. That's right. Yeah, indeed, it was Steve Whitson who was
wondering if Steve just got tired of racing his brother, and his dad. He just got out and said, "I'm going to go race FE2. I don't have to worry about those guys."
And of course, we don't have him here this weekend, but the Snyders that run as well, Snyder Brothers Racing, and of course Father Racing as well, and that's in Formula, has been over the years in Formula Enterprises. One was a Formula Enterprises champion, one was a Formula Enterprises 2 champion. So watch generational racing we see in SCCA, and I've seen in the last couple of years locally a couple of families that children that I've seen pretty much from right out of the diapers are getting their competition licenses and going racing this year.
Yeah.
So
Plant Feeder asks in the chat, can we get up to speed on the chassis and engines in Formula Continental? Chassis, mostly Citations, Van Diemen's, a Crosley. Sometimes you get a Magal. And then the motors are mostly the 2.0 liter Cortina motors. And I don't think the Mazdas are in Formula Continental. I think the Mazdas are everywhere else, right, Craig?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say I thought they were the 2 liters. I thought they were the Z-Techs, but I
Could be the Z-Tech too. That's true.
Wrong.
That's
yeah.
true. So, but it's a 2.0 liter based series, based class, and the chassis we're seeing now. I mean, Michael Verison's, it's a 2000 chassis. Carl's the 71F in this group. So, yeah, basically your big pedigree Formula Continental chassis still racing all throughout the country.
All right, so Brian, big changes here in Formula Continental as we see now Tim Minor has opened up maybe a 10-car length advantage. He managed to get around Robert Allaire that last lap. Verison still sitting in third. They are still nose to tail. But for the moment, it looks as though the 81 machine's starting to stretch its legs. The gap was about a half a second at the start-finish line. It has only increased from there. If we take a look in Formula Atlantic, Chip Romer is still your leader. He has now opened up almost a 50-second advantage over Jim Booth in Atlantic with Carl Lennox Barbrew now sitting one lap down.
Yep, Chip Romer, Jim Booth, and Carl Lennox Barbrew still there as well up front. So, this Formula Continental battle, though, still the best on the track at the moment. This battle for second place.
And here they come down in the turn one, taking a quick look to the inside as Michael Verisons thinks better of it. Wasn't quite close enough, was about a car length and a half back from the 52 machine. Got back in line, but now gets a much better run as he tries to open up the corner than the 52 machine, but just runs out of real estate, Brian, as they both push a little bit wide coming through the horseshoe. And it is as those two drivers now start to fight it out as we are now 7 laps through this race. It is definitely, and this is just about halfway on laps. It is definitely maybe time for Verison to start pushing the issue. And as we are now, Brian, about halfway on laps, why don't we make a quick call to the grid for our next group and take a little commercial break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, this is your first call to the grid. And with that, Brian, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action this weekend from Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your homes. Find those details and more at scca.com/live.
And back. Hey.
You got it, man. Go.
I got it. Well, I think everybody knows we're at Rainfield, Virginia International Raceway today for, no, it's actually beautiful weather here finally in Alton, Virginia, just outside of Danville at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are watching right now our Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental competition. And Brian, in the time that we were at break, I had said that maybe it was go time for Michael Verisons, who had been running from the drop of the green flag third in Formula Continental behind Tim Miner and Robert Allaire, but he has now managed to get past our 2020 national champion, Robert Allaire, so moved Michael Verisons up into second position. And that last time by, Verisons, the fastest of our top three drivers, about a tenth and a half faster than Tim Miner. But you can see now as they come out of Oak Tree, he is starting to tighten up that gap to our leader in class, as we have either 17 and a half minutes remaining on the clock or 7 laps.
Exactly. In the chat, Greg, Paul Fanner, the
Racer
editor,
Magazine,
publisher of Racer Magazine, editor and publisher of Sports Car Magazine, and been involved with our club since the 70s, and one of the biggest fans of the SCCA. Love having him in the chat. Thank you. Davina Duckworth, interested in Formula Mazda, none here this weekend, but I think, who was it? I think Joshua Justice, mentioned that there'll be a couple at Hallett in 2 weeks, which I'll be at Hallett as well, so me and some Formula Mazdas.
And maybe we'll see Josh Justice there as well. Maybe he'll come a little east from Texas to race in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We saw him at Circuit of the Americas for the second weekend on the Super Tour, as our Formula Continental field is starting to make their way back around. They've just passed up Carl Lennox Barbrew and moving him a lap down.
By the way, Paul Fanner has a vintage Formula Ford that is just bonkers. So, good to see him here with us today. So, Chip Romer doing his thing. He's up a ton over the second place car of Jim Booth. Carl Lennox, Barbrew. Is it Barbrew?
Barbrew, yes.
Okay. About 8 seconds back from the second place car. So, still the best racing here on the track is this battle in Formula Continental. And it looks like Mr. Verisons is that a pass for the lead there in Formula Continental, or is that a back mark?
I think that is one of our, I thought that was Chip Romer starting to make his way through the Continental field. Got it. Right there. That's the number 71 machine starting to work past here as and I thought, and I think Jim Booth, and this is maybe what's confusing us, Brian, is I thought Jim Booth was still in his the Mercedes liveried silver and green. He is actually in a black Swift 016 this weekend.
Okay.
So trying to make out the difference between he and Chip Romer. Basically, all I have is the end plates to go by. So apologies to everyone there.
Yeah, and I've got timing of scoring is calling Jim Booth a lap down, and I find it hard to believe that that's true. Only 7 laps in and a 10-second lap difference. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that there, but Looking at Michael Verison's now less than a second back from Tim Miner. And, with 14 minutes left to go here, it will be very, very interesting here to see how this whole thing plays out. Verison's master racecraft, Tim Miner, no slouch either. So this is going to kind of be a little bit of a grudge match here, I think, until we get to the checker flag.
Yeah, and we saw pretty much from the time that Verison's worked his way around Allaire that he was going to be able to start closing things down. Both of those drivers, Miner and Verison's next car we see a little bit further up the road from them is Carl Lennox Barbrew in the number 14 Swift. I suspect that they'll probably get to him maybe on the front straight, but he is there, and he's been running just a very consistent race, and I think he's got he's been very aware of the traffic that's been coming through multiple times.
Well, and looking at the clock, we've got 13 minutes left. And looking at the laps, we're almost done with this race, Greg. This is our fastest race group of the weekend here. These Formula Atlantics will be your fastest cars, and they're showing why.
That's right. So that is Chip Romer. First off, Chip Romer getting past Barbrew, going down into turn number 1. So our Formula Atlantic and overall leader putting another lap between he and the third place Formula Atlantic driver. And we just saw Tim Miner and Michael Verisons put Mike Pepitone in the yellow number 58 machine a lap down as they were coming out of Hog Pen onto the front straight. Did not slow them down all that much. Allaire got to the 58 car as they were on the front straight, and wow, did you see the rotation that Robert Allaire got there going in the left hook that pretty much pivoted the car around the front wheels to make that turn? It's a turn that you normally would turn in rather late for. And I'm wondering, though, in watching that rotation, whether or not that has maybe been an issue for Allaire for some of the slower corners here, where the rear wings haven't had the ability to drive the rear end of that car down into the pavement here, and certainly could make it more difficult. Here is now Verison's closing up on the back of our Formula Continental leader, Tim Miner. And I think, Brian, that the next time our overall leader, Chip Romer, comes under the start-finish bridge, he will be getting the white flag signifying 1 lap to go. And Romer right now coming out of Hog Pen onto the front straight, and he was shown the white flag. And he and Jim Booth were actually side by side. The difference is Booth was a lap down when they got to the start-finish line. But our leaders now, Brian, coming across the start-finish line, our leaders in Continental coming across the start-finish line, and it is still Tim Miner. But that last time by, Verison's almost 0.5 of a second, half a second faster than Tim Miner as they work their very last lap here at Virginia International Raceway. Brian, real quick, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we're going to pick up this battle. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Spec Miata, to the grid, please.
All right, coming up through the snake, that's your first place car in Continental, Tim Miner. Michael Verison's behind him. He's got about 3/4 of a lap to go here to get the job done if Verison's wants to take another win this weekend. He won here yesterday in the rain. He'd love to double it up here at VIR as they climb up through the S's. It does look like, though, Miner's got the speed to stay in front, but the pressure is there from Verison's. There they head going into the oak tree corner. And coming out without any issues there, Miner with Verison's right there on his tailpipe. Still about 3 car lengths difference between the two. Not a lot of time left to get it done here. About 1/4 of a lap, less than a mile to the checkered flag here for Miner and Verison's. Looks like Chip Romer has taken the.
Well, he's coming across the stripe right now, Brian, and Chip Romer taking the checkered flag and the win in Atlantic. We take a look now as our leaders in Continental coming out of they're coming down the roller coaster now. Yeah.
Down to 16. Here they come to Hog Pen for the final time. Is it going to be Miner or Verisons? It looks like it's going to be Miner. No issues. What a flawless race for Tim Miner, I got to say, as he comes up over the hill, checkered flag in the hand. Tim Miner is your race winner. Michael Verison second. Robert Allaire will come across the line in third. And what a fantastic. If you could have a perfect race, Tim Miner just drove it.
There, yeah, exactly. It looked absolutely flawless. When he needed to separate himself out from Verisons and Allaire, he was able to do it. And Michael Verisons, who showed better pace at the end and was, he was 7/100ths of a second faster than Tim Miner on the very last lap. That he needed more than that to make up the gap and, more importantly, to get around. So a great win for Tim Miner. Verison second, Allaire third. Chuck Moran will finish fourth in Continental with Fandozzi and Mike Pepitone. And getting word that the 45 machine may be off track and may have had tire wall impact on that last lap. In Atlantic, it was Chip Romer, Jim Booth, and Carl Lennox Barbrew. And I'm trying to pick up which corner that car is at. It's at turn 10, so coming out of South Bend, probably just out of our view. It is the number 45 machine, the green, the green Crossley of Chuck Moran.
Whew. You know, not a ton of cars in that group, but still putting on a great show, and I love that. By the way, we've had a couple of those races this year, Greg, where the car count hasn't been high. But the entertainment value has. And sometimes when you have a low car count, it can be a real snoozer. And thankfully, even in our lower subscribed classes this year for the Super Tour, we haven't had too many of those snoozer races. And this one could have been that way. But thanks to Tim Miner and Michael Verisons, they made it interesting for the entire 14 laps.
All right, Brian. Well, as we have our cars coming down the pit lane now, and our winners, Chip Romer, Tim Miner, going to get their checkered flags and go out for their victory. So let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have our special guest once again here for our next race, which will be our last race before lunch. And what a great way to wrap up the morning. It's going to be Spec Miata. So everybody stay with us. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe to the Sports Car Club of America's YouTube channel. And click on that notification bell so you know every time that we go live here in the future. And we'll be right back from Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg with Brian Bolansky, and Brian joining us once again for our last race of the morning. Spec Miata and Formula V driver Lauren Bralier. Thanks for coming back, Lauren.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right, so we've got our pace lap underway. Quickly, let me run through the top 20 starters in today's race. I should also mention here, Lauren and Brian, and for all of our viewers at home, that for most of our Super Tour events, our Sunday races, the grids are set based on the fastest times from 2 qualifying sessions, as well as the fastest time from the Saturday race.
Which in this particular case probably didn't help very much.
Yeah, exactly. And Brian, I think we need to get you muted in Discord. Yeah, it didn't really help all that much. But what we did for Spec Miata this weekend is that we specifically set up that the first qualifying session that we had on Friday would be qualifying for the Saturday race. The second qualifying session would be qualifying for the Sunday race. And we had some challenges, of course, with our qualifying for yesterday's race, and it wasn't all that more mixed up for race number 2. So let me go here, Brian, quickly run down the top 20, and then we'll talk about what we have here. Starting 20th, driving the number 149 machine out of the Washington, D.C. region, it's Peter Enser. Amy Mills driving the number 14 car. She will start 19th. Brett Kowalski starting 18th today in number 15 machine with Nick Leveroni driving the number 194 Mazda Miata. He will start 17th. Starting 16th today, driving the number 26 Mazda Miata, it's Michael Tinnis with Dan Conway driving the number 198 machine starting in 15th. Ford Munnerlyn, as we were talking about multi-generational SCCA families, there's one right there. Ford Munnerlyn going to be starting 14th today, driving the number 34 Mazda Miata. Zach Barfield driving the 107 car. He's starting 13th today with Travis Wiley representing X Factor Racing. He's going to start 12th, driving the number 77. Stuart McAleer is going to start 11th today. He's driving the number 143 Planet Miata, Mazda Miata, with Sam Craven starting in 10th. He's in the number 23 machine. Then we've got Frankie Barroso. He's going to start 9th in the number 48 machine, while William Lambros will start 8th, driving the number 7 Skip Barber Racing Mazda Miata. Jonathan Davis will start 7th today, driving the number 6 Rossini Racing machine, while Raiden Nickel will start 6th. He's driving the number 193 Primal Racing Group Mazda Miata. Nicholas Bruni, our reigning national champion in Spec Miata, he's sporting the number 1 machine. He will start 5th today, while Skip Brock Jr., Junior Brock, he's going to start 4th. He's driving the number 61 OPM Autosports entry, and hopefully he's not still in the chat right now, Brian. That might be uncomfortable. Starting 3rd, driving the number 13 Encrypture Mazda Miata, representing the New York region, it's Rafe Abdullahi, and now your front row. Starting on the outside, drivers left, and 2nd, representing the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and BDL Motorsports, it's Brian Henderson, and your pole sitter, driving the number 66 OPM Autosports Mazda Miata, representing the South Carolina region and qualifying with a 2-minute 38, and I'd be very surprised if he and the rest of the field can't beat that here today. It's Chuck McTudis.
All right, so our field will be coming down here to the green flag, and that is a large group of Miatas. And it's going to be one of those situations where, Lauren, they've got to manage this first corner and get strung out a little bit. And we've seen some first corner issues here, first lap issues here today. What's the thought process as they get ready to take the green flag here?
Well, I think especially with the conditions we had in qualifying, it's made the grid lineup a little bit more chaotic and disorganized than normal. You know, not all of the slow cars are in the back, and not all the fast cars are in the front. Some of the cars that we'll have to look out for that are kind of out of position. We have Danny Stain in 44th, Elevan Goulart in 45th. Those are both guys that are normally running in the top 5 and are in the bottom half of the field.
Preston Parta starting 32nd,
Yeah.
and we saw him make a move, make a run, and picked up like 25 positions or something over the course of the race in the rain yesterday, having started at the back of the field, Brian. So yeah, a lot of Connor Zilic was scheduled to start 38th. Probably not going to see him today, as the green flag is now in the air as the field is making their way around the bend on the front straight.
That's right. As they head down now here to the first corner, we've got a whole bunch of cars. They're going to get on the go-stop pedal here right as they come into turn one. There's usually a bit of an accordion effect. Hopefully they stay not together here. Look at that group as they come through here. What a beautifully 2x2 group. So far, no issues, and that is what we like to see. Although I did see a little oh yeah, one car way off on the left there, but hopefully they'll be able to get back on the racetrack. Here they come now through the left hook section for the first time, and oh, look at that little, it's hard to even know what to talk about here. Oh, there was a car up in the air. 3 cars are going to go off driver's right. Another car sliding, 2 cars getting together there. Both of them should be able to continue. My guess is that those other cars will be able to continue as well. These Mazdas, if nothing else, are just easy to beat up and keep driving.
All right, Brian, and I've gotten word now that all of the cars are cleared out of that incident area. We saw the 49 machine and of Tom Gahn, who had an incident yesterday early on, as well as David Nagler as well. But actually, we are going to a full course caution here, Brian, and so maybe not all clear over by turn number 3.
It might be for that car that's off outside of turn 1 too. Although that car's way off the racetrack, but we are going to go full course caution. Once again, unfortunately, not able to negotiate the first lap of action before having issues.
We got a car off on the entry to Oak Tree, turn 11. It looks like a spinner.
It looks like that car will be able to. That's a weird spot to go off there. I'm not quite sure.
It is a little interesting, yeah.
And of course, now they're having a hard time getting back going because the grass is still muddy and marshy, as someone in the chat mentioned earlier. So, but yeah, I think they're doing a smart job backing down the hill to get back onto the racetrack. These cars don't look like they're slowing down too much for this full course yellow.
And a matter of fact, we see them going side by side down through the S's. That's, I think, one of the stretch machines there along near Nick Bruni's car. As we are under full course caution, I think part of the challenge, Brian, is we did not get the safety car that is stationed over at the South Paddock stood up in time to pick up our leaders. That has now been rectified here on the front straight as our second safety car now has the field. And we have 2 cars that are off over at turn 1. The 22 machine is one of those cars, and the 9.6 is the other one. They've impacted the tire wall. The 9.6 is Logan Kazi, and the 2.2 machine is Jeremy Fletcher. So both of those cars off at turn 1 on the turns 1 and 2 on the first lap.
Right. So that. Oh. Go ahead, Warren.
Oh, I was going to say one of the things that I'm curious about, which I may have missed. We have Charles McTudis now down to 4th, and Raiden Nickel up 5 positions is now in 1st. Not sure where that battle was because we got the yellow very early on in that race.
Yeah, it's possible that some of those passes came because McTurtis saw the yellow slow down. These may end up getting corrected here over the course of the next lap or 2. But I didn't see any passes on, before the course went full course. But we'll figure this out. I'm sure they'll sort it out, get everything where it's supposed to be here.
Sure.
I was going to say, I was wondering why we went full course for the car way off at turn 1, but then the second car there is much closer to the racing surface.
It is, yes.
So that one makes perfect sense.
All right, getting word that the car off that we saw down in the grass over by over heading towards turn 11, the call was the 193 car, which was Raiden Nickel, which doesn't make a lot of sense, obviously, since he's sitting up towards the front of the field.
For sure, yeah.
So even though it's early, Greg, let's get our break in. And then we can chat at the end and hopefully get all the way to the finish here. So let's do that right now. We are listening, you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from VIR. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
They're back at Virginia International Raceway. Cars slowing down to almost a stop, or in some cases a stop here. As we continue on our full course caution here. Got some track cleanup on the exit of turn 1, and that is why we've slowed down here for this moment. The good news is it looks like we can get that thing cleaned up pretty fast here and get back to racing action. Still 27 minutes left in this race, so plenty of time to get going here.
Yeah, and Brian, we have, I think, most of the emergency vehicles started to exit the area there. We just had one of our flatbed head over into the cutoff over by turn 6, and the command has just been given to our safety car drivers. They will turn out the lights this next time by, and we will be going back to green flag racing. Got a little crazy there, Brian. A lot of calls over the radio. As we were going to break for passes under yellow. We also had the number 40 machine of Jonathan Newdorf, who was had a flat front tire, and we'll see if he comes down the pit lane. He was, the last time we heard and saw him, he was over at turn 6. We also had complaints about 2 drivers, the 99 and the 23 machines, getting together and beating and banging each other under full course caution. And I believe a couple, and I'm actually now getting some calls, about 20 calls of passes under caution, so I'm not going to go and read them all off here. But suffice to say, we may find a very different finishing order at the end of the day than what we see on track.
Yeah, I think we can expect a lot of penalties
It's
for people's conduct.
Yeah, it's not unfrequent for this particular race group to have their official results not happen until well after the racing day is over. So
It's true.
Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen on occasion, and this is one of those groups. I mean, there's so many cars, and that's both awesome to talk about, great on the cameras, but it also makes for a lot of how shall I say it, argy-bargy back to back. And people think that in the back of the pack it doesn't get caught, but oftentimes it does.
All right, so we do have the safety car bringing the field down the back straight. It sounds like the 95 machine did make it back to the paddock. Jonathan Newdorf with that flat tire out of the Arizona region, and he is done. And I just saw a few more vehicles that had been down at the horseshoe turns 1 and 2 come down the little center island, and they have come in the gate behind the start-finish line So you can see is drivers trying now to get some heat in the tire, get the heat in the tires. We know Danny Stain was talking during our first race of the day how important it was to get heat in the tires for the first couple laps, and he much like the rest of the field, working very hard to do that. Now you had mentioned that Stain had made up a number of positions early on there before we went to the full course caution.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to talk about the drivers that have gained positions because that might not be accurate. But yeah, Danny Staines gained 7 positions. Julian DaCosta has gained 8. Logan Stretch has gained 9, and Todd Burris, I think he's in 43rd now. He's gained 16, which is quite a big jump up. But again, it's really hard to say whether or not these were passes made under green flag conditions.
Yeah, and so a couple of drivers that we had seen making, and this is actually when we were talking about the 99 and the 23, maybe beating and banging a little bit. We actually saw before we went to break, and we're going to go into green flag racing here in just a moment. The number 1 of Nick Bruni was in that call as well. And Bruni finds him now back all the way in 16th position as the green flag is in the air, Brian, and we're back to racing here at VIR.
We are back to racing, and there's 10 cars nose to tail, and then a bunch of cars fanned out 2 and 3 wide throughout the rest of the pack as they barrel down towards turn 1 for the second time. I see one car already off in the grass on the right there. This is where we had our problems on the first race lap. Let's see if we can get through it this time without any issues. And here those cars go, still 2 wide, very deep into the pack here. First 3 cars single file, then we go 2 by 2 and 3 wide in different positions here. Another situation where we had some issues here. So far, so good as we come through. Oh, there's a car way off to the right. Tags the wall lightly.
That's the
I believe that's
44 car.
44 car, right.
And we saw Nick Bruni also make up like 4 positions coming out of NASCAR going into left hook, and the 44 machine has now rejoined, and I think we're back underway.
Yep, that's the good news there. Got back into the action. Here the cars now come up through the snake area of the track. From there, they go to the climbing S's. And this is the type of action that we see throughout the whole race usually, but they're so bunched together here. And we started the race with, 61 cars took the green flag. And I think most of them, even the ones that went off in turn 1, Greg, I'm pretty certain they were able to continue, except for maybe the one that hit the tire wall.
Yeah, and the one with the flat tire as well. Now,
Sure.
Brian, we've been joking, and Lauren, we've been joking, or not joking, but saying how the area snake is pretty much a one-line track, and you kind of straight line it through there, especially in these cars with the softer suspension, and you use the curbing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we did see one driver literally straight line it who just went right through the grass.
Oh, yeah.
and managed to rejoin. I'm going to try and get his number the next time by, but oddly, he didn't lose any positions. He just literally went right through. I think that's a 3-second penalty in iRacing.
Leaving the track and gaining an advantage?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
You know, hard on the gas till you see God, and then don't brake.
Yeah.
All right, here they come through roller coaster, 2 wide through here, and as much as we've had problems, there's some pretty great racecraft to be able to take some of these sections 2 wide. Here comes your leaders off through hog pen. We'll be able to get a good sense of who is where now when they cross the start-finish line. Raiden Nickel is your leader. Charles McTunis worked his way back up to 2nd place now. Brian Henderson is in 3rd. Travis Wiley in 4th, and William Lambros in 5th.
So Wiley had started in 12th position, and again, we know that there may be some issues here with passes under yellow possibly, but Wiley had started in 12th position. He now finds himself up in 4th. Lambros, who started in 8th, is sitting in 5th. So,
Big off there. There's a car that came off driver's right. 2 cars.
Looks like there's 2 of them. Yeah.
Yep. And that one car, the black car, hit the wall really hard, spun several times, but he's going to try to get right back into the action.
Oh.
Drag that bumper all the way to pit lane. If he can get to pit lane, they'll just rip that bumper off, and he'll get right back out on the racetrack.
And we believe it is the number 7 machine of Frankie Barroso that was involved there, and we have a couple more drivers shortcutting the snake as well.
We were doing so good for a second there.
I was
Now we're
gonna
going
say,
3 wide through the S's.
Is this are we in Rallycross, or is this a super tour? A lot of cars going off in the
Good
grass in
gracious, they're
various
making
areas.
me nervous.
Is this harder to be watching on the cameras than it is to be in the
And
race
we've
car?
got a car off on the outside of Oak Tree as well.
Lauren, is this harder to watch on TV than it is to watch from in the race car?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, when you're in the car, you're not focusing on surviving. Right now,
Right.
I'm scared for everyone else.
Maybe you shouldn't watch this because you're going to know what else happens on the racetrack that you have to worry about next time you're out there. That's good stuff. And are we still green?
We do still have one car over by turn 3. We are still green.
Because that car over in turn 3 is in a rough spot, which is why I'm surprised we're still green. Here comes your leaders now down through roller coaster, and this sure is something to watch.
And,
60 cars.
Well, and Brian, as quickly as we say that, we are going to full course caution now here. So as our leaders cross the stripe, it is still Ray Nickel with McTudis and Henderson. We are going back to full course caution, and the safety car standing up over at the south paddock. The full course came out just as our leaders were going underneath the start finish stand.
You know, Greg, let's take a second here. I got some stuff in the chat here that really makes me realize once again how many people join us on this live stream who really aren't familiar with what we do here in the SCCA. So Super Tour is a 10-race series. It is the elite race series for the Sport Car Club of America. Then in regions all around the country all year long, there's 50 to 60 majors races, kind of our second tier of races. Thanks to Joshua Justice for putting all this out there on the chat. But and then we end the year with the runoffs championships in September. This year, it's back here at VIR. So lots to go around the country, even if you aren't doing the Super Tours. If you want to go see some of your racing at your local tracks, go to scca.com and check out the racing in your region. There's pretty much racing somewhere every weekend, Greg.
There is, Brian, whether it be majors racing or regional racing, quite a bit around the country. Now, I did just place into the chat, you'll have to copy and paste it the way YouTube works, but a link to how you qualify for the National Championship runoffs, because there are a number of different paths that you can take that involve the Super Tour or the U.S. Majors Tour or even those regional racing events.
Right. Our next Super Tour race is at Hallett in 2 weeks, and then from there we go up to Thunder Hill in the first weekend of May. So those are the next 2 races on the schedule here. And I've never been to Hallett or Thunder Hill, so I'm looking forward to going to both of those racetracks for the first time. And it should be a ton of fun. Our producer here, Brendan, he is a huge Hallett fan.
I'm a huge Hallett fan.
He's been telling me about how awesome Hallett is, so I can't wait to get there for the first time and check out that little gem of a racetrack in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it actually has a lot of parallels to my favorite, my home Summit Point Raceway. Just your iconic club racing track, about 2 miles long. You can actually race Hallett in either direction, which is good. You can either point towards Tulsa or you can point towards Oklahoma City.
And you don't hit the brakes, you might get to either one of them. So
there is a chance if you run deep into turn 2 at Hallett, you can end up on the highway. So yes, that is true.
At Hallett, from what I can look at, and I've only seen it from like the Google Maps, reminds me of one of my home tracks, and that's Blackhawk Farms. A little 1.9-mile bull ring in south Wisconsin, right on the Wisconsin-Illinois border near Beloit, Wisconsin. Blackhawk Farms is a wonderful little racetrack. Love that place. All right, 16 and a half minutes still on the clock. Hopefully we can get this thing cleaned up pretty fast and get going here again. And Brian Straczynski says he'll be in Blackhawk next week. Love that place, Brian. It is just a ton of fun. And first SCCA race I ever went to was at Blackhawk Farms. Long. Like 2 decades before Lauren was born. That makes me feel.
I might take this moment to talk about some of the drivers that have made up a ton of positions. Like some of those that normally are running in the top 10, we have Drago, Burris, Danny Stain, and Jordan Segrini, who's usually also up there. Jim Drago has gained 27 positions, which is really saying something considering that we've only had about 2 laps green this whole time. Todd Burris, he's in 45th. He's gained 22 positions.
Wow.
Danny Stain is running in 19th. He's gained 25. And then Segrini, who's currently running in 22nd, has gained 20 positions. So that's really quite the feat for the amount of green flag laps that we've had.
Yes.
So that's pretty commendable in my opinion.
And to contrast with that, Elvin Goulart showing in 58th, Goulart showing in 57th position right now. Goulart, who had started towards the tail end of the field as well here.
I saw a couple of laps ago, it showed that he was pitting in, so
Okay.
I think he may have had a mechanical issue
Mechanical
because he
issue.
was initially gaining positions, and now it looks like he has, let's see, not sure that he's completed the same amount of laps as the other drivers.
He is showing as having completed 6 laps, which is still on the lead lap.
Okay.
Nick Bruni, driver of the #1 machine, your current national champion, showing just ahead in 56th position. Of course, he had started up 5th today, and
Yeah.
though last time we went to full course caution, he was back in 16th or thereabouts. So he may have gotten caught up in some of the activities here as well. And
Let's
I'll
take
check.
Let's take a quick opportunity for Lauren to thank her sponsors while we're under Full Course Yellow. She's here this weekend with us because she's had a little bit of car problems, but there's still some people there that I think she would like to get a word in for. So let's do that real quick.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. First off, I'd like to thank Matt Kessler with Kessler Engineering. I got his motor in my car this weekend. It's been great so far. Unfortunately, some other mechanical issues have put me out. But yeah, it's great power, and he's been a great help to us overall. I'd also like to thank Cameron Conover with Conover Motorsports and the Race Capture telemetry system. It's a great data system. It's a really intuitive dash, and it's really easy to just come right off the track, pull your data, and really dive into it with a lot of detail. I'd also like to give a shout out to Alex, Quint, Matt at Crook Speed. They've given me a ton of help this weekend, despite the fact that I haven't been able to make it out. And it just does not go unnoticed. So thank you very much. That's all I've got.
All right, there we go. We're gonna get ready. I think we're gonna go back to green, right,
We are
Greg?
indeed, yeah, the safety car.
Now you're making me hungry.
Yes, the safety car now, lights were out, and you can see here coming onto the pit lane. That's going to turn the field back over to our leader, Raiden Nickel, and he's getting a good push here right as the green flag comes out from Chuck McTudis in the number 66 machine, heading down towards turn number 1.
All right, 12 and a half minutes, 6 laps to go here as they go down to turn 1 again here under green flag. We've got cars side by side all the way into that turn 1 area, and seeing what the situation is there, sending 60 plus cars into turn 1 here, 2 by 2 mostly through the first half of the pack here. I see a little 3-wide action as well. Here they come through the left hook, turn 3 and left hook. This has been big problems here so far for these guys, but right now they're all coming through pretty clean this time by. Hopefully we can string together a couple of green flag laps here and keep the racing going. No issues this time. Now they're coming up through the snake, another big problem area for us this weekend. Had a lot of cars going off here throughout there, and I do see one car off way in the distance, but hasn't hit anything yet. So hopefully they can just get back into the action, Greg.
All right, Brian, so coming through turns 1 and 2, we had our leaders. We had Raiden Nickel and Chuck McTudis side by side. McTudis to driver's left, and as they powered out of the horseshoe towards turn 3, McTudis was able to get underneath Raiden Nickel, retake the lead, and that is your first car now coming out of turn number 12 through the oak tree, otherwise known as Oak Treeless, now onto the front straight, and I think we've got Travis Wiley in the 77 machine. He's gotten around Brian Henderson.
Yeah, he made that pass in turn 4, I noticed. Oh, we got a car off at the... spinning into traffic. Holy crap.
Well, luckily, I don't think there was any impact there. We had one driver that was probably looking nose to nose with that machine coming around. We'll get the car number here in just a moment. Was able to avoid going drivers left, or probably drivers right.
It was unfortunately reminiscent of that wreck at Road America last year, but thankfully everyone did seem to be able to avoid the car facing the opposite direction in oncoming traffic.
Yeah, that was a heck of a shunt at Road America. But anyway, there's a car going way off there to the right, and
that's coming out of Hog Pen.
Yeah. Hopefully, there's a lot of distance there before they hit anything hard.
Yeah, he kept it out of the wall. Looks like he's making his way back onto the track. That looks like it might be Travis Wiley, though I am not positive on that.
Wow, lots of cars making lots of evasive actions in some really weird spots. So. That is the 77 of Travis Wiley, who was running in third, went off on the exit of turn 17.
That's the 156 machine. It looks like the car that had gone off at Oak Tree was the 118 machine of Evan Carl.
Well, good news is most of these drivers are finding ways to pull it together and get back on the racetrack. Just had another car off there at the exit of turn 1, but it was able to get back through the racetrack.
That's the 156. Well, and we've got a car, and it looks like he's pulling over drivers right. That is the 156 machine, drivers right, just past the start-finish line that we saw. That's Zachary Hollingshead. Hollingshead out of Lake City, Florida, who had some issues coming out of Hog Pen, and we are going back to full course caution, Brian. Full course caution.
Full course caution now with 9 minutes left. And there's another car off there. Exactly. Our producer Brendan was able to point that out to us. Just before the flag station there at turn 11, there is a car, it looks like, pulled off right there. So we've got multiple cars that need to get hooked and brought back in. And we're getting really close to that time, guys, where these cleanups may take us right to the finish of this race, unfortunately.
I was hoping not to see another race finish under yellow.
Yeah, all of us would concur with that. So
yeah, it's a sucky feeling to be the driver out there, especially further up in the pack, or even if you've just got an intense battle going on. It feels great to be able to race it out to the finish. So it's unfortunate when we have incidents like this that prevent that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes you don't have a choice as to where you pull off, but there are opportunities sometimes to tuck yourself in a place where you can sit there for the red. Sometimes I think in the fog of the moment, people forget that maybe if I can go another 100 yards down the racetrack, that might help keep us green. That's probably not what you're always thinking when you're in that moment. You're thinking, "Oh crap, my car's not working." But when you can, it would be the best thing to do if you could possibly do it.
For sure.
All right, so the safety car now, who has Chuck McTudis, passes under the start-finish stand. Brian, no checkered flag this time by, so the clock continues to run. We do have 7 minutes or 8 laps remaining, whichever comes first. I'm willing to bet with under 7 minutes that, this is going to end on time. Either that or our Spec Miata drivers, who I think have been getting very close to driving through the space-time continuum, they may be able to make it. Here, let's go and reset the field real quick. Of course, you've got our timing tower sitting on the left-hand side of the screen. Chuck McTudis is your current leader. He was your pole sitter today. Dropped back very early on in this race. Ray Nickel running in second. Skip Brock Jr., driver of the number 61 machine. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama. Apparently, when he's not in our chat on YouTube, Brian, he's sitting in the podium paying positions. He's currently running third. I'd like to say that you and I had something to do with that. Jonathan Davis and Brian Henderson, 4th and 5th. Peter Enser currently running in 6th. So we've got 2 Washington, D.C. region drivers, Henderson and Enser, who had raced for many years together in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series before starting their majors racing careers. They are running nose to tail right now. Frankie Barroso running in 7th. Rafe Abdullahi, who started on the inside of row number 2, and took a bronze yesterday. He is currently sitting back in 8th in the number 13 machine. Alex Stanfield running in 9th. Brett Kowalski running in 10th. And Danny Stain sitting just outside of the top 10 right now in 11th position.
All right, so some good news, Greg. It looks like all these cars are going to be off the track here pretty quickly. We might get two laps here in before this thing's all over. And a good point, or I just heard from Andrew Benna in the chat, the car that stopped on the exit of pit lane there, turns out that he had a mechanical problem, but he was on the wrong side of the track to make it to pit lane. And thankfully, because the whole field was barreling past him, thankfully, he didn't try to get onto pit lane because that could have been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, we've already seen one car sitting on top of a guardrail at the pit entrance this weekend. Didn't need another.
Yep. So while we don't do a green-white checker in the SCCA in any kind of official standing, it may be exactly what we end up with here. And goodness gracious, I'm going to have to pop another blood pressure pill here, Greg, because this is too much for me to handle.
All right, Brian. So as the safety car brings Chuck McTudis and the rest of the field through Oak Tree and onto the back straight, the request has been given to extinguish the lights on the top of that safety car this time by, and we will be going back to green flag racing, probably with just about 3 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yep. No, which means 2 laps is what we're going to get in. Hopefully we'll get 2 green flag laps in. Charles McTudis, Rayton Nickel, Junior Brock. Okay, so with 2 laps to go, Lauren, Charles McTudis is your leader. What is going through his head? What is his strategy coming down here towards the green flag again?
Well, I'd imagine he's going to be in a very defensive mode right now. He knows he's got everything to gain. Or everything to lose, I should say,
yes.
Right now, being on that pole position. So I think he'll be focused on trying to make his car as big as possible going into every corner, try and prevent the likes of Nickel and Brock from making their way in.
All right, Brian, the safety car is now on pit lane, and we've got now Chuck McTudis leading the field down the front straight, and an early green flag, and we are back to racing and almost 4 wide down the front straight.
Of course, 4 wide down the front straight. Why would we have it any other way, folks? Here they come, all of Spec Miatas, 10 cars packed in the space of about 6. All heading to the front, 15 cars there, 3 wide, 4 wide. I see some brake lock up already. Here they head into turn 1. Charles McTudis letting him in there. Will he come out? He was our second place car at the runoffs. Can he take gold here at the VIR Super Tour? All those cars coming through turn 1 pretty clean for this time, and now they come down towards turn 3.
All right, and I think I just saw the 61 of Skip Brock Jr. Come underneath Travis Wiley as we have a car off on the outside of turn 3, Brian.
Yeah, and that car hit the tires and saw a big splash of water coming out of that tire pit. There's another car there too as well. Hopefully we can get those 2 cars out of the way pretty quick here and maybe stay green to the finish. Not quite sure if that's going to happen. Here comes the cars up the hill now from the stake towards the climbing S's, and it's still McTudis in the lead with Ray Nickel second, Junior Brock in third.
And then I think the big thing here is we saw in the last restart where McTudis, I think, was ready and had a plan going into turn 1. Nickel didn't really make any kind of offensive move on the 66 car going into 1. He took a couple looks going up through the S's this time by, but as they come out of Oak Tree, now he's going to try and get the push past the number 66.
Yeah, it looks like we have Raiden Nickel and Brock. Is that Brock?
I think that's Skip Brock Jr., yeah.
They are both looking to make a pass going up into roller coaster on McTudis with probably 1 lap to go this time by, I would think. So this is going to make for an interesting race. It looks like we've got 4 or 5 cars up in there now.
Yep, and it looks like McTudis has dropped back to maybe 3rd or 4th place at this point in time as they come up through turn 14 here. Not quite sure who's taking over the lead there.
Raiden Nickel is taking over.
Raiden Nickel in right there. This is going to be one heck of a race. Does it look like they're going to try to let it stay green here, Greg?
That appears to be the plan at this moment. as they run in, as we've been under radio silence here for the last lap and coming onto the front straight. It is Nickel, and then it is Skip Brock Jr., then Brian Henderson in the silver number 97 running in third. They've got about a half a car length now up on Chuck McTudis as they go down to turn 1.
All right, white flag is out for Raiden Nickel as he goes into turn 1. Now there's 2 wide for second and third right now behind him. That's the best thing that can happen for Raiden Nickel. Let those cars mess around behind him and give him a chance to possibly drive away just a little bit. But that is not what it looks like. It's 3 cars right on his rear bumper. A little bit of a gap coming through turn 3 as they head towards left hook. And it is going through here. No problems in this section at the moment.
And we had Henderson drivers right, Brock drivers left going through left hook with Chuck McTudis really with nowhere to go. And you said it here, Brian, as they come through Snake, that has given a lot of clearance now to the 193 machine with almost a 10-car length advantage over Brian Henderson, our new second-place runner.
It looks
That's
like
right.
McTudis has made he's dropped back down to 7th or 8th, and as we're going through the climbing S's, he's dropped back even further positions. Now, something I was noticing earlier is that I think Danny Stain, I mean, he's worked his way from 44th. Last time they crossed the line, he was in 6th. And he's even working his way forward in Oak Tree right now, so he might put himself in this battle if he has enough time.
Yeah, and I wonder if McTudis has a tire going down or something, because he is just sliding back through the pack. Raiden Nickel now with that big lead. It's in Spec Miata terms, a big lead.
Sure.
All he has to do is keep it between the white lines for the next four or five corners. He is going to be a Super Tour race winner here. Here he comes up over the hill. 4 and 5 cars battling for second place there. Perfect news for the 93 car. Let that happen. He's saying, look in his rearview mirror. He goes, guys, you battle it out. I'm going to go get a checker flag.
And they're staying now. He works himself up into 4th position, Brian, as he gets past Jonathan Davis in the number 6 car as our leader is coming down through Hog Pen now. And it is Raiden Nickel. He is your leader, and he's got now almost a 15-car length advantage, but all in a line. It's Skip Brock Jr., then it is Brian Henderson, then it is Danny Stain. They are lock nose to tail. Skip Brock Jr. trying to defend against Henderson. Brock Jr. is going to hold on for second place. Brian Henderson's going to come home in 3rd. Danny Stain works his way all the way up into 4th position. Peter Enser is going to finish 5th with Davis, Kowalski, Stanfield. Chuck McTudis falls, our pole sitter, who was running in 3rd position when we had the restart. He falls all the way back to 9th. And Jordan Segrini, he finishes in 10th.
All right. That was a great, exciting second 2 final laps. I'm really glad they were able to keep that race green there at the end so we could get those last 2 laps in under green. The racing we did have under green was fantastic. Sadly, we had a little bit of yellow flag action in the middle there, but a great finish here at the end. If you want to show, Spec Miata is always there to put it on for us.
Yeah, and Brian and Lauren, we saw it right here as they came out of Oak Tree, or probably as they came out of Hog there. Brian Henderson, he had a really good run on the number 61 machine. The 61, he gave Henderson enough room, but he tried to really make it difficult. There's that little bend, a little right-hand bend, about three-quarters of the way to the finish line here on the front straight, and he really, it doesn't look like much when you're coming up to it, but it actually is at speed, puts a lot of load on the car, and we had Brock just kind of inch over just a little bit, make Henderson think that he was going to have to really load that car up.
Yeah, one of the interesting things and great things in a defending position about this front straightaway is that there is that like just little bend sideways, and you can work your car to the right. If there's someone behind you, it makes it very difficult for them to get on the inside of you with the way the track arcs to the right. And I think that's kind of what he was utilizing in that situation.
Yeah, indeed. So it was a great run there, and can't say enough about the run that Danny Stain had as he was picking off cars at turns 1 and 2 down at Oak Tree. We saw a number of times, and we also saw a lot of moves by him coming down through the roller coaster where he would keep the car pinned driver's left coming through turn 15, setting up for hog pen at 17, the place where most drivers would not try to go, that they would really let the car hang out drivers right and try and take a straight line into turn 16 and set up for 17. They just couldn't do it. And again, we started off all the way back in the 40s and finished fourth. It was a great run for him. He should be very, very pleased with that run.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, Lauren, we are going to take a little bit of lunch. We have 4 more races left to run today. Our next race was scheduled to roll off at 1:35, and given where we are on the clock right now, I think we may be back on schedule.
Yeah.
Surprise, 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 even with all the cleanup that we've had. But we're going to have our ground pounders, the big bore cars, going to be our first race after lunch. You don't want to miss Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We'll see if Morgan Burkhardt can repeat as a race winner this weekend, STL and STU, and then we're going to wrap things up with our Formula Enterprise, I think a 17 or 18 car Formula Enterprise 2 field, and the prototype cars as well. So Brian, what do the young people like Lauren say that they should do on YouTube?
Smash the like button, hit subscribe, ring the bell, get jiggy with it. Any of those things.
That's like 1990.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to break out the Will Smith for that one. I don't know how relevant that is today. But we're going to take a break for lunch. We are scheduled, and we'll put an update on the screen if there's any change. But we anticipate that we will be back for our next race at 1:35 or thereabouts. This afternoon. Of course, that is Eastern time. Want to thank Lauren Bralier for coming up and joining us again today for the second time today for the second race, and you really contribute quite a lot to the broadcast. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on here. I have an absolute blast, so thank you.
All right, Brian, so let's take that break for lunch, and we'll see you all in just about an hour here from Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And welcome back, everybody, from lunch here at Virginia International Raceway in the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bolansky, and we are getting ready to come to a conclusion to this event. We've got 4 more feature races today, and first up this afternoon is going to be our big bore race, the ground pounders, the GT cars, the American sedans, the pony cars, although I don't know if you can call a Cadillac CTSV a pony car, but nonetheless, our big bore group is next up. Welcome back, Brian.
Oh, yes, I am back. And the problem with lunch, Greg,
Yes.
I just want to take a nap now. My belly's full.
Well, that's been a problem with both of ours for a long time. So let's do this, Brian. Let's go. We'll run down the starting order.
What do you say, Greg?
For our first race after lunch. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Although I had one of the drivers out here today for this race, James Jost. He had a very interesting greeting for me at the party last night that kind of alluded to what I was just talking about. All right. Anyway, let's start off here. We've got 2 different groups, and I think we are going to have a split start today with our GT cars in the front, our American Sedan T1 cars in the rear. Let's start off with the GT cars, where Barry Bowes will be your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:13.616 in his Ford Mustang out of Austin, Texas, and he had an amazing run in the wet yesterday in that Ford Mustang. Mark Bowden scheduled to start on the outside of the front row in his GT1 Porsche 911. Tom Herb, our reigning national champion in GT1, scheduled to start third in his Mercedes-AMG GT3. He's out of Barrington, Illinois. Jim Booth, we saw him a little bit earlier today in Formula Atlantic. He is scheduled to start today 4th overall in that first group in his GTX Radical SR10. Simon Aslan in the number 81 GT2 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, scheduled to start 5th. Tony Ave starting 6th today in the number 44 GT2 Acura RSX, with Jorge Nazario scheduled to start on the inside of row number 4, the number 165 GT2 Chevy Corvette. He's out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Joe Koenig scheduled to start 8th, driving the number 70 GT1 Porsche 911, with Ray Ramirez starting 9th in his GTX McLaren 570S. William Moore scheduled to start 10th in his GT2 Chevy Camaro. All right, let's move over now to our second group, which is our Touring 1 and American Sedan cars, scheduled to start on pole for the second day in a row in this group. James Candelaria in his T1 Chevy Corvette. He's out of Boca Raton, Florida, and I think we may have some onboard footage from him during this race as well. Clark Camburn in the number 78 American Sedan Dodge Challenger, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row, with Ann Doherty in the number 4 Porsche GT4 Club Sport, scheduled to start 3rd. Then we've got Scotty B. White scheduled to start 4th. He's driving the number 0 T1 Dodge Viper with Mark Bowden. And this is where we'll have to see if Bowden is out in the T1 Mercedes or if he's in the GT1 Porsche 911. He could be qualified 5th in our T1 and American Sedan group in his Mercedes-AMG GT4. Tom West in his Cadillac CTSV, scheduled to start 6th in the number 56 American Sedan. And then we got Michael McLennan scheduled to start 7th in the number 2 T1 McLaren. James Jost driving the number 14 American Sedan Ford Mustang, starting 8th. Kelly Lubosh in the number 3 American Sedan Chevy Camaro, scheduled to start 9th, and Jason Smith in his American Sedan Ford Mustang, scheduled to start 10th.
All right, the race car is on the pit lane. We're getting ready for the start of the race. Bring you the race call for this GT1A sedan and all the other group. Here's Greg Ginsberg.
All right, and here we go as these ground pounders rev up their motors, and we have a race, and it is on the front row. Barry Bowes, but not Mark Bowden. It is Thomas Herb going down into turn number 1, and Thomas Herb in that Mercedes-AMG GT3. He drives right around the outside of the number 32 machine to take the point. Now, we should mention that these groups, the only qualifying sessions that they had were in the wet, not in the dry. So we may see A lot of changes here coming early on in this race, as we just had Simon Aslan get a little bit squirrely coming out of the NASCAR bend. We've got our second group now, our touring car group. They have come off of turn 17 onto the front straight, waiting for the start. And there we go. Green flag is in the air as James Candelaria and Clark Camburn get the jump here on the field as they start to make their way down to turn 1. We had Ann Doherty and her Porsche Cayman sitting right back behind Candelaria with Scotty B. White in the Viper with the most torque here on the start. We're going to see how that machine plays out, as well as Candelaria. So much disappointment yesterday as he had the windshield in that Chevy Corvette fog up on him. He had to pull the car in early from the lead, just could not see out the front. I think we had some onboard footage from him yesterday that we could see it. Now moving down to the inside, underneath Clark Camber, moving into second is Scotty B. White in the Dodge Viper. He slots in behind Candelaria with Camber now falling into third.
Yeah, definitely, and it was like heartbreaking to see him pull in, and we had the in-car of him and his crew members trying to clean the windscreen and get the fog off there. So Thomas Herb, lots of experience. He was a TA3 Rookie of the Year in 2017 for Trans Am. He's also a two-time national champion, second place on the runoffs podium also in 2020. So I think he knows how to drive these cars, right?
Yes, I think he does. And, you know, he took the win last year here, last fall here in the wet, in that same Mercedes-AMG GT3 car. A wonderful machine, especially compared to the silhouette-bodied GT cars in the wet. We'll see how he does here with that number 16 machine in the dry. Already he has opened up about a 2-second advantage over our second place car, but that is a GT2 car that Barry Bowes is driving. The next GT1 car is actually Joe Koenig, with Koenig having started in 8th position today. So already a built-in advantage for our leader in GT1, Thomas Herb, who set the fastest lap that first time by. And we see now as they're going through the uphill S's, he is opening up quite a gap to the rest of the GT field. And now, Brian, another big gap being opened up now in T1, coming past the start-finish line, going down into turn number 1 is that battle with T1, and we have James Candelaria. He opened up already about a 4-car length advantage, which has turned into quite a bit more than that, going down into the horseshoe at T1 is Candelaria just now coming into the NASCAR bend. Then Scotty B. White in that open-top Dodge Viper, and a little bit of a battle going on right behind them. As we've got Ann Doherty trying to hold off Mark Bowden, and Bowden did come out in the AMG GT4 as we go on board with Candelaria.
Yeah, this is the 134 car, and this is his company's Sentinel system, which we love to see here on our live stream. We'd encourage anybody who wants to get their video on the stream to get a hold of James and talk with him about getting some of his cameras in their cars. But here he is pedaling that car now down towards Oak Tree here, and he'll get hard on the brakes here and then make this double apex right-hander here. There's the first apex, there's the second apex, coming out to track out like you're supposed to, especially with a high-powered car, onto the back straight, and we will see some information here on the screen. Great telemetry with oil temp and the oil pressure, the water temperature. So, yeah, pretty cool camera here.
It is, and you know, as I'm watching the onboard, and I'm actually looking as James is there, you know, we're watching the windshield. I'm actually looking at the inset camera in the upper right-hand corner, so you can see how smooth he is coming down through the carousel here. And again, James, originally from spent a lot of time in the Washington D.C. area. This not his home track, but he has a lot of seat time here. And you know, whether it be here as he came down through Hog Pen, which has some of the highest loads on the car. It looks like you know, it was just almost a day at the Mark Fulmer, or even earlier on in the lap when he was going under braking up towards Oak Tree, and just very calm, collected downshifts from 4th to 3rd, and just very little movement, a lot of economy of motion there in the cockpit.
Yeah, definitely very business-like. Not a lot of drama in the cockpit. That's what you want to see. No sawing on the wheel. So very as we'll catch him now. Hopefully coming up. We're a different part of the field here. But yeah, here's our cars going through the climbing S's here. This, Greg, is my favorite part of the racetrack. Heading
is.
up the hill here, looking at the beautiful scenery. If you've got a lead, if you're not, you're trying to catch a car in front of you. But
Yeah. I always look at it as as the polar opposite of the downhill S's, and maybe a good bookmark there to the downhill S's at Road Atlanta, where we were for the last round, and it presents the same challenges. Now, for me, in a very short wheelbase car, I spend most of my time trying to do setup specifically for the S's, because my car actually acts like a pendulum through there.
Right.
And where I can get it to work pretty well through most of the higher speed sweepers and some of the lower speed corners as well. It always presents challenges here, but when you get it right, there's just this rhythm to it, which is just absolutely amazing.
And I find the S's at Road Atlanta to be much more challenging for me personally. I always feel like I'm right on the razor edge there. Here, I find that the edges, if your car's set up properly, it's just a beautiful moment of just driving right up through there. And like you said, if you get the rhythm, if the rhythm is going to get you, that's the place to get it. And if you do it right. Thank you. Yes. And my favorite would be the landing sound machine, of course. But yeah, if you do it right here, this is just beautiful to drive. Whereas at Road Atlanta, I feel like I'm like one half a breath from putting my car into a wall there.
Always, almost every single corner. All right, coming down the pit lane, and I think heading back out, we just had Jim Booth, our sole GTX driver, in his Radical, and he is rejoining the field. We were watching just a few moments ago the battle for second in T1. We'll try and catch up with that again in just a moment here, as Scotty B. White in his open top Dodge Viper has both Ann Doherty and Mark Bowden just knocking on the door within just a couple of car lengths, actually about 2 car lengths back from Scotty B. White, as James Candelaria has now opened up almost a 7 car length advantage. Likewise, in T1, Tom Herb now has Tom Herb, he's got almost a 10-second advantage right now on our second place driver overall, which is Barry Bowes in that bright blue number 32 TA2 Ford Mustang. But it's an even bigger gap from Barry Bowes, from Thomas Herb back to our second place runner in GT1, which is actually now Joe Koenig, who is running 4th overall. Both he and Adam Romito, who I don't think I ran down in the starting order here. Adam Romito in his Dodge Challenger, now 4th and 5th overall. And getting word that the number 4 machine, that is Ann Doherty in her Porsche Cayman GT4 machine. She just put the car off track, and looks like she is going to be falling back from the Dodge Viper. We're going to probably see here now Scotty B. White as he comes over the top of turn 14 and coming down the roller coaster, Brian. He's got a little bit of a gap now, and no longer a gap back to Ann Doherty, but it is to the blue and black number 46 Mercedes AMG GT4 of Mark Bowden, and I think Dustin Cornell started to catch up as well.
Yeah, definitely. And Scotty B. White had high praise for Ann Doherty. Both of them hail out of Washington, so he has looked up close at the progression that she's made throughout her career, and was pretty glowing about the improvements she's made. We've got a car coming in right now for service here. Back to see which car that was.
And I'm getting word, Brian, that James Jost, the driver of the number 14 American Stand Ford Mustang, running second in American Stand. Pretty heavy smoke out of the back of that car. Should also note that the 63 GTX Radical Jim Booth taking its second trip down the pit lane, and I believe his day is now done.
Yeah, that was that car that we just saw coming on the pit lane. I was trying to figure out what that was. Yes, that was the GTX Radical. So yeah, that anytime you come in this type of situation in a sprint race, you're vying for the title, or for the win is definitely over. But we'll see if he's able to get back out there.
All right, and it looks like we've got a car off, a bit off the pace coming down the roller coaster right now. It is the 44 machine that appears to be off the pace, and that is Tony in his GT2 Acura RSX. Again, they're covering that driver with the white flag, means a slower moving vehicle, and given that he was coming down the roller coaster, I'm sure he's going to be trying to get that car to the pit lane. As the last lap ended, Tony was running 7th in GT2 after having started 4th in class. And indeed, Ave now on the pit lane right in front of me here.
Yes, definitely. Tom Herb, a man with a mission here. He is 11 minutes, might feel like 11 minutes to Barry Bowes, 11 seconds ahead of the second place car. Keep in mind that Thomas Herb's in a GT1 car, Barry Bowes is in a GT2 car, so they're not racing each other for position. But if you look all the way back to Joe Koenig in 4th place, that's the first GT1 car. That car is almost a full minute behind Tom Herb. So Tom Herb's got it going on right now.
All right, and Tony Ave has pulled out of the pit stall that he was here on the pit lane, but he is taking that car back to the pit lane. His day is now done. So yes, as you mentioned here, Tom Herb with now almost a 27-second lead, but not over Joe Koenig, Brian, because Adam Romito in the Dodge Challenger, and I've seen some very strong races from Romito. He's out of Opelika, Alabama. He is your new second-place runner in class, and he has just set the fastest lap of the race of any driver, a 1:52.4. That is 3.5 seconds faster than Tom Herb has run to date. And with now 12 minutes into this 35-minute race, I don't know, even at that pace, Brian, if it would be enough for Romito to get up to Herb.
I was going to say, and keep in mind, we're not going 35 minutes. We're halfway through on laps.
That's right.
We're at the 7-lap mark, so this would be a good time to do a call to grid and to take our first break of this after lunch period. When we come back, we'll hopefully have green flag action all the way to the finish.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. If you can please make your way to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, race group number 7. Please head to the grid. All right, and with that, let's take that quick break. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage this weekend here from Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
And let's see, if you want to get out on track but not quite ready to drive into wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend, check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day, low-pressure, fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile on your face. Visit tracknightamerica.com to learn more.
All right, and the next track night is at VIR is July 20th, so check that out if you want to race this fantastic racetrack. We've got a car, looks like maybe a Camaro pulling off, or a Mustang pulling off here. Or is that the Dodge Challenger? Could be any of those.
It could, we've got choices, Brian.
Hope it's not the Challenger.
I believe that might be. I got word
that the 33 car.
Yeah.
Where are we at?
And that is William Moore in his GT2 Camaro.
I was right the first
time. That has pulled off. Yeah, exactly. Don't never doubt yourself, Brian.
Oh. that ship has long sailed.
All right, and we did have a debris flag out up towards turn 13 up Madison Avenue, heading towards the top of the roller coaster. But as we had a car that apparently had taken the agricultural route up at the as they turned in for 14, but I believe they are back out on course. So there's going to be a debris flag out there for a couple of laps. But we talked about it here. Thomas Herb has really checked out at this point. Adam Romito, who had moved up to second place overall, or probably third overall, no longer is the owner of the fastest lap, and that is Thomas Herb, who just passed the start-finish line, puts down a 152.397, and although that's only about 0.03 of a second faster than Romito ran previously, more important is it is now almost 5 seconds faster than Romito ran on his last lap.
Right.
So we were talking maybe Romito might be able to work his way up to Herb. Don't think that's going to happen. Now Romito, he just crosses the stripe to complete his 9th lap, and he was still 2.2 seconds off of Tom Herb's new best lap marker.
Yeah, it's kind of a case of anything you can do, I can do better. Tom Herb saw that 152 and said, I'm going after it, and did so. And I think it's possible that Romito is dealing with some traffic, and that, of course, is going to slow you down possibly. So with 4 laps to go here, it looks like Herb's got this well in hand. But of course, we're going to race the last 4 laps because you never know what's going to happen.
Exactly. You never know. As a matter of fact, there's Adam Romito now just coming down out of the snake. And my gosh, Brian, the contrast between, as he's now going up through the S's, and you see that car kind of just float over some of the hills. Yep. As that single car goes up, and some of these larger machines go through there, in comparison to the Spec Miatas that we just saw earlier. Although it's kind of hard. Actually, the Spec Miatas, where we saw them, for whatever reason, 3 wide through there, but it just looked a little slower. I don't know.
Yeah, just a teeny bit.
Just a teeny bit. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's take a look at some of our other classes here. Clark Camburn, he is your leader currently in American Sedan. In the other Challenger that we have on track, it is the white with black Dodge Challenger, and he is just coming out of Oak Tree right now onto the back straight, and right behind him and starting to close things down, Brian, is James Jost in that light blue, that baby blue number 14 Ford Mustang. Jost, former national champion and podium finisher in his own right, and he just this last lap ran his fastest lap, almost 3 seconds faster than Camburn, and he's coming on pretty darn quickly here, Brian, as they come to the top of the roller coaster.
Yeah, definitely. These are our first really good dry track laps here. So, it could be that the setup might have been not quite what it should have been on that Camburn car, because as you very, very succinctly noted, Greg, the distance is coming closer.
It is, and so that the Challenger in American Sand, I believe it's the biggest, certainly, and also the heaviest of the cars in class, even heavier than by rule, than the Cadillac CTS-V that Mr. West is driving, Tom West. And talking to James, and it's interesting, James Jost, You know, not to toot my own horn, because I don't have anything to do with it. After he got his competition license, he was actually my student in driver's school, and got his competition license at Summit Point Raceway. Well, again, I was happy until the way he greeted me last night and reminded me that perhaps I'd put on a little COVID weight. But also interesting to note with James that he is about a year and a half out from having had a heart attack.
Wow.
And being laid up, and obviously his cardiologist thinks, well, you know, and Brian, isn't this a story that kind of rings along the same lines as your father?
My dad had a heart event, a cardiac event back in the 80s, and the doctor told him to go get a hobby. And 6 months later, he showed up with the SCCA medical form, and the doctor kind of went, I'm not quite sure this is what I had in mind, but if it's going to relax you, go racing.
Well, James already had the hobby and decided to return to it. And like a lot of other drivers, he had some challenges at the runoffs last year in the wet. But he's making up some ground here today, although we are, you know, starting to run somewhat short of laps, I think with 4 laps remaining. As just saw a nice move, Simon Asselin, great move there.
That's not a typical place to make a pass.
No,
it's
no,
not
it
a common slot. There's 2 good on him for trying, but sometimes you're not. The person in front of you is just not expecting it there. So that could have been very, very tight. And I did see a little puff of dust in that little overtake moment. So I don't know if he startled the car in front of him and he locked up the brakes or what the deal was, but not a common place to see a pass here.
No, it definitely is not. And I think that was Jason Smith that he was getting around the number 97 machine. As now is Camburn. Let's watch this battle as they come down into turn 1. As Camburn is trying to make his way through some slower T1 traffic. Camburn able to just do it under braking, and that has allowed James Jost to get just a little bit closer. That last time by, though, Camburn, when he needed the extra speed, he found it on his last lap, almost 3 seconds faster than James Jost. But we saw Jost; he had some challenges exiting Oak Tree that last time, and that was, you know, of course, coming on to the very long back straight here. Absolutely critical that you get a good run. And now Jost is going to have some issues. He's got to find a way around. I believe it is the GT3 car. Oh,
there's a car sliding off on the left. It looks like they just missed the tire barrier and hit that little hump there. So they didn't hit anything.
And that is the 9.8 machine of Pete Peterson that went around. And Pete today, I believe, is driving I believe he's in the Toyota today and not in the Porsche.
Yeah, that looks like a Toyota.
Yeah, we had him he was in the Porsche yesterday, primarily because of the rain.
Yeah, that's not a Porsche.
No.
Yeah, so I don't know what the deal was. It looked like he just kind of, I don't know. Look, I saw a puff of dust while he was going through the S's. I don't know if a tire went loose or something broke. Yeah, that's a weird spot to do what he did there, especially in the dry. So, and the good news for Clark Camburn is, as I was about to say before the spin happened, is he was been able to put 2 cars between him and James Yost, and that buffer with what will be now a lap and a half or so to go in this race will probably be enough if he doesn't have any issues to seal the deal for him with that A sedan win.
All right, and so Brian, speaking of which, when our overall leader Tom Herb comes past the start-finish line this next time by, he will get the white flag. So currently working lap number 13, and he is starting to make his way down the roller coaster as we speak, and has just now come out of Hog Pen onto the front straight.
He will come down here over the hill, and there is the white flag. And Thomas Herb, who is enjoying a
walk in the park.
He could almost push the car home from here and get the first and get the win. Now that I say that, is that the announcer curse? Gosh, I hope not.
Do not do it. And I'm taking no responsibility for this. All right, so as he starts his final lap, Barry Bowes, currently your leader in GT2, and he's got almost 15 seconds on Jorge Nazario's Chevy Corvette. Clark Camburn has continued to open things up on James Jost the last couple of laps. Jost, he was about 15 car lengths, maybe 20 car lengths back from Camburn when they cross the stripe. They should get an additional lap in GT3. Ray Stevenson currently leading over Joe Christensen. Yesterday we had just Ray Stevenson out on track. Today, Joe Christensen in his Honda Civic here as well. And I didn't even recognize Christensen's car out here. I like to liken that Honda Civic to Two-Face from Batman. It's completely blue on one side, completely white on the other, or at least that was the paint job with the dividing line down the center line of the car. As it stands right now, the London, Ontario, Canada driver, quite a big distance back from the number 40 machine. All right, and our leader now in GT1 and overall, Tom Herb, has just come down the roller coaster. He'll be coming out of Hog Pen as we speak now, and here he comes onto the front straight. He's got some cars like Thomas West and also the 78 machine just to his side. And to his credit, Brian, what our leader did is he backed out Tom Herb,
Right.
because there is a battle going on right now for the last step on the podium in American Sedan. That is Jason Smith in the number 97 black and white Ford Mustang, and Thomas West in the number 56 silver Cadillac CTSV. They just came down through turn number 1, and they're coming out right now. And Herb is trying to hold back, and I think Thomas West, I'm wondering if maybe West didn't get to the checkered flag, but he has backed out of this, and I'm fairly certain that these two American sedan cars should still be racing.
Yeah, I don't think I think they've seen the checkered flag when they did not. So we'll see if either of their team crew members have a radio on, because or they might, the second place car might be being gentlemanly, because I don't know.
Well, it was the Mustang, and we've got caution up through the S's. Of course, the caution was all there already for Pete Peterson off the driver's left. From my viewpoint, and again, Brian, I am enough downstream of the start-finish line, I can't tell for sure, but I'm fairly certain that American Sedan race should still be going on for that last step on the podium. Clark Camburn will come across the line and should take the win in American Sedan, with James Jost finishing in second, and they were running almost identical speeds here at the end of this race. And actually, there's Clark Camburn coming across the stripe. And Brian, I take it back, taking the win in American Sedan as they came out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight. James Jost did get around Clark Camburn and takes the win in American Sedan by almost half a second. So big changes there on the very last lap and out of my view, but a great run at the end there by Jost. On the very last lap was 3 seconds faster than Clark Camburn. So big changes here in American Sedan. So let's go and as I believe now, as we wait for West and Smith to come across the line. And they're not going to come across the line. They're going to come into the pit lane. So I think they're fairly certain that they took the checkered flag, and I'm just going to go with that. So in American Sedan, James Jost, your winner. Clark Camburn finishing in second. If neither of those two drivers are going to cross the stripe one more time, it's Jason Smith coming home in third, with Tom West finishing fourth. Kelly Lubosch in the number 3 machine finishing in fifth. In GT3, Ray Stevenson will take the win, 2 laps up on Joe Christensen. In Touring 1, James Candelario takes the win, almost 20 seconds over Michael McAleen, the Corvette over the McLaren GT4. Ann Doherty, even with her spin, manages to come home in third, with Dustin Carroll fourth in his Ford Mustang. And then Mark Bowden Coming home in fifth with Scotty B. White, our early leader. Or actually, no, Scotty B. White Scotty B. White showing in sixth position after having run in second place for so long early on in this race. Ray Ramirez will take the win in GTX with Rafael Martinez finishing in second. Jim Booth retired after just 3 laps. And if we now move over to GT2, Barry Bowes takes the win, margin of victory over Jorge Nazario, 16 seconds. Al Rowland comes home in third in his Chevy Camaro. Simon Aslin just off the podium in fourth. Pete Peterson finishes in fifth, 3 laps down. And then finally in GT1, your overall winner is Thomas Herb, a margin of victory over Adam Ramito, 26 seconds. Joe Koenig will come home in third. Richard Grant just off the podium in fourth. And Greg Shermer finishes in fifth.
Well, that was awful exciting there at the end, and I don't know. I fear that the third place car is going to lose out on that third place finish because they're not taking the checkered flag. But we'll have to just kind of see how that plays out at the end when the official results come out. But you know, that's the big 4 race in the books, Greg. And and Spec Racer Ford is up next.
That's right. Spec Racer Ford is next. So let's make a final call to the grid, and I see a lot of them there, Brian. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you haven't done so already, please head up to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid now. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, our seventh race of the day, scheduled to start right at about 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, about 15 minutes from now. You are watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2020 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA
What
Super
year?
Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Bolansky. And Brian, we have 3 races remaining, and this is one that I have, for many reasons, been looking forward to all day long.
You said 2020. We've gone back in time. I'm younger.
Oh my God.
I'm
Yeah.
skinnier, and I am better looking. Thank you, Greg.
And actually me too, and we can thank James Jost for that, I think. and you know, as punishment, my understanding is that they gave Clark Cameron the checkered flag for a victory lap, and not James Jost after that last race. I might have had something to do with that.
And we
All
led
right,
into this race, Greg, when Devil went down to Georgia, and I think the Devil went down to Virginia today. So
That's right.
let's see
Didn't
what we
make it
can
as
do.
far south as he wanted to,
That's
I guess. All right, tell you what, Brian, we had 38 Spec Racer Fords go out for qualifying this week. I'm going to give you the top 20 as we're on the pace lap right now. Starting 20th, driving the number 188 machine out of Houston, Texas, it's Judson Holt. Starting 19th, driving the 65 car, he hails from Nashville, Tennessee, Scott Ross. Mac Harrison from Washington, D.C. will start 18th in the number 30 machine, while Charlie Rogers will start 17th. He's from Pittsboro, North Carolina, and he's driving the number 21 car. Jeff Beck, and like I said yesterday, no, not the guitarist, although for all we know, this one might play guitar too. He's driving the 116 car. He's starting 16th, and he's from Ingleside, Illinois. David Anzalone will start 15th. He's driving the number 133 car and hails from Glen Head, New York. Gainesville, Georgia's John Green will start 14th in the 29 car, while Patrick Stringer will start 13th. He's from Ballston Spa, New York, and drives the number 40 car. James Goffrey, he's going to start 12th today in the number 68 machine and hails from Jupiter, Florida, while Justin Claugherty will start 11th. He's from Jackson, Mississippi, and is driving the number 7 Spec Racer Ford, starting 10th, driving the number 119 machine out of Ormond Beach, Florida. It's Todd Vanacore, and we've got former national champion Brian Schofield starting 9th. He's from Lakeland, Florida, driving the 61. Richard Baldwin's going to start 8th. He's got the number 2 Spec Racer Ford out of Covington, Louisiana. And Denny Stripling starting 7th. He's got the 123 car, and he is from McKinney, Texas. South Salem, New York's Gian Claudio Angelini will start 6th in the appropriately numbered number 6 machine, and starting 5th. Yesterday's winner in the number 02 Spec Racer Ford from Charlestown, West Virginia, Morgan Burkhardt. Clay Russell, 2-time national champion, will start 4th. He's from Spartanburg, South Carolina, and is driving the number 31 car, while Sandy Satullo will start 3rd. He's from Hillsborough Beach, Florida, and is driving the white 07 car. Russ Turner, he'll start on the outside of the front row in the blue number 23 machine. He's from Montpelier, Virginia, while our pole sitter, with a qualifying time of 2:15.717. I would suspect we're going to see some much faster times here in today's race, Brian. He's from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, and he drives the number 19 car, 2-time national champion Bobby Sack.
You know, I pride myself, Greg, in being up on my geography, and Patrick Stringer I had to go look this one. I had to use the Google. Ballston Spa, Virginia is up near Saratoga Springs.
Yes.
So I'd never heard of Ballston Spa. So I'm now a more educated geographer.
Well, when I lived in Arlington, Virginia, in Ballston, I always thought I was in the Ballston Spa right in the middle of the summer. But instead, right now, I am in the announcer's sauna here in Danville, Virginia.
And I just had to turn the AC on at my house because it was getting a little stuffy here.
For you, is it over
in the
65 degrees there?
How to draw the ire of my remote of my on-site team here.
That's right. All right, Brian. So we've got the field heading down the roller coaster now. The pace car popping onto the pit lane with the lights out, and he is going to turn, or she possibly, because we might have Amy Brown behind the wheel of that pace car. Bobby Sack now has this Spec Racer Ford field. He's got Russ Turner to driver's left, and they are revving up the motors, and the green flag is in the air, Brian, and Sack definitely got a better start than Turner. Now, he started from pole yesterday, Brian, as they come down to turn 1. I'm sure it's in his mind the issues that he had yesterday yesterday. They're 3 wide going into turn 1. Sack went off into the grass on the outside of drivers 1 as we've got a lot of brake smoke in the air about mid-pack. Does not look as though anybody's left the course except for one driver.
For one.
Yeah, going all the way down there on the outside driver's left. And he
There's another car, it looks like, on the left there, slow.
Yeah, dead stick over at the 1 marker going into turn 1 and has just continued. We'll check on that. But Sandy Satullo, as he did yesterday, jumps to an early lead, and I believe he's brought Robus and Clay Russell along with them. And those 2 drivers were battling it out for the longest time with Morgan Burkhardt for the lead. And they had a little comings together with a couple laps to go in yesterday's race. But it is then Bobby Sack. He is running 3rd. Morgan Burkhardt has now moved up into 4th position there. So it's looking to be maybe a repeat of yesterday, with the exception that Bobby Sack looks like he's going to go, and we've got a driver off through South Bend. Took the long ride drivers right into the grass. We'll try and get that number here in just a moment for you, Brian.
Yeah, we'll know because it'll be the last car to cross the start-finish line here if he gets going again. And a good first lap for most of these drivers as they can. We've got another car off at the driver's left at the end of across from where the tree used to be. That car is now back on the race course. We'll see if this car over here gets moving again. It's trying, I'm sure. Here comes your leaders now up the hill to turn 14 and pretty much single file. And it did not take long for Morgan Burkhardt to work his way past the front of the cars yesterday. We'll see if he can do that again today.
Yeah, and he's fallen back a little bit. He had been up as high as 4th, Brian. I believe he's now dropped back into 7th position with a couple of drivers getting up and around as they came through Snake. And we have Bobby Sack, our pole sitter, popping into the pit lane. So 2 days of troubles for the number 19 machine, and maybe some issues resulting from the off yesterday. But Bobby Sack, his day is now done. Sandy Satullo in the white 07 machine, as he did yesterday. He is your leader. Denny Stripling in the 123 machine. Stripling, who started back in 7th place, he is your new 2nd place runner. And both Satullo and Stripling getting around Clay Russell, who had been up in the lead coming out of Oak Tree that last time by the gray number 31 machine. Directly behind him is Russ Turner in the 23, who's your outside pole sitter. Then Angelini and Morgan Burkhardt with Bobby Sack heading into the pits. Morgan Burkhardt now up into 6th position. And looks like he has now Justin Claugerty in the number 7 car right on his rear end. But there is a little bit of a gap up to Angelini. I'm getting word that the car that spun off over at 10, that was the 61 car of Brian Schofield, former national champion. So he is back in a big brake lock up, Brian, going up into turn 11.
Yeah, we had 3 national champions in this race. 2 of them have found trouble here early on. That means Robinson Clay Russell is the only national champion still in contention here, running in 3rd place at the time, as Charles Russell Turner tries to push himself up towards the lead as well. So already early troubles for some of the high-end runners in this field.
All right, as our leaders now coming up towards the top of the roller coaster, and we've got the 123 of Stripling trying to make a move now, going up into 14, and he takes over the lead from Sandy Satullo, and Russ Turner getting around Clay Russell. So big changes here in just one corner as our drivers make their way down the roller coaster. We have another driver on the pit lane, and that indeed is the 61 machine of Schofield. And I believe Schofield is bringing that car back to the paddock, so his day is now done. Stripling, your leader. Satullo 2nd. Russ Turner with the fastest lap that last time by in 3rd. Russell, then Angelini, then Morgan Burkhardt in 6th.
Yeah, this is usually the time of the race where the front cars are trying to work together to pull away from the rest of the field. Not a lot of that going on right now, so you still have probably 8-10 cars within that front draft. Even though it's spread out just a little bit, those first, 7 cars maybe, are still getting all part of that draft, and it will be hard to pull away if the first 3 or 4 cars don't work really close together here.
Yeah, indeed. And so there has been this gap for the first 2 laps from our top 4 cars back to Claudio Angelini in that dark blue and orange Spec Racer Ford, but he is now closed up to the top 4. And then Burkhardt and Caucherty, who appear to be working together, are starting to close down on the number 6 as well. So what was initially a 4-car breakaway, I think we're going to probably see that disappear, Brian. And we're going to have a much larger field in contentions. We've got a driver off in the uphill S's now as well. And I think there might be 2 cars up there, Brian.
Yes, there are definitely 2 cars. There's a white car, it looks like, and a dark-colored car. Not sure, obviously, what the car numbers are. I'm sure you'll get that call from the corner workers because there's a corner stand right across from where that's happening. And we'll also probably know something when we get across the start-finish line here in just a few seconds.
All right, and word I'm getting from corner is that there were 3 cars that came into one another. The 2.9 machine off, that is John Green, and the 116 of Jeff Beck apparently getting together. And we'll see if that's the 116 or if it's the 119 of Todd Vanacore, who I think was a little bit was up with John Green at the time. At least one of the drivers is out of the car. Both of those drivers are right on the side of the track surface.
Stripling and Satullo starting to work together, which is good for them. And actually, Charles Russell Turner, I should say, starting to work together. Satullo, Russell, and Angelini, they need to find a way to come together to be able to keep in touch with those front 2 cars. Kind of counterintuitive to back yourself up to the cars behind you. But if you really want to get the draft together to stay in touch, that may be what they need to do at this point in time. I know we're early on with still 10 laps to go, but if they're not careful, Stripling and Charles Russell Turner, they're going to walk away.
They're going to start walking away, exactly. All right, Brian, I've just gotten word the 3rd car involved in that incident was the number 21 of Charlie Rogers out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina, and we are going, they're not going to run away now, Brian, because we are going to a full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. The safety car should be picking up our leader, Denny Stripling, when they come around out of Oak Tree and towards that south paddock.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to avoid that here. You look at those 2 cars, and then you look at the lead pack going through that area. They're right smack dab in what we call an impact zone.
Yes.
There was just very little that could be done there to eliminate that situation other than go full course yellow. The really good news, Greg, is that there's still 27 minutes left in this class, or in this race.
In this race, yes.
So plenty of time to get them scooped up and still have a good bit of time to go green for the rest of the race. So let's take this moment, Greg, and get our break in, and then we'll be able to go green all the way to the finish.
All right, so you are listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes. We're packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And you can now enjoy the live stream coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. Back here at VIR, 24 minutes on the clock, which I still don't think is going to play into it. I think we're going to get the laps in here. It looks like, well, they still haven't cleared those cars from the top yet. Seemingly maybe a little more difficult than we were thinking. I don't know what's going on.
Well, with two of them, and I have a feeling, Brian, that at least one of them, we see the rollback right there, at least one of them is going to need a rollback, so it's going to take a little bit of time to lay out. So as we are going to full course caution, I got a report from over at turn 3 that Richard Baldwin, who has had a very difficult day today, we saw Baldwin a little bit earlier, I think, in Touring 3 in his Nissan 350Z, but he's out now in the Spec Racer Fords. He started today in 8th position, driving the number 2 machine, and had fallen back all the way to 34th position after the first lap. So, and I believe, Brian, that he was the driver that went off driver's left on the start and had fallen back towards the back of the pack. Going into turn number 1, he started to work his way back up through the field and had made his way back up to 25th position, and then just as the full course caution was coming out, he spun the car over at turn 3. So that's going to pretty much erase all the gains that he had made in the first 3 laps. And we'll see where he is the next time our drivers cross the stripe. But we are under full course caution. We've got the timing tower up on the screen there. We've got the 2 teammates, Denny Stripling and Russ Turner, from the famous racing team, Brian. 3 fast guys and Denny. I'll let you figure out which one Denny Stripling is in that combo. I think Dave Ogburn is a member of that team as well, and. Denny Stripling currently your leader. He's out of Texas.
If Denny's not the 3 fast guys, where are the other guys? Because they should be a half a lap ahead.
Well, exactly. Well, one of them is in 2nd right now.
Okay. I think Denny's not giving himself enough credit. Let me just put that out there.
Well, I would totally agree. All right, San Satulo currently running 3rd. Clay Russell, who won the national championship here in 2019 and had also won the year before in 2018 at Sonoma Raceway. He is currently running 4th. Gian Claudio Angelini running in 5th. Morgan Burkhardt 6th. Justin Clautrin 7th. Todd Vanacore is running 8th in the 119 car. James Goffrey is running 9th. David Anzalone running in 10th. And apparently, Brian, that call that came in with a couple cars getting together up in the S's, and I had mentioned that I thought that perhaps it wasn't the 116 of Jeff Beck, but maybe it was the 119 of Vanacore, because he was very close on track to the 29 of John Green. Well, indeed, it was Jeff Beck that is up there, as I've seen Todd Vanacore come by me twice now in the 119 car, and Vanacore currently running in 8th. And Tim, I was going to say Tim Adelson is in the chat, and I think some great comments here from some of our Spec Racer Ford racers, as Tim says, good news that under yellow there's nowhere near the wear and tear on the tires or the car.
That is true. That is true.
Although I've been in many a prod race, Brian, where I might beg to differ.
Right, exactly, and no worries about overheating today. The temperatures aren't that warm out. There's a big breeze, though, Greg. If you look at the flag there, it is now straight out flat. So that's a good sized flag. So you got to have some pretty good winds right now.
And we do have a nice wind, and that might affect our last race of the day, which is going to be the Formula Enterprises folks. Probably won't be a big deal for our next group. And actually, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please start heading to the grid. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, so as you just said, Super Tour is up next, and we talked about FE2. Those are our last two races of the day here coming up, and that will end rounds 9 and 10 of the Super Tour once we round out what's going on today. Up next for the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour is Hallett Motor Speedway in Hallett, Oklahoma. That's 2 weeks from this weekend. That weekend I will be in Hallett. Greg will be
going from the comfort of his own home. Yes.
Exactly. Oh, that's right. You will be at Summit.
Brian Donati, who joined us yesterday, he and I will be at Summit Point Raceway for the initial round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And if you're not watching the races at Hallett, you can join us on YouTube as well. Just look for youtube.com/@WDCR.
And joining me for Hallett will be a voice that is very familiar to our Solo 2 fans, and also be familiar to the folks who listen to our runoffs coverage. It will be Larry McLeod who's going to join me for the weekend. I can't wait for that. He is as good as they get. He's going to make me look good, Greg.
Yes, I suspect he will. Absolutely.
It's going to be fun.
That's right. And so there was a question, and I think Josh Justice just answered it. Plant Feeder in the chat was asking if the Spec Racer Fords still use the iron block 1.9-liter 4-cylinder engines. Those were from the original Ford Escorts, and that is what is commonly known as the Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 cars. And we now, in the Gen 3 edition, have been using the 1.6-liter aluminum block, aluminum head 4-cylinder engines that come out of the Ford Focus. And a little more horsepower, a lot less weight from these motors, obviously, because they are not iron blocks. And so some changes. These Gen 3 machines also run larger brake calipers to deal with the faster speeds that these cars had compared to the Gen 2 era as well. And for the most part, many of, and probably most of the Gen 2 cars have been converted over to the Gen 3 spec as SCCA Enterprises made packages to allow drivers to do the conversions.
Yep, Lefty is going to join us, Rich. And I don't know the jail story, but I'll ask him. I'm sure there's a story behind that comment.
Lefty might think that he's in jail every Monday night when he calls Rick Motec iRacing races with me. That might be what we're just talking about. And yes, Dean Fairbach in the chat, there is the SADEV sequential gearbox that these drivers can use. I do not believe it is a requirement, however, that the H pattern box is out of I forgot which model, like a 2002 Mazda. I'm not sure that they are no longer legal, but the SADEV transmissions, this will be I believe the second year that they are eligible for running at the National Championship runoffs. 3 years ago, they were considered to be like a demonstration, and drivers didn't run for points with them. Last year was the first year that racers could compete for points in the series with them.
And I'm starting to see some of the track trucks pull away from that situation there. So I'm going to get back into action here pretty quickly. If this drags on much longer, we might get that same red flag scenario that we got earlier in the day. They did that with about 10 minutes to go, wasn't it, Greg? To give as much racing time as possible. So but they are working as hard as they can to get these cars up and out, so we can get back to racing here pretty quickly.
Yeah, matter of fact, there was a request just a moment ago from race control to have the safety car driver slow down just a little bit, and I think obviously we've got time constraints, we've got lap constraints, but I think also the goal of slowing down a little bit was to give our emergency services workers a little bit larger of a time slice, a time gap, in order to be able to finish up their work.
Yeah, definitely. And even though it's warm out, or it's not warm out, slowing down too much, there's just that little tiny inlet at the front of those cars. That's the entirety of the cooling system for these cars. And I don't think it's too much of an issue with our temperatures today. I think we're probably in the mid-50s at this point right now. But on a warmer day, slowing these cars down can be problematic. I don't think that should be too big of a deal today as well, but something to think about there.
All right, Brian, the word from race control to our safety car drivers that they should extinguish those lights as they come up to the top of the roller coaster, although it sounds as though our emergency services teams are leaving the scene over by turn 9. So we will be going back to green flag racing to start lap number 8. Drivers are completing lap number 7 as it is, and we have just about 13 minutes remaining on the clock. So Brian, real quick, before we go green, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 8, STL and STU. Please start heading to the grid. STL drivers, STU drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, pace car now on the pit lane, and we've got Denny Stripling, the blue 23, his teammate Charles Russell, the blue 23. They are revving up those engines, and already Stripling, Turner, Satullo, Russell moving away from Gianclaudio Angelini, and I think Angelini may be a little late getting back to the throttle, which is certainly going to cause issues for Burkhardt and Justin Clautredy, and I think Todd Vanacore has been able to leapfrog both of those drivers as they went to green flag. So Todd Vanacore at the line in the 119 car, the red number 119. He now moves up into 6th position as our drivers are starting to filter through the NASCAR bend at turn 3 and start to come down to turn 4. And there we go, side by side for the second day in a row. It is now 3 wide going into the left hook as we had Clay Russell try to come underneath both Russ Turner and Sandy Satullo. Satullo and Turner had been battling for position coming through turn number 3, and that has given a lot of clearance now to our leader, Denny Strickland, who has opened up almost a 6-car length lead, now heading up into the uphill S's as we've got a lot of drivers still jockeying for position as Clautredy now under attack from both James Goffrey and David Anzalone as they came out of Snake and into the S's and finally past the scene of that crime through South Bend and up towards Oak Tree.
And look at our first place car just starting to drive away here. Denny Stripling up front, while all those other cars jostling for position behind him. The Stripling car, the 123 car there, able to start pulling away. Good news for him with all those other cars doing the dance back there, but not good for those other cars who want to maybe try to get up and take the lead. And I think it's actually Russ Turner who has out front now. A lot of movement here.
Well, let's take a look if it's the 123 or the 23. Those two drivers now back up towards the front of the pack there as the draft had changed things considerably, and that moves Sandy Satullo back into 3rd, and then Clay Russell back where he was in 4th position as we go back just a little bit in a great battle there just behind the field here as our leaders come out of turn 17, and indeed it is Russ Turner. He is your new leader. Denny Stripling in 2nd, and then we've got Sandy Satullo, Gianclaudio Angelini that last time, Brian, with a great run out of 17. He manages to get around the 31 of Clay Russell. So Angelini, who had been sitting in 7th position, now finds himself up into 4th ahead of the 2-time national champion Russell.
Look at that pack of cars racing for 4th place there, Gray, or 5th place, or 4th place. 5 cars there, it's hard to keep track of it at this point in time, but they are pushing hard to try to get back up towards podium positions here.
Yeah, and it looks like Clotterty and Goffrey going to muscle their way past Burkhardt as they came through left hook. So Burkhardt, who started 5th today, he now finds himself, I believe, back in 8th position there in that blue and gold machine with Anzalone just ahead, or probably just behind in the 133 car. So he's our winner from yesterday, getting shuffled back a little bit further, as I'm sure he's probably more concerned in bringing that car home. Here, there's Brian, a neat little thing here on the back of that car. It says Morgan's College Fund, and that is from when his father, John Burkhardt, drove that very same car almost 15 years ago, and got into an incident during a test day at Turn 3 at Summit Point, and basically repaid for half the car. And so, you know, if Morgan wrecks that car this weekend, it's the other half of his college fund going into it. always a neat little story here as we've got side-by-side action coming up into the top of the roller coaster. And I think, again, that was Clotterty and Goffrey. But now it is the two teammates. It's Russ Turner and Denny Stripling, your leader. And Turner now opening up almost a 6-car length advantage over his teammate Stripling, who is managing, though, to hold Satullo and now Angelini at bay. Angelini, though, falling off the pace. And he has just been passed by Clay Russell on the front straight. And they are quite a bit further behind from our top 3 racers that are all locked in nose to tail. Then we've got Clotterty, Burkhardt now falling back to 7th, slots in between Clotterty and Goffrey.
Yeah, barring anything unforeseen here that would bring out another full course yellow, our front 3 cars are basically checking out at this point. Denny Stripling is trying, and Satullo trying to catch Turner, but the cars from 4th and back, they're too far back now as far as the draft goes, unless they really get together here and start working in these last few laps. But I think they might still be too far back to be able to catch back up at this point in time.
And we just saw there now at the end of that first train, James Goffrey getting around Morgan Burkhardt as well, coming out of 2, going into turn number 3. So move Burkhardt now back into 8th position, and then it is a pretty big pack. It's Vanacore, it's Anzalone, Tom Weir, Lee McNish, Jeffrey Lehner, who came off a win at Summit Point last week, and then Lincoln Young, Brian Cates, who also had a win at Summit Point last week, and then Justin Weir. But a big second, actually we'll call it a third pack there. You can see him now coming up the rise into turn 11 and into the Oak Tree turn.
That is the fun part, Greg, of our Spec Racer Fords, is that regardless of what your pace is, there's almost always someone to race with on the racetrack with these big fields. So while that second pack's all racing for 10th and beyond, the fun factor is on 10 here, and that's a big reason why a lot of these drivers drive in this series, in this class.
All right, and so coming down the roller coaster now and onto, or through the through Hogpen and onto the front straight, it is Turner, then Stripling, and the top 3 drivers starting to spread out just a little bit, as Stripling is the fastest of the bunch, turning a 204.9, almost 4/10 faster than our leader, Russ Turner. But then he has Sandy Satullo, who was almost 4 seconds off the pace of Stripling. So they're starting to spread out a little bit. Clay Russell, though, almost 20 car lengths back from our top 3. Just off the podium in 4th, and a track that over the years the Spartanburg, South Carolina native has been very strong at. Gianclaudio Angelini only 2 car lengths back from Russell now as they came through left hook, and it is definitely getting very tight there as James Goffrey, Justin Clotterty, and still, we've got a car off here. This is on the outside of turn number 2, Brian, as having a little more luck getting through the grass now than previously. And,
right.
And we've got another driver off as well over on the outside of 3.
Yep, there it is there. And that is an area that is really, really wet down there because you're kind of in a hole there. So we'll see.
And I was going to say, I'm sure he knows that now that he just did a 360 in the grass trying to rejoin.
It was very pretty. The Romanian judge gave him a 9 for the pirouette. So here's our leaders now pulling away even further, and Everyone in this second group is praying for another full course yellow here to pull it back up. Although at this point in time, a full course yellow is probably the end of our race.
Yeah, indeed, Brian, as we only have now about 5 minutes remaining, and looks like we've got that. And this is actually a different car. We still have the one car, I believe, off in the grass, and this is, I think, the 144 machine, if my eyes do not deceive me, with Brian Yates that has been pulled off. Brian, as we do have less than 5 minutes or 4 laps, whichever comes first, and I think it's going to end on time, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, third call, final call to the grid for race group number 8, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid now. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, there are your race leaders. So Denny Stripling right now is trying to decide if this race could go full course yellow, he needs to make a move really quick. And maybe he's starting to understand that because he is right all over the back tailpipe of Charles Russell Turner now. And if you see all these cars around the racetrack, you've got to start getting your ire up because this is one of those situations where they may or they may not throw that yellow flag. So all of a sudden the intensity has really popped up here as drivers trying to decide how to get to the end of this race. And we're not far to the end on time either. So either way, we are just a few minutes away from ending this thing, and it is time to really get yourself moving if you're going to do it.
All right, Brian, and you know, I had just mentioned that at the majors last week we had Jeffrey Lehner taking a win one day, we had Brian Cates taking the win the other. Well, got a call in from turn 1 where there has been contact, a little beating and banging between, believe it or not, the 71 car Jeffrey Lehner and the and the number 121 machine. That is Brian Cates. So perhaps they're fighting. At Summit Point, not over yet, but we've got our leaders now heading up Madison Avenue, and it is a 3-car breakaway between Russ Turner, Denny Stripling, Sandy Satullo. You can see now Robison Clay Russell, Gianclaudio Angelini. They are going for the consolation prize for 4th right now, and then another battle between Goffrey and Burkhardt and Clautredy, about 20 car lengths further back from there, is what was originally a 9-car battle, now 3.
Yep, and I think you're going to see Denny Stripling might be our new race leader here. I saw him pop out there going up the hill, and it's hard to read the numbers. They're both blue cars. One's 123 and one's 23. But are you going to tell me it is?
It is the 123 of Denny Stripling, Brian, who went by me in the lead. We had the 23 of Russ Turner tucked right up to the gearbox. You can see it there as they come past the start-finish line. The 07 machine is Sandy Satullo. He is now right to the back of the 23 machine as they were under braking going into turn number 1. And we have just 2 laps remaining here, or a little bit less than 2 laps, Brian, here in Spec Racer Ford as they come into left hook. And the 123 machine, Denny Stripling, showing that maybe he isn't the slow guy. Ooh, big wiggle coming out of NASCAR, and that was from Clay Russell, the number 31 machine. He gets the car back under control, but he's going to lose a little bit of ground right now to our new 4th place runner, and that is Gianclaudio Angelini. So not a place where Clay Russell has been lately. Now, Russell did take a year off. And so, you know, there might be a little bit of rust here, and we saw that he was down in Sebring for the opening rounds of the Super Tour, and maybe a little bit off his normal pace there. Still trying to get into the groove. Currently running in 5th position as our leaders coming out of Oak Tree. That when they cross the start-finish line, they will have 1 more lap to go. It is Denny Stripling, Russ Turner, Sandy Satullo. 2 of those 3 drivers were competing for the win yesterday.
And you know, Spec Racer Ford rank is very much a he or she who passes last typically wins. Well, so if I'm Charles Russell Turner, I am exactly where I want to be right now.
Well, maybe not, Brian, because
lap.
Charles Russell Turner just passed Denny Stripling up at the top of the roller coaster.
Okay.
He is now your lead car. Denny Stripling, the 123 car, now sitting back in 2nd with Sandy Satullo sitting in 3rd as they come onto the front straight, and the margin now about 5 car lengths separating Russ Turner from Denny Stripling and Sandy Satullo. But, as we saw in the Formula Vs, and we've seen it already in this race, that is not an unsurmountable event. If Stripling and Satullo stay together, they should be able to draft up back to the back of the 23 machine. And there they are, all lock, nose, tail once again, Brian, as they go down into turn 1.
All right, so now Denny Stripling is exactly where I would want to be going into this final lap. It may be that he actually might have even let him go by and make it easier on him to make that last lap pass, because he knew he was a sitting duck going up the hill from Oak Tree if he were to stay there in first place. So this could possibly be a beautiful piece of race craftsmanship, and we will see how this plays out with Turner, Stripling, and Satullo. And don't count out Satullo here. He is very much in the mix here. And as we come to Oak Tree here and up the S's into Oak Tree for the final time, it's time for me to hand this thing back over to Greg so he can take us all the way to the finish.
All right, Brian, and as our leaders now coming out of South Bend, under braking, big compression as they go up the slight rise to turn 10 through 11 and out of, as my good friend Heather Clark likes to call it, Oak Treeless here over at turn 12 onto the back straight. And we see Russ Turner moving all the way to the inside. He's trying to break that draft. He's trying to make moves prior to the cars behind, and now side by side it is Russ Turner and Denny Stripling. A lot further back, we've now got just one pack with Angelini, Russell, Burkhardt, and Goffrey, but it is now Sandy Satullo moving to driver's right, trying to outbrake to the inside both of our teammates here, and it is the 123 machine. It is Denny Stripling, your lead car, as they come down the roller coaster, with Russ Turner falling back into second place. Sandy Satullo, where he's been most of this race, he is sitting in third as they come down the hill through the hog pen, and as they come onto the front straight, it is Denny Stripling. He gets around the 23 machine at the line. Charles Russell Turner, he will come home in second. Sandy Satullo will finish third. Claudio Angelini leads that second group across the line. He'll finish just off the podium in fourth. Clay Russell, he'll finish fifth. Morgan Burkhardt works his way back up into sixth, having gotten around James Goffrey on the last lap. Justin Claucherty will finish in eighth. Todd Vanacore will finish ninth, and David Anzalone will round out the top 10.
Well, that was an exciting finish, and as we saw also, that group of cars racing for fourth, they went 4 wide coming up over the hill going towards turn 14 and the roller coaster. They were fanned out all the way across the racetrack. The fact that all 5 of those cars got through unscathed, pretty remarkable, and ended up being a great final 10 minutes of this race, as we've come to expect from these Spec Racer 4 drivers.
Yeah, and I think a great contrast in comparison, Brian, to our last race that we had before lunch. I'll just mention that. All right, so there you go. Denny Stripling taking the win today. Morgan Burkhardt taking the win yesterday. Russ Turner, Sandy Satullo involved, and right there on the podium for both. Great runs across the board in Spec Racer Ford. All right, so Brian, next up, we're going to have our Super Touring drivers. We're going to have our 2 Super Touring classes, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. The race is scheduled to start right at about 3:25 p.m. So why don't we take a quick little break? We're going to go and regroup, and maybe drink some water, maybe go take a look at the Victory Circle here, and we'll come back with 2 more feature races from Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
All right, we are back at Virginia International Raceway. 2 races to go in round number 10 of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Round 10 will complete this weekend. It'll get us to the halfway point before we head on to Hallett to start the second half of our season in 2 weeks. Brian Belansky here on the West Coast. Greg Ginsberg's right there next to that flag up in that hot tower, I'm told. And, has it cooled off at all, Greg?
No.
Ah, shoot. Sorry.
That's
I'm
all right.
miserable here, too. Just to
That's
let
all
you know.
right. Believe me, when Michael Collins checked in from like Hermosa Beach, wherever he was in the chat earlier today, I was just thinking I need some time on the beach. Anyway, all right, let's go, Brian. We've got our second to last race of the weekend. This is the Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under group. We've got them split. We're going to have the Super Touring Under start, and then behind the second pace car, we'll have our Super Touring Light drivers. Let's run down the 2 fields. We had 8 drivers qualify in Super Touring Under, and this is for cars 3.5 liters, or probably 3.2 liters and down, and can have forced induction in them as well. Starting 8th, driving the number 14, BMW M3 out of Wake Forest, North Carolina, it's Rodney King. Jim Schlecht is driving the number 75 Nissan 300ZX. He's out of Moab, Utah. Mark Liller, yesterday's winner in the wet, driver of the number 19 Dodge Neon SRT4. He's from Bowie, Maryland. Starts 6th with Anthony Pacelli starting in 5th. He's in the number 66 Subaru Impreza. He's out of Mowertown, Virginia. Jorge Nazario starts 4th. He's in the 165 Mazda Miata, while David Brand, well, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I don't think David Brand, who was scheduled to start 3rd today, will be in the field based on the
But wait, is that yellow Lotus Exige I just saw go by?
Well, the Krug-Speed guys might have had another one in the field. I guess, did we just see one go through the You know what?
That yellow car is the Lotus Exige.
Yeah, that is certainly not the one that David Brand ran yesterday, but there you go. Normally, I think if you switch cars, I'd put you to the back of the field, but I'm not going to be the one to say anything.
It could just be different bodywork.
Not based on what we saw yesterday.
That's true.
There we go. All right, so your front row in STU, starting 2nd, driving the number 190 Ford Mustang from Coppell, Texas. It's David Fiorelli, and your pole sitter for the 2nd day in a row with a qualifying time of 2:08.8. Driving the number 70 E46 BMW 325 out of Marshall, Virginia. It's Darren Treacle. Let's move over to our STL field for cars that are 2 liters and under, and we had 20 cars qualify. I'm going to run down the top 10. Starting 10th, driving the number 56 Honda CRX from Melbourne, Florida, it's Todd Burris. Starting 9th, driving the number 13 Mazda Miata out of South Salem, New York, Rafe Abdullahi. Ted Cahall will start 8th. He's driving the number 182 Mazda Miata. Then we've got Chris Clark starting 7th. He's driving the 109 Mazda MX-5. He's from Fort Myers, Florida. David Paul Fanier starting 6th. He's driving the number 40 Mazda RF, and that's the hardtop convertible version of the NC Miata. Then we've got Mikey Taylor in his Acura Integra. He's from Cumming, Georgia, and he starts 5th. John Sewell will start 4th. He's in the number 48 Acura Integra. He's from Tallahassee, Florida. And then we've got Noah Harmon. Harmon starts 3rd. He's driving the 115 Mazda MX-5, and he's from Orlando, Florida. And so your front row now in STL. Starting 2nd, driving the number 47 Mazda MX-5 from Washington, D.C., it's Ryan Harrison. And your winner from yesterday in STL, driving the number 9 Mazda MX-5 from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it's Danny Stain.
All right, we've got a nice, strong field of STL, STU cars here this weekend as they are on the main straight, getting ready to go down for the first time here, or the last time here for this weekend, to take the green flag. If the starter likes what they see, they will throw that flag, and there it is. Green flag is in the air. We are racing here. Race number 8 of the day, and 2 to go this weekend. Here the cars go down towards turn 1. And smaller pack, so it should be a little easier to negotiate the traffic here for these folks. They come through nice and clean. Beautiful job, gentlemen and ladies. Way to go.
All right, Brian, and our second pack now coming down the roller
we get a
coaster.
spinner there. And, look how wet that is.
Yeah, and that looks like, I think Jim Schlechter in the 300Z that has gone off the 300ZX, and possibly Rodney King as well in the silver BMW M3. We'll get back to that in a second. I'll try and get the word on those cars as Brian, our second field, coming up to you now for the start.
It looked to me like maybe the pace car didn't get off there unless they turned off really late. Yep, they turned off late. Never mind. And here comes that field fanning out now in the middle of the pack, 2 and 3 wide, as they now go down towards, looks like it's almost 4 wide there in a couple of spots as they head down towards turn 1 here again. Hopefully those cars were able to clear in front of them, and it does appear that that's the case, because if they hadn't, there'd be a yellow flag being shown there at turn number 1 probably. But all of them coming through just nicely there, no problems. Here they come into turn 3 before they get to left hook. No issues there.
And Brian, a great move there by John Sewell, who gets around Noah Harmon in his Mazda MX-5. Great entrance out of turn 2, and is able to carry that all the way around through NASCAR and left hook.
We did see a car off in the distance there on that left hook camera, but it did look like it was trying to get going. Here is our first pack going through turn 16. They should be coming through the roller or onto hog pen here in just a second to complete their first race lap.
All right, Brian, as we watch our STL field coming through Oak Tree for the first time, it is Darren Treacle, your leader, over Mark Liller. Liller, who started back in 6th position and worked that Neon up into 2nd position. And Liller, who finished on the podium at Indianapolis back in 2017 and won yesterday's race using that front-wheel drive to his advantage in the rain, getting great jumps on both Fiorelli as well as David Brand. And it looks like David Brand is having a little bit of an issue with that Lotus Exige. Again, a car that he has not driven. His teammate has driven that other Krug Speed car, drove it at Road Atlanta and some of the other rounds on the Super Tour. I think this is probably the first time he's been behind the wheel of that particular chassis.
And these cars here negotiate. Oh, there's a big puff of smoke out there in a spot that there shouldn't be one. Is that oh yeah, you can see a whole lot of oil there, Craig, all up into that area.
And we are going to full course caution, Brian. We've got the waving yellow over just past station 13. So we are trying to, I'm waiting to hear if we can get a car number or get some information there, as our overall leader, Darren Treacle, pardon me, has just passed the South Tower. We did not have the safety car there, but yeah, there is a huge trail of oil, Brian, as you can see, moving all the way over to driver's left by Madison Avenue, right over to the grass.
That's going to bring us out here with 2 laps complete. They were working lap number 2, so they'll be completing the 2nd lap here. Hopefully everybody can get through here just fine. Good news is that's not a spot where you're doing a lot of driver inputs at that point, so people should be able to get through that without too many problems. But they're going to have to get the trucks out there with the kitty litter and the sweeper truck, and this is going to be interesting. And is that also oil there that we're seeing through that line as well?
I think that line was there previously, and you can see that's actually more of a line where the where the pavement has been worn down just from the use there.
Or for the first time this weekend, we've got enough rubber on the track that we're actually seeing a rubber line.
You know, Brian, I noticed right before we went to green for the start of this race, as the initial pace car came down to the pit lane, that there is still a huge puddle on the track just by pit in, and I think it's probably the only bit of dampness there. It is. Thank you, Zach. That it is. It's just hanging around the last vestiges of the rainstorms that we had over the last couple days here at VIR, and probably by Wednesday or Thursday it'll be gone.
So, Greg, I'm getting word from the chat that that Lotus was not damaged as badly as it looked, and that they rebuilt that car overnight.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I'm being told. It said the Krug Speed folks had what they needed. Damage. This is coming from our associate producer, Love Shack 111.
No, that's Lotus Hack.
Oh, Lotus Hack. I like
Yes.
Love Shack better, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
Uh,
Thank you, B-52s. Actually, it's on my
Exactly.
playlist.
Exactly. Tin roof, baby. Krug Speed had what they needed. The damage looked worse than it was. No tub or subframe damage. So,
Hey.
man, good on them.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked pretty horrendous there, as we've got the two emergency services vehicles to get the cars that went off by turn 3 on the opening lap, and taking a look here. The drivers that have not completed a lap but did take the green flag, and this will start off with STU, Jorge Nazario and Jim Schlechter. So the number 75 machine, I was pretty clear. It was the red, white, and blue the red, white, and blue Nissan 300 CX.
Right.
That I saw go through the camera, and I had thought that maybe it was Rodney King in the BMW M3. Looks like Jorge Nazario in the 165 STU Mazda Miata. Now we do have another driver that did not complete a lap, and I have a feeling I know who now is up at turn 13, and that is Brian Hooper, driver of the number 42 STL Acura Integra. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He is the only other driver besides Nazario and Schlechter showing having taken the green flag but not having completed a lap.
And what has not happened yet, they've been plucking cars off of that turn 3 area. We haven't seen any horse trucks come up here to inspect the oil here. So they haven't even, if there's enough oil, and it certainly looks like there's enough oil to warrant a cleanup. Now it's possible they're also getting word for some of the drivers and say it's not that bad, let's keep racing. But it certainly looks like a lot of oil to me.
Well, Brian, you know what? Maybe there isn't a lot of oil there, and we've just now gotten word lights are being extinguished on the safety car, and they are already out, and we are going back to green flag racing this next time by. Again, your leaders in STU, Darren Treacle, Mark Lillard, David Fiorelli, your top 3 with David Brand in his Lotus Exige, running 4th, Rodney King working up to 5th. And in STL, running 7th overall now, is Danny Stain. Mike Taylor in the Just Track It Honda Civic, or probably not, he drove a Honda Civic for so many years, I'll never get used to saying Acura Integra. Mike Taylor in his Acura Integra, he's gotten around his teammate John Sewell, also in an Integra. They are running 2nd and 3rd, Brian, and we're back underway.
Yeah, definitely underway here. All these cars heading down towards turn 1 again, and it is a 5-car field out front. I'm curious why the second group wasn't so caught up to them, but it does look like there's a big gap between those first 5 cars into the next group. So I don't know if they were caught off guard with the green flag or what the situation is, but that's what we've got. The first 6 cars through turn 1 just fine, heading now towards turn 3. Everyone seems to be negotiating that first bend really without any issues, and here they come right at us into left hook.
And that now is going to put probably the 19 machine of Mark Lower, Brian, right up behind Darren Treacle's number 70 machine. These are 2 drivers out of the Washington, D.C. region that have driven against each other a considerable amount. Darren Treacle, for a number of years, had been racing a Honda Civic in the STL class, moved over to STU back in 2020. The car actually made its debut at the National Championship runoffs at Indianapolis in 2021, and this is a car that the Neon that Willard has been driving for a number of years, first in the IT ranks, and then it was moved over to STU, where again he used this chassis to take a podium position in I think an ill-fated STU race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway back in 2017, where seemingly a good half of the field retired with mechanical issues there. And we've got the number 165 machine, Brian. He is coming down the pit lane. Looks like his day is done. That is Jorge Nazario, again, one of those cars that had gone off over by turn 3 on the opening lap.
Yeah, definitely. And the James Schlechter car was able to get back going again. I haven't seen it pull into pit lane, so It's going to be a couple laps down, but at least it's back in the hunt here.
Well, Brian, it is on the pit lane, just coming by me right now. So
I spoke it too sooneth.
Yeseth, you did it.
Anyway, so here we go. Darren Treacle and Mark Lillard now coming across the line, and they have gotten themselves a pretty decent lead here as we go into our basically second hot lap of racing here. And they are pulling away from Fiorelli and David Brand's cars in third and fourth, and even Fiorelli has opened up a nice little lead over Brand as well. So a little lockup there going into turn one from that blue car.
Yeah, and we're seeing now where Danny Stain has worked his way around Rodney King, who was running 6th overall and 5th in STU. That's the black BMW just coming through left hook right now. It is going to be up to Mikey Taylor in his Acura Integra to get by. He's going to need to get around that BMW, which is going to be awfully difficult, I think, with that straight 6 torque coming out of some of the corners there. If he ever has any designs on getting up to Danny Stain and the battle for the win in STL. Directly behind Mikey Taylor, we've got David Paulfinier and Anthony Pacelli. Paulfinier in that RF Mazda, the hardtop NC Miata, and Pacelli is one of our STU machines. He had started off 5th overall. Now finds himself back in 8th overall between those STL drivers.
Yeah, definitely. Influential Gurney asked in the chat, what is the local temperature? It's about 60 degrees right now. I just checked in with Hoosier, and it's telling me 60 degrees, which is a big stop up from the 37 degrees we started with this morning. We've got a car off drivers right there going into Oak Tree, and it looks like it's been able to get back on the racetrack. I had a bunch of cars going off in that area today. It seems like an odd place to go off, but that's been a collection point. And thankfully, that car has been able to move on.
Well, I think a lot of it, Brian, depends on where they go off initially. Because
Sure.
if they go off at South Bend, which is a very high-speed sweeping left-hand turn, if you turn in a little bit early there, you're going to go for a long ride down through the grass, assuming you miss the culvert about halfway down, which will usually put you about 6 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
So that's the big challenge. And when they repaved the track here at VIR back in 2017, one of the things that they did is they extended the exit curbing about 2.5, 3 feet out to drivers, right, to give drivers a little bit more runoff before they went for that wild ride. As we now have on the pit lane, I believe it is the Subaru of Anthony Pacelli, the 66 car, who did quite well yesterday. Finished 3rd in STU in the wet, in a Subaru 4-wheel drive car. What do you expect? But he's now on the pit lane. I think he had actually picked up some damage, might have had contact with another car yesterday. He was doing some work on the intercooler last night, and that may be something that's still afflicting that machine.
Mark Lillard just went purple on the timing screen. That means fast lap of the race at a 2:04.378. Only 0.3 of a second faster than Darren Treacle's fast lap, who is your leader right now. And then Lillard just went purple again in sector number 2. So we might be seeing another fast lap here. He is on the move, trying to catch up or stay caught up with Treacle, and not let that car get away from him. Here they are.
And we've got that new leader, because we have now seen a change of position where Mark Lower has taken that speed advantage and worked his way around Darren Treacle under braking going into the top of the roller coaster. So moved the 70 machine now back into second place. David Fiorelli in his Ford Mustang, who finished 2nd yesterday, and a little bit of a surprise to see that Mustang in the wet weather finish on the podium, as we had a front-wheel drive car take the win. We had the all-wheel drive car, Pacelli, finish in 3rd, but Fiorelli was just really hustling that Mustang around, and it looked really strong in the wet.
And Mark Lillard is tripped the speed trap at 140 miles per hour at a Dodge Neon. That's hauling the mail, Greg.
Well, that's what forced induction will do to you. The bigger question is can you stop it?
Exactly. Exactly. But that SRT4, though, I'm sure that's got some pretty beefy brakes on it as well.
It certainly does now, yes, and it is something that Chris Childs from Angry Sheep Motorsports has been working to make that a much more viable chassis, a much more resilient chassis, really now for the last 6 years or so, and they still have an issue where the transmissions are maybe a little bit on the fragile side, but this car is it's a lot faster, but it is also a lot more reliable than it was in its early days. And we see here is Treacle making up some ground. The BMW also has some amazing brakes on it,
Sure.
and really aided by that run uphill towards turn 11. It gets a good run out of Oak Tree. A little bit further back in the STL field, we saw Danny Stain get around the Lotus Exige. There's Danny now coming into turn 11 and 12. Stain had gotten around David Brand, so he continues to open things up over Mike Taylor, who's just now coming into 11, and Taylor is absolutely getting hounded. And this is a great fight that I think we also want to watch and maybe spend a little time with. Taylor and David Palfinier. This is the battle for second in STL. And the Mazda, much like any MX-5, very, very well balanced. And big brakes on it, and the advantage of having almost a 50-50 weight distribution, whereas Michael Taylor in that Acura Integra, a lot of weight over the nose on that car. And as it stands there, Mike Taylor, he's waiting. He's actually going to be driving his car out, and I believe, Brian, you're going to see him out at the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Nice.
Because he's going to have some new motivation underneath the hood of that car. For the last half of the season, the same gentleman who has multiple e-production championships to his name may be putting a motor in that car. So we'll see how Mikey Taylor does here. But for now, he's holding off Paul Finier for second.
Absolutely, and you've got Danny Stain, who is up there in first place in STL. Mixing it up with the two STU cars of Fiorelli and David Brand. So they're trying to get it done here as they continue to move forward here. And we're through lap 8 here, and with 17 minutes to go, it looks like we're going to get this whole thing in on laps here, Greg, which is good to see after our short full course yellow at the start here.
Yeah, so let's do this, Brian. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 9. That's FE2, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 9, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. All right, Brian. I was just going to say the 66 car of Pacelli. Now heading back out on track, I was going to say it sounds like the motor's a little off, but then again, it's a Boxer engine. It doesn't sound like it's a Boxer Subaru. It doesn't exactly have, it has a distinct sound. It doesn't sound off. Let's put it that way.
There you go. There you go. Well, I mean, at this point, there's the opportunity to at least become classified as a finisher, which can be important if you're trying to qualify for the runoffs. You have to complete a certain number of races in addition to having a certain level of performance. So that may be what they're trying to do here, is get the time in needed so that they can make themselves classified as a finisher here.
Hey, and Brian, here's a great little fight going on right now in STL. We've got Amy Mills in the number 37 Mazda Miata, the blue and orange car. We've got Todd Burris in, I think, the Honda CRX drifting through turn 14. Burris is just, and they also have Ryan Harrison in the Mazda MX-5, the 47 car. Mills had gotten around the 47 car. That moves her up to 4th in STL. And so that fight then with the Honda CRX of Burris right behind. Now, Burris had a great run yesterday in STL. He finished second behind Danny Stain. Again, the advantages of a front-wheel drive car here in the pouring down rain at VIR right now. Burris running in 6th.
Yeah, definitely, and that is that group we were just talking about there, going through turn 1 into turn 2, and there are several battles deeper into the field around the racetrack, but and keeping an eye on all of them is sometimes a little bit difficult here. But here's that group of cars coming through now.
Yeah, and you know, we also have, and let's not forget now, is that just having worked his way around Todd Burris is John Sewell, the blue number 48 Acura Integra. So move Sewell now up into 6th position in STL, move Burris down into 7th, and it looks like Burris may be falling a little bit off the pace there of that group just ahead, but I believe the car right behind the CRX, that is Rodney King in the number 14 BMW. King currently running 5th in STU.
Darren Trickle hanging on at the front of the field here in the BMW 325, still only a half a second back from Mark Liller. I thought for a second, once Liller got around him, he was going to be able to kind of drive away, because he was posting some really fast lap times. But Trickle has found another gear here in that car somehow, and has been able to keep up pretty well. So that the front of the race still, and the STU class win still not locked up here by any stretch of the imagination. As we get working lap 10, that means when we're done here, we'll have 3 to go, or 4 to go, I should say.
4 to go, yeah, absolutely. This is a great fight coming down the hill here in STL, Brian. I mean, between Amy Mills, Ryan Harrison, Todd, and John Sewell, and now that the fight just ahead between Mikey Taylor and David Palfinier for 2nd in class has started to fall off a little bit. Palfinier is now dropped back. We saw him in the shot just a little while ago coming out of Oak Tree. He was about 20 car lengths back, but now we've got Sewell. Look at Sewell coming down the outside of Amy Mills, going down in the 1.
I was going to say, and that pack is quite a bit faster than the 3rd place car of David Pelfier. There's about a 11-second difference. I don't know if there's enough time for that pack to catch 3rd place, but that 3rd place pack is going faster than that 2nd place car, and we will watch that here as we come to the closing laps here of our STU-STL race here at Virginia International Raceway.
And look how defensive Sewell got coming out of NASCAR, going in the left hook. He had the car not only center of track, but a little bit to left of center to hold off Amy Mills. And we'll see if he still has some speed and some legs here. We did just have the 56 CRX of Todd Burris bring his car back behind the wall. And Brian, for all of my cracks about what a Subaru sounds like, unfortunately his Honda sounded very much like the Subaru, which is not good when you've got an inline 4-cylinder engine. But our leaders now in STU just came across the stripe, and I believe it is actually Mark Liller with the lead over Darren Treacle at the moment. So still that Dodge Neon holding things out over the 70, and Liller looking for 2 wins in a row this weekend, as again Sewell getting very defensive on the back straight here. But I think, Brian, what we've seen is that Integra and, you know, VTEC has a lot more top end than the Miata of Amy Mills or the MX-5 of Ryan Harrison.
Sure. Liller's now pulled out another 0.2 of a second on Darren Treacle, so now it's 0.6 of a second between 1st and 2nd place here in the overall and the STU class here. So there's it's not as tight as it once was, and Liller's just slowly inching away as we come into our final few laps here.
All right, Brian, so as we do have, and the next time our leaders come by, we will have, I believe, 3 laps to go. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, 2nd call to the grid for race group number 9, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 9, Formula Enterprises 2, P1 and P2, please head to the grid.
Now we saw 2 cars go off there. The first one looked like it might have been a bit of a sympathy move. Saw the first car go through and went, oh, you know what, I don't want him to feel too bad about that move, and so I'll go and follow him right off. But both of them able to get back on and continue.
And a good thing that they did, because that was Mikey Taylor running 2nd in STL and David Palfinier running in 3rd. And we've got that battle for 4th right now. And, you know, I just finished saying that John Sewell seemed to have more straight line speed than the 2 MX-5s. Well, things have been turned on their head in that group, Brian, because as they came through Snake, Both Amy Mills and John Sewell just seemed to just motor right by the blue Integra of John Sewell. And you can see there as they're coming up into 11, Sewell now about 2.5, maybe 3 car lengths back from the 2 Mazdas just ahead. You know, we'll see if he can close it down. The last lap by Mills and Harrison were not able to close things down under the draft, but it looks like Sewell is just starting to lose pace. And if I remember correctly, Sewell actually finished 15th in STL yesterday. He had some mechanical issues that took him out of the race early. He actually finished, I believe, 2 laps down.
And once we get him to the line here and we see where Mike Taylor and Paul Finner cross, and then the 4th place car here, which looks like it's Amy Mills, we'll know how much they were able to make up when those 2 cars went off there. It doesn't look like it was a whole bunch, but we'll know more here in just a second. Waiting for those cars to come up over the hill here and cross the start-finish line, and we'll have a much better idea now. Yeah, it's still about a 10-second, 11-second lead here between 3rd and 4th place here in the STL class.
Well, Brian,
a lot of side by side there.
Yeah, since they're going 3 wide into turn 1, Paul Finner might have a bit of an advantage here, as now Mills and Harrison have, well, it's actually Sewell to driver's left, with Harrison, and Amy Mills has dropped to the third car in that group. And looks like we might have a car that is off by Oak Tree, but I think it might be, they might let this race finish under caution. You can see the car there on the outside of Oak Tree, or actually just before you turn in for Oak Tree, but I think they're going to leave that car there and let this race play out, since we have only 2 laps remaining, Brian.
Yeah, definitely. It would be great to see that, let that happen. If it's safe, obviously, we don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize anybody. But that's always the goal, is if they can keep it green, they certainly try. But sometimes you just put in a spot where you have no choice. So here we go. Another group, that car. Here comes that group of Mills, Harrison, and Sewell. It does look like it's Sewell now. No, it's Sewell in 2nd, Harrison in 1st, and Mills in 3rd.
Yeah, in that group there as they come up the back straight. So I don't know, maybe Sewell had some electrical issues that he's resolved. But once again, side by side, coming over the top of Madison Avenue, it's Mills and Harrison. And it looked as though just ahead of them, Paul Finner starting to make up some ground on Mike Taylor again. But this is a great fight now coming down through the roller coaster, as Sewell now running in 4th position with Amy Mills ahead of the white Mazda MX-5 of Ryan Harrison. Again, that's the battle for, right now, the battle for 4th in STL.
And we're focusing on this because it is the best battle on the racetrack. Up front in STU, Liller has pulled out to now over a 2nd lead over Darren Trakel. If that were tighter, we'd be watching that right now. So that's why we're keeping an eye on these on the cars that we have been keeping an eye on as we get ready to come to the white flag lap here, I believe, next time by.
That is the case, and Brian, I think Darren Treacle starting to close things down a little bit on the neon of Mark Liller. We'll see the next time. As a matter of fact, they're coming down the roller coaster right now. There's the shot of our STU and overall leaders with Mark Liller, your leader, Darren Treacle, right behind, and now just coming down. It is, I think it's the one, no, that is not the 190 Mustang. The 190 Mustang quite a bit further back, Fiorelli.
All right, here comes your lead duo to the line, this time by 0.8 of a second. So you are right, Greg. Trakel was able to cut 0.3 of a second off the lead, but that's not enough at the moment to make a big difference here. We will see if Liller is able to keep this lead going and not let him come in too much closer as we come into our last 12 corners here at BIR for our STU STL class win. There is Liller at the moment going through Horseshoe. going through Left Hook, and with Trakel not far behind.
You know, and we saw, the left hook there, Brian, is a fairly hard-braking corner.
Right.
And the rear end of that Neon getting very loose. Of course, the front-wheel drive car, not as much weight in the rear of it. And Liller manages to get that car under control, get the rear end to rotate and not over-rotate coming through that corner, which is somewhat easy to do. You can sometimes get crossed up going into turn 5 here at Virginia International Raceway, but as they come up the rise, and this is where Treacle always seems to pick up some ground, Brian, on the 19 machine. It's actually under braking as they came out of South Bend going up to turn 11, and they come down this long back straightaway. But Treacle doesn't appear usually to close things down on the back straight. It is where you might expect. It's under cornering. The BMW definitely has an advantage, especially in some of the lower speed, tighter corners than the Neon. But we don't have so many of them here at Virginia International Raceway. A lot of sweepers. This is probably the tightest section of the course here, other than coming through left hook and going through turn 5 as our leaders come down the hill now. Is they should be getting the white flag this time by.
This is the final lap.
Oh,
right
this
now.
is the
Here
final
comes
lap.
our
That's
leaders
right.
down for the final time. Checkered flag is in the air, and it's going to be Mark Liller with your race win. Darren Treacle finishes second, 7/10 of a second back. So he was able to make up 1/10 of a second on that final lap. It just didn't have enough horses there to get the job done here. We'll be looking for our STL race winner here to be coming across the line in about 15 seconds or so. Should be right up here, and that's going to be Danny Stain unless something else changes. And here they come across the line again. That was David Fiorelli. And still waiting for Danny Stain.
Yeah, Stain was in. Here comes Stain onto the front straight now,
Yep,
Brian.
here we go. So we should see him coming up over the hill here in just a second. There he is. There is your STL race winner, Danny Stain from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in that Mazda MX-5 Cup car.
All right, and actually that's an NC Miata.
It is, right,
It's
I'm
not
sorry,
an
you're
MX-5
right.
Cup car, great, but it is a model that he has been racing here in STL since before the 2017 runoffs, and it has turned into, over the years, a machine that he's won 2 national championships in STL, and the pace on it, pretty darn right amazing. Is his fast lap down in the low 208 to 208.35, almost 1.9 seconds faster than Mike Taylor, who finished in second place. So if we go and we take a look at the finishing order here, it is Mark Liller with then Darren Treacle, David Fiorelli, David Brandt. Great run for David in that rebuilt Lotus Exige, finishing fourth in STU. Finishing then in 5th was Rodney King and Anthony Pacelli. We're getting word from the chat that there was actually some contact that Pacelli had on the very first lap. And, of course, he finished 5 laps down in 6th position. In STL, it was Stain, then Taylor, then Paul Finier. John Sewell manages to hold off Amy Mills and finishes just off the podium in 4th. Mills finishes 5th. Ryan Harrison, the last in that group, finishing in 6th. Nathan Pring and Austin Hilliard will finish 7th and 8th, and Clark and Cahall. And I was watching a neat little battle there at the very end with Jared Odrick and Whitfield Gregg, and that was a battle for 13th position, Brian. And for the last, I'd say the last lap, those 2 drivers were side by side until they got to the finish line. Just a small, pardon me, I take that back. It was Whitfield Gregg and Barry Sigler, not Jared Odrick. And the margin between Gregg and Sigler at the line, 2 1/1000ths of a second.
Whew. All right, there we go.
And who
That's
said you can't find somebody to race all the way from the front to the back of the pack?
That's right. That's right. All right, that's going to finish us up here for our STL race. Still ahead, FE2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. That's next, right, Greg?
That is right, and they are scheduled to roll off in about 15 minutes. Scheduled start time 4:20 p.m. So take a load off get ready. If you like what you hear, give us that big thumbs up. Go ahead and subscribe to the SCCA YouTube page and click on that notification bell so you know when we go live. And so, Brian, I'm going to make a final call to the grid, and then we're going to take a little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 9. That's Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group 9, FE2, P1, and P2 drivers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Brian, let's take a break. When we come back, final race of the weekend here from Virginia International Raceway. 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first for those open wheel and prototype cars. You're listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Berlansky, and one more race to go, Brian. Just one, and it is Formula Enterprises 2 and our prototype cars.
Starting to sound like Wolfman Jack here. My voice is completely wrecked. 18 races this weekend, and you were calling races on qualifying on Friday too, Greg. So. But we are having a blast regardless. Hopefully I can croak my way through this final race, and we will get it to the finish line here. Happy Easter and Passover to everybody who celebrates, by the way. I don't think we've said that yet today. So.
And I concur, Brian, and yeah, my voice is certainly reaching its limits right now. So let's do this. We've got our kart drivers out on their pace lap right now. We're going to have a split start once again here. We're going to have our prototype drivers up front. We're going to have the FE2 drivers in back. We had 10 drivers qualify in the prototypes. We had 17 qualify in the FE2s. Well, let's go, and we're going to run down 10 of each. How's that? Well, that's going to be easy for the prototypes since there are only 10 of them. Starting 10th, driving the number 188 Prototype 2 Store is AJ Snyder. Starting 9th, driving the number 62 Prototype 1 Alon DPO2 out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Todd Slusher. Michael Moulton will start 8th, driving the number 77 Prototype 2 Store, while John Dunches will start 7th. He's in his Prototype 1 Alon DPO2. Then we've got Matt Gendron. He's going to start 6th. He's in the number 82 Prototype 1. It's the Downing Atlanta Peach, which I believe is actually an Alon DPO2. Starting 5th, driving the number 72 Prototype 1 Alon, it is John McAleer with Lee Alexander. Starting 4th, he's in a Prototype 1 Store, WFZ. Then we've got Todd Vanacore. He's going to start 3rd. He's in the number 19 Prototype 1 Alon DPO2. Jean-Luc Liverato in the number 8 Alon. He will start on the outside of row number 1 and your pole sitter in group number 1. It is Chet Romer. Qualifying time at 1:43.604. He's out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, driving an Alon DPO2. Now we move over to our Formula Enterprise 2 machines, and again we're going to give you the top 10 here. Starting 10th, driving the number 145 machine out of Kernersville, North Carolina, it's Brian Yates with Sam Harrington. Starting 19th, he's driving the number 33 car. He's from Finksburg, Maryland. Jameson Huffman will start probably not 19th, he's going to start 9th. Starting 8th, Jameson Huffman driving the number 89 machine. He's from Herndon, Virginia. Starting 7th, and I think we have it on, hopefully have it onboard cameras for him today. Kelton Jago, he's going to start 7th in the number 29 machine. He's showing from Midland, Michigan. Then we've got Steve Whitston. He starts 6th. He's in the number 18 machine out of Georgetown, Texas. Jonathan Weishite will start 5th in the 21 machine. He's from Baltimore, Maryland. Justin Huffman, he's going to start 4th today. He's in the 11 machine. That's Jameson's father. He's out of Herndon, Virginia, while Colin Rackley will start 3rd. He's in the 80 car. He's from Clinton, North Carolina, and Lee Rackley will start 2nd. He's from, also, oddly enough, Clinton, North Carolina. He's driving the 79 car. And then finally, your pole sitter in Formula Enterprises 2 with a qualifying time of 1:55.161 from Hellier, Virginia. It's Russ Turner. And our prototype cars, Brian, are coming down the front straight and ready to take the green as Chip Romer has the field very well formed up. The red and black machine gets an early jump, and they are underway, making their way down towards turn 1 now with Romer and Liverato Vanacore and Lee Alexander as they still go side by side down into turn number 1. Our second pack just getting up to the top of the roller coaster, Brian, but good start here from the prototypes.
Yes, good start. We do have a really slow car down the front straight. Hopefully they'll duck right into the pit out and stay off the track before the next group comes by. But yes, nice clean start by the P2 cars. And here is that slow roller still heading down towards turn 1. I hope he gets out of the way because the FE2 field is going to eat him alive if he doesn't do that. Here comes the FE2 field. We'll see how this goes. Also, Greg, we looked at that oil dry as the P1 cars are going through there. and the P2 cars, and they were really ginger. We should see how that happens next time by through 2.
All right, so the pace car now for our second group is on the pit lane, Brian. Russ Turner has the field with Lee Rackley right alongside him in the number 79 machine. Colin Rackley in the light blue, number 80 directly behind, and they now have the green flag as well, as we have now 17 Formula Enterprise 2 machines heading down towards turn 1. We'll try and pick up where that second prototype, or that last prototype car is, but it looks like he's made it through the horseshoe, Brian, and hopefully will not impact this race as our leaders come down through turns 2 up towards the NASCAR bend. And it is early on Russ Turner in the blue number 32 machine with Lee Rackley very close behind, and then it is looks like Justin Huffman in the 11 has gotten around Colin Rackley, the dark blue number 11 in third, the light blue number 80 in fourth position as they come through. Now in the dry, Justin Huffman had not gotten any laps in or before yesterday, did not get any laps in the car on Thursday, and then Friday in the wet. Had some mechanical issues, only ran a handful of laps. So we'll see here how that number 11 machine runs after he had just set the new track record in FE2 last week at Summit Point Raceway.
And here are your cars, your FE2 cars coming through the big bend there, and one goes off driver's left and starts to come back on the track, and now they go through that oil dry there. Seemingly no issues negotiating that. It'll be all gone in a lap or two, but at least the first time by, it can be a little anxious, anxiety-inducing moments there. But that oil dry will be gone pretty fast.
All right, and Ryan, I've just gotten word that Todd Vanacore, driver of the one. Well, actually, let's see if it was the 1-9 machine, the green Elan DPO2 of Todd Vanacore. He has exited the track up towards the Patriot, and his day is now done after having started third in our prototype field. And we're watching now as the Formula Enterprise 2 machines come down and complete their first flying lap. And hey, look, somebody found the one puddle on the racetrack. Maybe they're driving in on wet tires. Brian, need to keep them cooled down. I don't know. Here as they are now working down into and out of the horseshoe and opening up a rather large margin to start things up. That is Russ Turner, and we saw him battling it out for the lead just a little while ago in Spec Racer Ford with Lee Rackley in the 79, and then Justin Huffman. We saw Colin Rackley and Kelton Jago go through Oak Tree on that last leap, and I believe, and I'm going to get the call now from turn 12 to see if it was Kelton Jago or one of our other drivers. And still not getting a car number, but apparently there is some debris right after turn number 12.
And there's an in-car with that car. It would be really cool if we're able to go back and look at that off there at the start of the race. But he was able to collect it, get it right back onto the racetrack, and motor on, and that off has dropped him down to I looked at the wrong class here on the timing and scoring. Yeah, that dropped him down to 6th place. So not a huge problem as far as that goes, but he is now between Steve Whitston and James Brookshire.
Yeah, and we'll see, and I'm actually starting to think, Brian, that maybe it wasn't Kelton that had gone off, and because we've had a big change, and this is Jonathan Weishite in the number 21 machine. Weishite had started 15th in class, had started 5th in class. He is now showed as being 12th in classes. I think we might have that onboard view from Kelton Jago, hopefully up and ready to go here. We're going to take a look, hopefully, in just a few moments. I think, we'll see here. Actually, I think we may be getting a shot of the start of this race as we're watching right now here this battle in Prototype 2 going on. And this is right now the battle for second overall in Prototype 1 with Lee Alexander, Jean-Luc Liverato, and John McAleer as they're coming across the start-finish line to complete lap number 2 and start lap number 3.
Yeah, I think that's the fight for 3rd place, maybe, or 2nd place that we're seeing there. Those guys are really working hard at it right now.
They are
early in this race. Looks like also, Greg, the wind has died down just a tiny bit, which is good for these cars. Not such a big deal for our sedans, but the wind can be a big problem for these smaller Formula cars.
Yeah, I was just about to say that it looked like the flags are now flagging. And Brian, as we have a standing yellow at turn 3. There is a car off, driver's left,
Oh, yep.
coming out of the NASCAR bend, going in the left hook. I'm still trying to get the number on it. There was an impact with the tire wall, and as you can see, it is, I believe, facing counter race, and we'll see. We're still waiting to see if there's need to get them moved. But we're going to hopefully have somebody from Station 4 run over to see what kind of condition they are in. And it is the 2.8 machine that is off there. That is the word that we are getting. That would be James Brookshire, not in a prototype car, but the 28 Formula Enterprises machine out of Saluda, North Carolina.
And that is unfortunately in a spot where we've seen a lot of cars go off, which makes me believe that they may not want to keep that car there. The good news is, like we said earlier, 28 minutes left early in this race. They could probably get it out moving quick.
All right, and so we've got one of our corner workers responding now, checking on the driver, seeing if the driver is okay, and hopefully we'll get some word as to whether or not that car can be moved. But right now, our leader in Prototype 1 is Chip Romer, and he's started to open things up over John-Luc Liverato. Much like yesterday, Romer, not with Liverato finishing second, but Romer took the win yesterday with Todd Slusher and Lee Alexander finishing second and third, and I believe the gap was somewhere close to 20 seconds between Romer and Slusher yesterday in Prototype 1. In Formula Enterprises 2, Charles Russell Turner, Russ Turner, who is our current leader in class, had about right now has an 8-second advantage over Lee Rackley. Yesterday, Russ Turner took the win over Sam Harrington, with Kelton Jago coming home in third. And Brian, the driver, is now out of the car over on the outside of turn number 3. And turn 3 over at NASCAR Bend, they have dropped their yellow flag, so we're back to green course racing, and they're just going to leave that machinery there until the end of the race.
You see the prototype cars now starting to make their way through the field. I believe now we have a replay ready. Hopefully we'll go to that whenever we get a second. And here it is. It's this is out of the Kelton Jago car. And here he is going off at the start of the race. That's it looks really rough because that camera's right on the suspension part. So you're getting all of the compression on the shocks and everything there up front. And but it probably a little rougher than it felt, or maybe it felt just that rough, Greg.
Yeah, exactly.
But he was able to keep the foot in it and get back into the fray here pretty quickly.
And you know, it's funny. Before we went to this started this race, I was talking to our producer Brendan Kesmerick about it was nice to see that we now have one of the Candelaria systems in a Formula car. He says, "Oh yeah, well it's mounted to the suspension system," and I was saying, "Well, I hope it doesn't break." And there you go. We almost got a great view. All right, we have a car on the pit lane. This is one of our prototype cars, and it's all carbon fiber, so I can't get the number, Brian. I'll see if we can get the number here in just a moment. I believe it's Lee Alexander, driver of the number 48 machine, but I'll try and get that number here in just a few moments.
So far, our prototype cars weaving their way through the lapped traffic from the FE2 cars, and that's the way this works here when you've got the split starts. No issues at this point in time. Your FE2 leader at this moment is Charles Russell Turner, followed by Lee Rackley and Justin Huffman. If you go to the prototypes up front, you've got Chip Romer, who is now 2.2 seconds ahead of Jonathan Liverato, followed by John McAleer, Mac Endren, and Todd Slusher. So that's how it looks for the top 5 there. And on our P2 field, we have 2 cars. Michael Bolton is your leader, and A.J. Schneider is, I think, the P2 car that may have come off the track there earlier. He is, and maybe the one in pit lane.
All right, Brian, let me jump in here real quick. We have a car that's off at turn 5, heading towards turn number 6 into the tire wall, and we are going to a full course caution.
Yeah,
you can see there it's actually out of 5 going through Snake, and you see some of the debris there on the track right before the flag station at turn 6. And again, we are now going to full course caution as we are now 11 minutes into this 35-minute or 14-lap race as we are working lap number 6 currently at the front of the field. And so full course caution here, and as soon as I get a number on that car, I'll let you know.
So that's going to give a chance for this field to kind of bring themselves back together here and recollect themselves, regroup, and it depends on how long it takes to get this thing cleaned up, although I see some debris all over there, and so it'll be a bit of a cleanup, and then I'm sure there'll be a tire wall situation as well. So, but when they do get back to racing, it will be nice and bunched up and fast and furious, I'm sure.
All right, so we've got the field making their way through. Still trying to get the number here as our leader, Chip Romer, coming through South Bend right now, and we should have the safety car picking up Chip Romer as he and the rest of the field come through Oak Tree, and there's your leader right now,
right.
With I think with John Luke Liverato fairly close behind. I don't believe that is Liverato. I think that's one of our Formula Enterprises machines that Romer has passed. And there is Liverato. They are the 4th car in line, and he's got John McAleer in the number 72 machine directly behind them. So this is going to give a little bit of clearance to Chip Romer when we go back to green flag racing, as both Liverato and McAleer are going to have to work their way around some of that slower FE2 traffic. But that is not for us to consider at the moment here, as again, we are under full course caution. And if we go and reset the field here, your overall leader, it is Chip Romer, driver with the number 26 along DPO2, with Liverato, McAleer, then Matt Gendron running in 4th, Don Junchis in 5th. Then Slusher is showing a lap down in the 62 machine, and then Lee Alexander, and again, I think Alexander in the 44, actually the machine that I'm looking here at on the pit lane is actually the 48 machine of Lee Alexander. So we'll see here as Slusher is showing a lap down. Brian, I'm not going to, I don't know for sure if it is that machine that is off over at turn 6. In Formula Enterprises 2, Russ Turner is your leader with Lee Rackley 2nd, Justin Huffman 3rd, Kelton Jago 4th, Colin Rackley, who started 3rd today. He is now running in 5th position with Steve Whitson, Tom Green, Brian Yates, Sam Harrington, and Eric Cruz, your top 10. And we'll see here, Brian, as our leaders cross the start-finish line to start lap number 7.
Yeah, we should possibly, through process of elimination, kind of be able to figure out who that car might be down.
Yeah. Now, the 188 car is coming down the pit lane right now. That is AJ Snyder. And Snyder, I believe, is taking his car back behind the wall. Yeah, and so by the process of illumination, I'm fairly certain that that is the 62 of Todd Slusher that is over by turn 6. He is now showing 2 laps down.
Yeah, it does look to be the case here.
In P2, I was just going to say, in P2, your leader for the moment is Michael Moulton, and well, with AJ Snyder taking his store back behind the wall, I think it's fairly safe to say, with Moulton 2 laps up, he will continue to be your leader in P2, Brian.
Yeah, and we'll also see if they're going to try to snag this FE2 car, I think is right in front of us as well.
Right.
This would be a good opportunity to try to get a hook on that thing real quick and get it out of there. So I was going to mention up next for us here on the Super Tour, 2 weeks from this weekend, We will be at Hallett Motor Speedway in Oklahoma.
Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. They get very touchy about that
Motor
out in
Racing
out in
Circuit.
Jennings, Oklahoma.
I apologize. It'll be my first trip there. That's why I don't have the vernacular down.
That's right.
But I will get it right before that weekend, I guarantee you. And then from there we got another week off, and then we head to Thunder Hill for a race weekend. And then I believe there's another weekend off, and we go to Portland.
That's right, and I have a lot of weekends off in that whole series, Brian. It seems like, because I've got other events for both the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit event when I'll be at Summit Point, and I believe I will be here actually at Virginia International Raceway for the SARC, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series joint event, while you are at Thunder Hill, and then we'll all join up again for Portland again in mid-May.
That's right. And we round out the season with Watkins Glen. I will not be with you for that weekend. My teenager is graduating from high school that weekend. And then we'll get back together for the final race of the Super Tour at Road America, the Jeep Sprints.
Or just to celebrate your birthday. One of the two.
Or we can celebrate my birthday. We'll toast each other from afar.
That's right.
Although I have yet, may get a surprise at the Jeep Sprints. Might get a surprise.
I'm always up for surprises at Road America. Eric Mueller, our good friend out there, and I think everybody would be up for a good surprise.
Yeah, we might just. And
All
there
right,
is
Brian,
that car.
it looks like we have gotten the situation cleared over at Snake, and the safety car has been asked to extinguish the lights when they come to the top of the roller coaster.
Great
so
job.
we will be going back to green flag racing here just about halfway on time, about a little bit more than 17 minutes remaining, and just about 7 laps remaining, as well as we're working lap 8 currently.
That's right. So, and these cars are pretty fast, so we should still have plenty of time to get the laps in here. I don't think we're going to be finishing on time here, unless we have any other problems. But let's not tempt the racing gods on this one. Pace car on pit lane, and Chip Romer's going to take him down to the green flag, right?
All right, and here we go. And green flag is now in the air, and as we suspected, that Formula Enterprises 2 machine that was right behind our leader Chip Romer, well, he has given way now to both Jean-Luc Liverato and John McAleer as they head down and barrel down towards turn number 1. And it is still Chip Romer. He's in the black or actually carbon fiber bodied Elan DPO2, and actually all 3 of those drivers up front and in the Elans, but now only about a car length and a half separating each as they come through. And we are looking just behind them, and this is a great little fight picking up. This is Lee Rackley, Justin Huffman, and Kelton Jago. This is actually the battle right now for second in Formula Enterprises 2 as they are going up into the S's. So the first car of those 3 Formula cars sitting right in the middle of the S's right now, that is Lee Rackley. We've got Justin Huffman, Kelton Jago nose to tail, and then very closely behind them we've got Colin Rackley, we've got Steve Whitston, we've got Thomas Green as well. Why is all that far back? So great battle shaping up here in FE2. And here's the interesting thing. I'm fairly certain that right now Russ Turner, probably the luckiest man in racing, or at least in Formula Enterprises 2. I think he was actually at the tail end of this field as he was coming up. That his next time around, he would have started lapping some of the Formula Enterprise 2 drivers, and so Rackley has almost a full lap to go to get up to our leader.
Well, that's a fantastically fortuitous moment for Russ Turner to have that happen. And as you can see now, the front of the field pulling away again and stretching out that lead. That was Chip Romer there. Now we have another car coming back into the race off of pit lane. Not sure.
And that's Jonathan Weisheit, driver of the number 21 machine, who had started off 5th today and fell fairly far back, and he had his car on the pit lane, having the crew looking things over, perhaps from early incident in the race.
There you go. So far this back to racing action, nice and clean here as they get through. Got a slower car there off to the right. That might be the Weishite car, just trying to find their bearings here and test to see if whatever might have been giving him problems has been fixed. Oh, there's a big lockup by that P2 car there, or P1 car.
That was Matt Gendron in the number 82 prototype 1. That is Jim Downing's old machine.
Okay.
Jim Downing of Hans Device fame.
Is that a kudzu?
Yes. Yes.
The first race shop I ever worked out was Jim Downing's first race shop. That's good stuff.
Yeah, and so Downing had been running that car all the way through, and I was actually a little bit surprised when I was at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta this past November, for the American Road Race of Champions. It was the first time that I had not seen him in that car. Of course, he's an Atlanta native, and it looks like Matt Gendron, the driver of that car. I don't know if it's changed ownership or not, or if he is how he came to be in that seat, but we'll continue to see. We do have apparently possibly some debris between turns 5 and 6, maybe some leftover from the incident there that was just cleared. But again, a great fight going on here, Brian, as it continues in the battle in FE2 again for second place, as Kelton Jago in the number 29 machine, that red, white, and blue machine, has gotten around Justin Huffman. So move Jago now into a podium paying position. He's just run his fastest lap of the race. Justin Huffman now back to 4th, and Thomas Green, who was part of that fight as well just a lap ago, he pulled his car off up towards the Patriot, and I believe his race is now done. We'll double check on that and whether or not it's the 88 or possibly the 188. I thought the 188 had already gone back behind the wall, though.
This whole group of cars here are having just a ton of fun as they race here, many of them racing for position, and it's been a real fun little battle there to watch. And looking at these cars as they come through now, up the Snake and towards the climbing S's. Another pass for position there, and you can see one of the prototype cars trying to negotiate through the traffic too. So lots to contend with here for these drivers as we come up on the last 3 or 4 laps to go here in our race here, in our final race of the weekend. And no problems here going through Oak Tree. Everyone's really doing well here, and you'll see the prototype car here now trying to make the move here. This is the multi-class racing, so everybody's trying to deal with it. As you can see, that stripe of oil dry is pretty much gone, at least on the racing line. A little bit out there on the left, but if you're out there on the left, you're either making a pass through wide or you got some other problem going on.
And you know, Brian, obviously our STL and STU racers in the group of 4, they ran half the race with the oil there, not with the oil dry. But I suspect at this point, with that oil dry all the way gone, that most of it has been ground into the pavement. Got some word of a coming together between one of the Rackleys, between the number 80 of Colin Rackley, and the call from turn 1 was an orange prototype car. And so that either could be the Gendron car. I'm trying to track down as they pass me which other orange prototype cars may be out here, but it doesn't appear to have slowed the number 80 machine. Yeah, we'll get the car number on that in just a few moments, but you know, again, and it was funny because, Brian, it was right as you were saying that there's a lot of traffic here and a lot for these drivers to contend with, just as the prototype drivers were all trying to make their way through that long line of Formula Enterprise machines. And it sounds like it is the 82 of Gendron, who we were just talking about a few laps ago.
And I messed it up again, Greg. It's Gendron.
Gendron?
And I'm
yes.
really happy for the folks who keep reminding me. I will get it, folks, and I apologize for that. It's Matt Gendron.
Well, thank God they're correcting you, and they're not correcting me, Brian.
Well, they've got my instant messenger.
There you go. Well,
But no, we want to get it right. We appreciate people being nice when we mess it up because, on weekends like this, it's 100 and some car names and driver names, and we do our best to get them all right off the bat. But sometimes it's hard to keep everybody straight. But thankfully, everyone's been very nice when we've messed up.
All right, and we're on board with Kelton Jago right now. They are with that left suspension and going up, and you can see exactly what he has to contend with as Kelton currently running third. He's just run his fastest lap of the race here and trying to make up some ground on Lee Rackley, who is the driver just ahead. And you can see that compression right at the hog pen coming up onto the front straight. Now, Brian, the next time our prototype 1 liter Chip Romer crosses the start-finish line, he will be getting the white flag signifying 1 lap to go here at Virginia International Raceway, as he has almost a 6-second advantage right now over John McAleer. McAleer, who had gotten around Jean-Luc Liverato after the restart, has started to separate things out from him as well.
And just want to let everybody know, if you have the information on your live stream, share it with us. We would love to try to put them on the broadcast here. It doesn't have to be one of the systems from James Candelaria.
One of the Sentinel systems from Candelaria, exactly.
Right, which would be great. But even if you have another system and you're streaming it somewhere, we'll do our best to try to use it. But we need you to help and share it with us so we know that. So.
All right, Brian, so you see they're coming through the horseshoe right now is Chip Romer, and he has just received the white flag. And so we are on the last lap here at Virginia International Raceway, not only for FE2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2, but for the event as a whole.
It has been a great event, a lot of action, some interesting driving as well. And but we're getting to the end of a good weekend here. The best news, it's been a safe weekend, and we're having a good time here. And we're loving bringing you these streams, and we appreciate it if you're watching. Click subscribe, click like, hit the buttons. All right,
Brian, real quick, let me jump in. I think we've got possibly a car off up at the top of the roller coaster.
I see it.
And we've got it is, well...
I can't see what car it is, but I do see a car.
A car there, exactly, and
it's
it
moving.
is on the very last lap, and yeah, it's back underway now.
And it pulled out right in front of, is that our race leader?
No, it is not.
Quite.
I think that's the 77 car, which is a little bit ahead of our race leader.
Okay. So that car's back in the action, and then it just passed us here. So that was a car that was off, and we are good to go here.
All right, Brian, well, our leader now, our leader, Chip Romer, coming out of turn 17 right now. We just had him for the briefest of seconds in that last screenshot, and he is coming down the front stripe. And there we go. Coming up, and I believe it is our next car. You're going to see the folks on the starter stand swap flags and taking the win. Oh, yeah, there he is. He just took the checkered flag. So it is Chip Romer taking the win. Then John McAleer is coming across the line. McAleer in the number 72. Jean-Luc Liverato will come home in third, with Mac Gendron coming home in fourth. And Russ Turner, our Formula Enterprises 2 winner, he's going to finish fifth overall, Brian. As I said, he at the restart there was at the tail end of the line and just started working his way through the back of the Formula Enterprise 2 field. Finishes on the lead lap, and I believe he may be. We'll see here when Lee Rackley crosses the line. I think actually Rackley will finish on the lead lap, but we're still waiting for our second place runner in Formula Enterprises 2 to cross, and he is now going to make it across. Rackley coming home in second, and Kelton Jago had made up a ton of ground, Brian, only 1.4 seconds back from Rackley at the line. He's going to finish third. Justin Huffman 4 seconds back from there will finish fourth in FE2. Sam Harrington finishing in fifth. And interesting, I think we talked about it yesterday, that Kelton Jago, he was coaching Sam Harrington at Summit Point a week ago, and Kelton Jago finishing just ahead of the not only the 11, but the 33 machine, real close-knit FE2 family there. So great running in Prototype 2. I think we had already talked about this early on. Michael Moulton finishing 7 laps up on AJ Snyder. Moulton running his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap in his store WF1, turning in a 159.1. He's out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Congratulations to him.
And back-to-back podium finishes for Kelton Jago. So good job there. We love that. Like I said, he's been a friend of the show, and is one of our military veterans out here this weekend. So is Eric Cruz, by the way, also part of the Racing for Heroes crew. So nice pat on the back for Kelton there, bringing it home twice on the podium this weekend, and I'm sure he's really happy with that. It's been a long weekend. We've had a lot of varying weather conditions and everything, but we've had a good time. I've had a fun time bringing it to everybody. I hope you've enjoyed it as well, Greg.
Yes. What am I going to? Am I going to say no? I have not had a good time. Yeah,
That's true.
I've had a blast, and as I think I've said many a times since Sebring Brian, I could have been outside trackside all weekend, and
That's true.
and I haven't. But we've got a lot of volunteers this weekend who have been, and whether it be out in the rain yesterday and the day before yesterday, or this morning in the mid 30-degree temperatures, so that we could go racing. A lot of great volunteers, not only from the North Carolina region of the SCCA, our host region, but from many regions of the club up and down the eastern seaboard. We want to thank all of them, regardless of their specialties. It takes a village to put on a Super Tour event, and we want to thank them all for a very successful weekend.
Absolutely. Also want to thank our associate producers in the chat. Lots of fun for us this weekend to have all of them being part of what we're doing. I want to thank our director, Zach Johnson, our executive producer, Brendan Kasmerick, Brian Donati, who was here on Friday and part of Saturday. Appreciate all of him, his help this weekend. Lauren Brayler, who sat in for a couple of races with us and really did a bang-up job helping us here. I'm sure she would have rather been in the race car, but it was her misfortune this weekend was our fortune having her on the show. So I also want to thank all the people at SCCA National for helping us get this thing on, and all of our partners and sponsors. And without their help, this whole live stream would not happen. So thank you to them as well. I'm worn out.
All right, so Brian, let me bring us home then. So thank you again to everybody for watching this weekend. We will be back, as we mentioned, in just 2 weeks from the beautiful, it's another track that I really enjoy and really love, and I wish I was going to be there with you, Brian, the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in Jennings, Oklahoma. The host region there, the Ark Valley Race Group, and that, much like this event, is going to be both a Mid-States Conference and Southern Conference joint event. And so we hope that you will join us then, both on the Sports Car Club of America's YouTube channel and also at our Facebook properties as well. And if you want to find out more information about the Super Tour, you can go to scca.com/Super Tour. So for Brian Bolansky, I'm Greg Ginsberg, and we'll see you in just 2 weeks. Have a wonderful time, everybody. Thank you for joining us this weekend.